Chapter 17. 5 Heavenwood Green Serpent. Quick. We need to subdue it right now. Knowing that they would be in a bad position once the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger's companion came over, Wu Changping drove his zhenqi to his limits. The blazing net grew more and more searing as it contracted rapidly. As a Grand Elder of the Beast Tamer Hall, he had a deep understanding of beasts. The earlier call was sharp and distinctive, a clear sign that it was beckoning its companion. Just one Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger was enough a headache for them to deal with. If another one came at this moment, they would surely die. Realizing the dangerous position that they were in, anxious looks appeared on the faces of the others as well. They hurriedly drove their zhenqi into the blazing net to hasten the process. Ha ha ha, to think that you, the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger, one of the 5 monarchs of the forest, would actually be caught by a bunch of fellows like this. How embarrassing it would be to be in a position like yours. A mocking voice echoed in the air as a slender figure darted out of the cavern. This slender figure bore some resemblance to Zhang Xian's netherworld azure dragon beast, but it was much larger, and its bloodline was significantly purer. Just like the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger, it was a sempiternal realm consummation expert. It's a Heavenwood Green Serpent. Wu Changping's face paled. Without any hesitation, he ordered, "Retreat." Right after those words were said, the blazing net around the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger dissipated into nothing, following which, he turned around and began running into the distance. As expected of someone who had lived for many centuries, his priorities were very clear. As soon as he noticed that something was off, he was willing to abandon anything, no matter how valuable it was. Just the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger was enough to nearly corner them. With a Heavenwood Green Serpent thrown into the mix, it formed a combo far beyond their means to deal with. Wu Changping fled the moment that he noticed that things had gone awry, but the others in the group were not as decisive as him. They were stunned for a moment before hurriedly rushing away. Just from their reactions, it was apparent that other than Wu Changping, none of them were beast tamers. With their tamed beasts fighting alongside them, true beast tamers boasted amazing fighting prowess. However, taming beasts was not an easy feat at all. The slightest mistake could very well incur the beast's backlash. For this reason, it was important for beast tamers to be able to assess the situation and know when to flee. In fact, there was an unofficial adage within the Beast Tamer Hall that went, "The first step to beast taming is learning when to flee." Many unexpected situations could happen during the process of beast taming. A beast tamer who did not know when to flee would have already died 100 times over before they could reach Great Sage. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to leave just like that after trying to drug and kidnap one of us? A chilling voice echoed from beneath the ground. Voila! Before the other members of the group could get far, the ground suddenly rumbled furiously, as if an intense earthquake had struck the area, following which, a massive beast rose up from the earth. It had the head of a lion, the horns of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of a moose, the scales of a dragon, the tail of an ox. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. It was a chimerical Qilin. Unlike Zhang Xian's Inferno Qilin, it was of the earth attribute. With a simple flick of its claw, a firm wall of yellow soil rose up from the ground and encircled the fleeing crowd, blocking their path of escape. The remaining members of the group did not expect another beast to appear. Only at that moment did they understand why Wu Changping had fled so quickly, hesitating not in the slightest to abandon them. Awful looks could be seen on their faces as they realized that they had been betrayed. Break! The current strongest member of the group, a sempiternal realm intermediate stage elder, raised his sword and hacked it down on the wall of yellow soil. Voila! The wall of yellow soil crumbled beneath the ferocious might of the sword. However, before the crowd could relish in their momentary victory, the wall of yellow soil had already regenerated at an astounding rate. In the blink of an eye, the crowd was trapped once again. If only I knew this would happen, I never would have listened to Wu Changping. Why in the world did I even risk my life for this? The crowd felt their hearts sinking into the abyss. Just like most other existing groups wandering around the folded space, their group had formed spontaneously as well. Wu Changping had gathered all of them, and said that this was the only possible way that they could get to the Temple of Confucius. He had even reassured them that he had a great sage artifact and that this matter was already in the bag. After carefully contemplating over the matter, they had felt that Wu Changping's words made sense, so they had joyfully joined the group as well. Who could have known that they would end up facing 3 sempiternal realm consummation beasts simultaneously? More importantly, no one had thought that Wu Changping would actually flee faster than any one of them there. He won't be able to get away either. In contrast to the furious looks on the faces around him, Zhang Xian glanced in the direction that Wu Changping had fled in and shook his head. He had to admit that the old man had made a wise decision to take flight as soon as he realized that things had gone awry, but unfortunately for him, this was not a situation that he could possibly flee from. As if fulfilling Zhang Xian's prophecy, the call of an avian echoed from within the cavern. Voila! Following which, a magnificent bird cloaked in a layer of flames dashed out from the cavern. With unimaginable speed, it bolted for Wu Changping in order to apprehend him. Xiong xiong. Before the talons of the bird could reach, its flames had already surged forth to construct an inferno barrier ahead, sealing Wu Changping's path of escape. The celestial fire phoenix? Wu Changping's face paled as his body trembled non-stop. He had thought that the only beast within the cavern was the gold spirit cloud tiger, and he had prepared accordingly. Who could have known that following the emergence of the gold spirit cloud tiger, the heavenwood green serpent, the terrachilan, and the celestial fire phoenix would make an appearance too? Before they knew it, they were already faced with 4 legendary beasts. Furthermore, each of them wielded prowess that far surpassed him. How could he possibly stand a chance against something like this? Hula! Without any hesitation, Wu Changping tossed out his weapons furiously, hoping that it would buy him some time. However, that was all meaningless before the agile celestial fire phoenix. The vast difference in strength was not something that he could bridge single-handedly. Before long, he was already bound by a bundle of flames, forced to grovel on the ground. With this, the group of 8 had been fully apprehended. Despair and fear could be seen in their eyes as they shot frightened glances at the powerful beings before them. Seeing that its comrade had managed to apprehend the pesky humans who had dared lay their hands on it, the gold spirit cloud tiger glared at the guffawing heavenwood green serpent and spat, "Mock me all you want after you get back. Hurry up and release the seal on me." All right, I'll help you open it." After using up a lifetime worth of laughter, the heavenwood green serpent turned its head to the cavern and said, "Brother Acheron, I'll be counting on you for that then. Give me a moment. I'll be right out." Another voice sounded from within the cavern. The crowd turned their gazes over and saw a massive silhouette slowly making its way out of the cavern. Its movements were extremely slow. It took an entire 8 minutes from the moment that its silhouette appeared before it was able to fully make its way out of the cavern. It was a massive tortoise. The gold spirit cloud tiger, the heavenwood green serpent, the Acheron black tortoise, the celestial fire phoenix, and the terrachilan. These are the 5 elements divine beasts? Wu Changping's face paled as realization struck him. I should have guessed. Legend had it that Kong sure feared that the space in the Temple of Confucius would be unstable, so he had captured 5 powerful beasts, each representing one of the 5 elements, in order to stabilize the space. They had eventually come to be known as the so-called 5 monarchs to the other beasts in the folded space. When he heard of the 5 monarchs, he had instinctively assumed that they would be scattered around the area. After all, powerful beasts were extremely territorial, and they could not tolerate other beings, especially those as powerful as them, trespassing on their land. As such, he could not have imagined that they would actually all be within the gold spirit cloud tiger's cavern. The Acheron black tortoise crawled up to the gold spirit cloud tiger slowly and opened its massive mouth. Voila! Water cascaded down on the blazing net, extinguishing it in an instant. The gold spirit cloud tiger's body immediately expanded as sword chi burst forth from its acupoints. Under the barrage of sharp sword chi, the string was severed at every inch before scattering all over the floor. Despite being a great sage artifact, being set on fire before being doused in water shortly after had already ruined the structural integrity of the string. In its fragile state, The gold spirit cloud tiger's sharp sword chi was able to destroy it easily. These fellows are here to kill you. How do you intend to deal with them? The heavenwood green serpent asked. We have to deal with them, but there's still one more fellow hiding in the area. Let's capture him before deciding on what to do. The gold spirit cloud tiger lowered its head and sniffed twice before bellowing. Friend hiding over there, I applaud you for your exceptional use of spatial seals. However, it's not enough to hide from me. As it said those words, it glanced at where Zhang Xian was hiding with killing intent rippling in its eyes. Chapter 1706 One-on-One with the Gold Spirit White Tiger. Have I really been discovered? Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Back then, his spatial seal had allowed him to enter the barracks of the otherworldly demonic tribe without being noticed. Who could have thought that his trump card would actually fail him here? Could the other party's nose really be that effective? With the doubt that the gold spirit cloud tiger was trying to lure him out, Zhang Xian continued camping on the spot quietly. In response to his quietness, the gold spirit cloud tiger sneered coldly. Since you aren't going to come out, I'll just have to force you out myself then. With a growl, it swiped its claw and sent a surge of sword chi in Zhang Xian's direction. This sword chi was infused with the keen intent of the metal attribute. It tore a vacuum through space as it bolted toward Zhang Xian. While Zhang Xian had sealed the space around him, he had not broken free of the dimension that he was in yet. As long as an attack was sufficiently powerful, it could still tear through his spatial seal and injure him. As soon as Zhang Xian saw the trajectory sword chi, he realized that it was not a bluff from the gold spirit cloud tiger. It had indeed managed to find him. With a helpless sigh, he tore free of the spatial seal and moved his feet. In that instant, time seemed to have slowed down for Zhang Xian. Despite that, he only managed to dodge the sword chi by a hair's breadth. Scratching his head in exasperation, he faced the 5 divine beasts before him and said, If I said that I'm only passing by and am not from the same group as them, will you believe me? He really was not from the same group as those fellows before, although he was indeed there to capture the gold spirit cloud tiger as well. Of course, he would not be so dumb as to give himself away. What was standing before him were 5 sempiternal realm consummation beasts. Even with his current fighting prowess, the best that he could do was flee as far from them as he could. Passing by? Don't you think it's rude of you to pass by my lair without coming in to greet me? The gold spirit cloud tiger scoffed. Voila! The gold spirit cloud tiger was still burning with fury at having almost been caught by a bunch of damned humans. So how could it possibly be in the mood to listen to Zhang Xian's reasons? With a furious bellow, it sent a barrage of sword chi toward Zhang Xian. The relentless barrage of sword chi formed a long current reminiscent of a majestic dragon. That's a no then. I guess I have no choice. Seeing that the gold spirit cloud tiger was unwilling to believe him, Zhang Xian knew that there was nothing else that he could say to persuade it otherwise. In such a situation, he would have to allow his strength to do the talking. Taking a deep breath, he flicked his wrist, and the dragonbone divine spear materialized in his grasp. Break! Zhang Xian pushed the spear forward to meet the barrage of sword chi. Voila! Putting his strength from his soul energy, zhenqi, and physical body into the dragonbone divine spear, the spear warped into a bolt of light before it collided together with the barrage of sword chi. A devastating shockwave rippled out as a result of the clash, causing cracks to appear in the space around. Countless trees were uprooted, and boulders were shattered into fragments. This single clash actually produced a hemispherical depression of over several hundred meters wide in the midst of the dense forest. What the hell? Is he really only at Oriat Body Realm? The trapped Wu Changping and the others widened their eyes in shock. They recognized the young man. He was the fellow who had been following behind them earlier before being driven away by them. They had thought that he was just a simple Oriat Body Realm cultivator, an insignificant existence to them. Never in their dreams did they imagine that he would actually be this powerful. If they had known in advance, they surely would have pulled him into their group. With him, they would have been able to capture the gold spirit cloud tiger and escape before the other 4 beasts even came to realize the anomaly. I thought that he was a weakling, but it turned out that he's actually the strongest of us all. Wu Chongping shook his head in bitter regret. Earlier, they had discussed whether they should kill the young man or not. It was fortunate that they did not try it, or else the young man would have destroyed all of them before they could even encounter the gold spirit cloud tiger. Oh, it seems like he's not too weak, the heavenwood green serpent remarked. It did not think that the aureate body realm lad hiding by the side would actually harness such fighting prowess within that small frame of his. It stroked its serpentine beard with its claws as it studied the young man in interest. Humph. On the other hand, the gold spirit cloud tiger was less than pleased to have its attack countered by the young man. It was already at the peak of its anger when even a mere aureate body realm lad turned out to be able to counter its attack. Its eyes widened in fury as it scrunched its body tightly together, its golden fur trembling non-stop. Die. Selah. As if released from a bowstring, the gold spirit cloud tiger dashed forward and made use of its momentum to whip its tail toward Zhang Xian. The tail moved with such swiftness that it seemed to disappear completely from sight, making it nigh impossible to discern the trajectory of the attack. How fast? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in shock. He knew that he would not be able to withstand the attack given his current strength. Thus, he quickly activated the Zhang clan blood essence within his body. Voila! The other party's movements immediately slowed down. With a light leap, he escaped from the gold spirit cloud tiger's area of attack. Boom! A massive crater was smashed into the ground. Knowing that he would not stand a chance at this rate, Zhang Xian wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Hold it for a moment. Are you going to beg for mercy now? It's already too late." Seeing how the young man had managed to evade its strongest attack with ease and even had the leisure to chat, even though the gold spirit cloud tiger was furious, it knew that it was unlikely to be able to subdue the young man in the short run. Thus, it halted its attack, wanting to hear what the young man had to say. In any case, the 5 divine beasts were gathered there. The earth and the sky were completely sealed. There was no way that the young man could possibly escape. I know there's no chance that I'll be able to escape from here anymore, so at the very least, I would like to have a fair duel with you. Will you at least accede to this request of mine? Zhang Xian clasped his fist. Fair duel? The 5 divine beasts glanced at one another, not knowing what in the world he was saying. Indeed, I am only at the aureate body realm at the moment, so I know that I won't stand much of a chance against you all. Nevertheless, I would still like to fight for a chance for survival. I want to challenge the gold spirit cloud tiger to a one-on-one duel. If I lose, the only thing that awaits me is death. However, if I win by any chance, I beseech you to let me go. Zhang Xian said. Huh. The 5 divine beasts immediately understood Zhang Xian's intentions. The young man was afraid that they would attack him together. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Human, you should stop trying to judge us by your standards. You are belittling us far too much. Even if we are of the same cultivation realm, we aren't going to stoop so low as to gang up on you. The heavenwood green serpent remarked impassively, as ones who had inherited the bloodlines of ancient divine beasts, as well as monarchs who ruled over countless subjects, they had their own pride to uphold. Putting aside ganging up on someone weaker than them, they would not do so even for someone in the same cultivation realm as them. You can rest assured that I won't allow them to interfere in our battle. The gold spirit cloud tiger spat. It was just a moment ago that it had nearly been captured by a group of humans, and now, another human actually wanted to challenge it to a one-on-one duel. Given how it had already embarrassed itself earlier, if it was still unable to deal with someone 2 realms weaker than it, what right would it have to rule over the other beasts in the forest? That's a relief. To be honest, Zhang Xian had given the matter a try, not expecting the 5 divine beasts to accede to his request. In fact, he had already been planning his escape route, but it seemed like there was no need for it anymore. Heaving a deep sigh of relief, he raised his head and said, "One more thing. As a cultivator, it's not against the rule for me to use my artifacts in battle, right? Feel free to use whatever artifacts you have." The gold spirit cloud tiger harumphed coldly, thinking nothing of Zhang Xian's request. It would already be the blessing of the heavens that an aureate body realm lad like him had such a formidable spear. While the spear was indeed remarkable, the gold spirit cloud tiger was confident that it could deal with it. Also, I happen to be a beast tamer. It won't be against the rules if my tamed beasts assist me, right? Zhang Xin asked. Tamed beasts? Humph. If you have anything decent, just bring them all out. The gold spirit cloud tiger remarked arrogantly. I'm reassured then. Nodding in satisfaction, Zhang Xin flicked up his dragonbone divine spear. Let's begin. Humph. The gold spirit cloud tiger let loose a furious roar before charging forward with narrowed eyes. However, barely a second after it started moving, it suddenly felt a sharp pain assaulting its soul, as if someone was pricking it with countless needles, following which a suffocating pressure crushed down on it. Soul offense? T. Not expecting the young man to have such a card up his sleeves, the gold spirit cloud tiger's massive body stiffened on the spot. The beast tribe were known for their superior physical body, which granted them defensive and offensive capabilities far superior to human cultivators. However, they had a fatal weakness, and that was their soul. The other party had executed a soul offense right from the start, and it was stronger than what it had ever faced before. Caught completely off guard, it ended up succumbing to the move. Chapter 1707 The Cloud Tiger Submits. Soul Offense? The Heavenwood Green Serpent was taken aback. It did not expect the Aureate Body Realm cultivator to have such a technique at his disposal, so what if it's a soul offense? Cloud Tiger has been training her soul energy in order to prevent her killing intent from clouding her mind, the calm Acheron Black Tortoise said. She has just been caught off guard at the moment. Once she recovers, she will be able to destroy that fellow with a single move. Besides, soul offense is a double-edged sword. At the very most, he will only be able to launch a single effective attack on the soul of a sempiternal realm cultivator. There's no way he will be able to do it a second time. It was not just its movements that were slow. Even the pacing of its speech was slow as well. The Heavenwood Green Serpent nodded in agreement to the Acheron Black Tortoise's judgment. The five of them had inherited the bloodlines of the ancient divine beasts. While their souls might have been their weakness, it was not a weakness that anyone could exploit. Besides, soul offense was a double-edged sword. As powerful as soul attacks were, it would cause considerable backlash to the practitioner as well. Even if the young man was a skilled soul cultivator, how many times could he launch an attack as powerful as that? Shortly after the Acheron Black Tortoise said those words, the gold spirit cloud tiger also recovered from its disorientated state. With a howl of fury, it charged toward the young man before it. This time, it was truly enraged. To think that a monarch like it would end up falling for the sole offense of a mere Aureate Body Realm cultivator. It was fortunate that the other party had not used the opportunity to assault it, or else it would have been in deep trouble. If it really lost to the other party, it would not be able to face its subordinates anymore. What? At the very most, I'll just die together with you. Seeing how swiftly the gold spirit cloud tiger had recovered, Zhang Xian's eyes paled in horror. In a slight fluster and with desperation in his movements, he pushed his spear furiously to counter the other party's offense. You are still thinking of retaliating, are you? Dream on. The gold spirit tiger spat coldly. It was already bad enough for it to have succumbed to the young man's soul offense once. Was the young man really so naive as to think that his soul offense would work on it once its guard was up? It gathered all of its concentration on reinforcing its mind in an attempt to defend against the young man's soul offense, but the next moment, it heard a whoosh sound above its head. It seemed as if something heavy was swiftly approaching it. P. I fell for his trap. Feeling a crushing pressure overhead, the gold spirit cloud tiger immediately realized that it was a feint. The killing move was actually hidden above it. Raising its head, it was just about to see what was falling on it when it suddenly felt a powerful will intruding into its mind, causing a bout of lightheadedness. That fellow's pale face is a trick as well. The gold spirit cloud tiger widened its eyes in realization as its mind swiftly blanked out. If the young man was truly as weakened as he looked, how could he possibly be able to execute such a powerful soul offense? It was apparent that the young man was feigning weakness in order to make it lower its guard. Pung. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Barely after it made sense of the situation, an immense force had already smashed right into its head, causing its body to sway weakly from side to side. While it was unsure what kind of artifact it was, the fact that it was able to inflict such tremendous damage on it meant that it was a Great Sage artifact at the minimum. This is a Great Sage brick? The heavenwood green serpent murmured with a hint of disbelief in its voice. It could hardly believe what it was seeing. It seems to have been infused with several tons of golden origin spirit stone. The Acheron black tortoise added with twitching lips. Golden origin spirit stone is so rare that not much of it can be found in the world. Yet, it was actually used it to forge a mere brick. It was so extravagant that they could hardly wrap their minds around the concept. That was the invaluable golden origin spirit stone that they were talking about. Just adding a sprinkle of it into the forging process would turn a Saint Pinnacle artifact into a Great Sage artifact. Yet, to use several tons of such a valuable, or to forge a dumb old brick. Bro, can you tell me which wastrel forged you? I'll pummel some sense into that idiot. While the two divine beasts were still overwhelmed by how wasteful human cultivators were, they heard the brick exclaiming excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Hurry up and surrender, stupid tiger. Otherwise I, the golden origin cauldron, shall burn you into cinders." The golden origin cauldron? Could it be that this brick is supposed to be a cauldron? The heavenwood green serpent gritted its teeth so tightly together that its gums were starting to feel a bit numb. Can anyone tell me how in the world this lump of metal resembles a cauldron? How in the world did you find the courage to call yourself a cauldron? Don't you know what you look like? What golden origin cauldron and burn you into cinders? Even if the gold spirit cloud tiger allows you to do whatever you please with it, you have no furnace to burn it down at all. Not only were the divine beasts rendered frenzied by the sight before them, even the trapped Wu Changping and the others were utterly bewildered by the situation. It sure was hard to understand the world of aristocrats. While he was risking his life for a single divine beast, the other party was forging the incredibly invaluable golden origin spirit stone into a useless lump of metal, disregarding the mental breakdowns occurring around him. Zhang Xin bellowed deeply once more, "Go!" Voila! The infernal black saber, Wu Shu's golden saber, Bei Xion's spear, and the dragonbone divine spear all flew forth. Just like that, the gold spirit cloud tiger suddenly found itself coming under the simultaneous assault of 5 powerful artifacts. As if that was not enough, from time to time, an inkstone would suddenly charge forward and smash itself onto its face. The hell? Can this still be called a one-on-one? The heavenwood green serpent, Terrachilin, and the others felt their vision blacking out. Earlier, that fellow declared righteously that he wanted to have a fair fight with the gold spirit cloud tiger in the hope of winning a chance at survival. They had anticipated a solemn duel between the two, but contrary to their expectations, the young man had actually dispatched so many artifacts to fight the gold spirit cloud tiger instead. While other cultivators were praying fervently to acquire just a single great sage artifact, this fellow actually had 6 of them in his possession. Are you actually the illegitimate son of the head of the Blacksmith Guild headquarters? No, not even the illegitimate son of the Blacksmith Guild headquarters would have so many great sage artifacts with him. With those great sage artifacts moving alongside him, it was as if the gold spirit cloud tiger was facing the assault of 6 sempiternal realm experts simultaneously. Hand on heart, can you really consider this a one-on-one? Seeing how its good friend was nearly being pummeled into a domestic cat, the celestial fire phoenix could hardly bring itself to watch on. Should we interfere? But that fellow has asked whether he's able to use his artifacts earlier, and we gave him our consent. The heavenwood green serpent replied awkwardly. When the fellow asked him the question earlier, they had thought that the other party was just courteously asking for permission to use that spear of his, but it seemed like they were still lacking in worldly experience. The heck was that courtesy? That was a trap, and an utterly shameless one at that. Which sempiternal realm cultivator could possibly withstand the assault of so many artifacts at once? Wait a minute. What is that fellow doing over there? While the divine beasts were still raging over Zhang Xian's shamelessness, they saw the young man raising his hand once more. Hula! All of a sudden, 6 beasts appeared around the gold spirit cloud tiger. Their cultivation ranged from intuitive impulse realm consummation to sempiternal realm. As soon as they appeared, they pounced right toward the gold spirit cloud tiger. The remaining 4 divine beasts glanced at one another, stupefied. Those are his tamed beasts? They seem to be from this region, right? It seems so. So, in the short period of time that the folded space appeared, he managed to tame 6 beasts? The heavenwood green serpent trembled in rage. When did our beasts become so prideless and cowardly? The fact that they were able to speak human tongue meant that they knew a fair bit about human culture. It was not surprising for them to know of the beast tamer occupation as well. It had only been a couple of hours since the humans had entered the forest, and yet, the other party had already tamed 6 beasts. Was this not a little too fast? We have to make sure to settle this matter later on. We must make it clear to our subordinates that we, the beast tribe, mustn't lower our heads to others. The heavenwood green serpent uttered passionately. This is especially so for the subordinates of Cloud Tiger's region. Given how prideful she is, how can her subordinates be so weak-minded? The gold spirit Cloud Tiger was a noble beast who would go to any lengths to protect its pride and reputation. Why were its subordinates so cowardly? But before the heavenwood green serpent could finish its words, the gold spirit Cloud Tiger, who had still been battling furiously a moment ago, suddenly lowered itself on the ground. A droplet of blood essence seeped out from its glabella and floated over to the young man. The massive tiger placed its head on the ground subserviently. Gold spirit Cloud Tiger pays respects to master. Chapter 1708. One word is all it takes. The heck. This sight made the eyes of the heavenwood green serpent nearly fall to the ground. The other 3 divine beasts also exchanged horrified looks with one another. They were the ones who had inherited the bloodlines of ancient divine beasts. They were dignified, powerful, lofty, regal. But in such a short period of time, the gold spirit Cloud Tiger had actually chosen to submit to a mere human. There was something really wrong about this. She has really sullied our reputation. The heavenwood green serpent was seething with rage. It was the head of the 5 monarchs of the forest. It had thought that it was already shameful for the subordinates of the gold spirit Cloud Tiger to actually have allowed a mere human to tame them, but barely a moment after it thought so, those beasts' leaders submitted. Was this not as good as a crisp slap to its face? It was true that the gold spirit Cloud Tiger was under a lot of pressure, having to deal with 6 great sage artifacts and 5 beasts simultaneously. In fact, it had already been thinking of reinforcing the gold spirit Cloud Tiger, but it did not expect the latter to surrender so quickly. Where did all of its self-esteem go to? Rise. Swallow this pill. Zhang Xian flicked his finger and fed the gold spirit Cloud Tiger a grade 9 pill before heaving a sigh of relief. In truth, the reason he had proposed to fight a one-on-one with the gold spirit Cloud Tiger was to make use of the opportunity to tame it. And just as he had planned, through a mixture of scare tactics and a bit of guidance through telepathy, he had managed to convince the gold spirit Cloud Tiger to submit to him. With the gold spirit Cloud Tiger on his side, even if the remaining 4 divine beasts turned on him, he would at least have the power to protect himself. With this, it should be considered my victory, right? With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian collected his tamed beasts and his artifacts back into his storage ring before turning to look at the heavenwood green serpent. Lad, what kind of sorcery did you use to make the gold spirit Cloud Tiger bow down to you and acknowledge you as her master? With an awful look, the heavenwood green serpent questioned Zhang Xian with killing intent flaring from its eyes. Do you want to hear the truth? Zhang Xian asked. Of course. The heavenwood green serpent replied with gritted teeth. The truth is that I am your master from your previous life. In the midst of her fight with me, the gold spirit Cloud Tiger realized my true identity. That's why she submitted to me without any hesitation, Zhang Xian said as he gazed into the blank space with a deep look in his eyes, reminiscent of a true expert. You are our master from our previous life? Bullsh*T. The heavenwood green serpent nearly fainted from the rubbish that the young man was spouting. Can you come up with a better excuse than that? What master in our previous life? Why don't you say that you were the reincarnation of Kong Shi? The heck, I can also say that I was your grandfather in my previous life. You don't believe me? Zhang Xian frowned in discontentment. Believe your head. The heavenwood green serpent retorted angrily. Even if you want to fool us, do you think that we'll accept such an excuse? Turning his sights away from the raging heavenwood green serpent, Zhang Xian looked at the other three divine beasts and asked, "What about you? Do you not believe me either? It's no use stalling for time. We won't let you do as you please anymore." The Acheron Black Tortoise replied slowly. The celestial fire phoenix harumphed. "Let's not waste our words on him. There's something really weird about this fellow. Let's just kill him first before discussing anything else." "Let's do it then. I'll make the first move," the Terrachilan said as it took a step forward. In truth, they also felt a little pressured by the peculiarities that the young man had displayed so far. Putting everything aside, there was something really amiss about how he was able to tame the gold spirit cloud tiger so swiftly. As monarchs of the forest, they were extremely prideful creatures. Who would be willing to give up a position of superiority just to become subservient to a man? "It seems like none of you believe me." Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment before looking at the four divine beasts before him straight in the eye. "Do you dare to make a wager with me?" "A wager? That's right. I'll wager that I just have to say a single word to express my identity in order to make the heavenwood green serpent bow down to me and acknowledge me as its master," Zhang Xian said calmly as he placed his hands behind his back leisurely. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. "You think that I'll submit to you with just a single word?" The heavenwood green serpent nearly choked on its flurrying anger. "Are you certain that there isn't anything wrong with your head?" As a beast who had inherited the noble bloodline of the dragons, it was a powerful and highly esteemed existence in the beast tribe. Even if it was grilled alive, there was no way that it would submit to a mere human. Putting aside a single word, it was futile even if the other party used up his entire lifetime worth of words. "Just give the word and say if you are willing to accept my wager." Zhang Xian shrugged nonchalantly. "The wager is simple. If I'm able to make you submit, you must acknowledge my identity and make the other three divine beasts submit to me. If I am unable to do it, I'll free the gold spirit cloud tiger and kill myself on the spot. You want me to make them submit to you too?" The heavenwood green serpent was slightly startled. It did not expect the young man to propose such a wager. "Indeed, as the head of the 5 monarchs, surely you have some confidence in yourself, right?" Zhang Xian said with a taunting smile. "Humph. If our boss is willing to submit to you, we have no qualms about submitting to you. However, can we really trust you to fulfill your end of the bargain if you lose the wager?" The Terrachilan challenged. Having known the heavenwood green serpent for so many years, they were already familiar with the latter's temper. It was incredibly obstinate and unbending, especially when it came to matters that compromised its dignity. The only one who had made the heavenwood green serpent submit in so many years was Kong Shi. Yet, the young man wanted to make it submit to him. What a joke. "That's right. If you can make our boss submit to you, we'll acknowledge you as our master. What's there to be frightened of? There's no way our boss will bow to a weak human like you." The celestial fire phoenix and the Acheron black tortoise also voiced their support proudly. "I'll hold you to your promise then," Zhang Xian replied calmly. "Huh. I just hope that you won't renege on your promise when the time comes." The Terrachilan spat coldly. But at this point in time, a frown furrowed its way onto the heavenwood green serpent's forehead. The situation was developing so quickly in a direction that it did not expect that it felt like there was a need for it to stop and think things through. The fearlessness of the young man and his ability to make the gold spirit cloud tiger submit to him so quickly left it feeling a little unnerved. At this lull in the conversation, the Terrachilan sent a telepathic message to the heavenwood green serpent. "Boss, you have always disliked the scheming humans. We believe in you. Why don't you accept this fellow's request and save Cloud Tiger first?" Considering the heavenwood green serpent's temperament, this was a wager that they were bound to win. There was nothing for them to fear. This uncertainty flickered across the heavenwood green serpent's eyes for a moment before it finally gathered its resolve and nodded. Very well. I'll accept your wager. It would not dare make guarantees for other beasts, but it was at least confident in itself. Even if it died, it would never bow down to another human in its life. Let's begin then. Seeing that he had managed to convince the heavenwood green serpent to accept his wager, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Are you ready? I don't wish to leak the matter to others, so I'll be sending you a telepathic message instead. Please listen to me very closely. Feel free to do whatever you want. No matter what you do, there's no way I'll submit to you. I advise you to give up on this meaningless pursuit. The heavenwood green serpent sneered coldly. Some things were simply impossible. No matter what the other party said, there was nothing that would be able to change its mind. Even if you are Kong Shi's reincarnation, as long as I refuse to acknowledge you, what can you do about it? Having made up its mind, it pricked up its ears to listen closely to what the young man was going to say. Just as it was making preparations, the celestial fire phoenix, Terrachilin, and Acheron Black Tortoise were discussing the situation telepathically. Rest assured, I know our boss very well. No one can make his determination waver. I think that fellow is intentionally stalling for time. There's a chance that he might have some reinforcements on the way. We have to keep a close eye on the surroundings. While they were discussing the matter fervently, they suddenly saw the young man taking in a deep breath before shouting a single consonant telepathically. Pada. Instantly, the heavenwood green serpent collapsed to the ground, its body trembling non-stop. It glanced frightfully at the young man before lowering its body all the way down. With agitation in its voice, it exclaimed, "Heavenwood green serpent pays respects to master." Chapter 1709 Guarding the EXI, our boss, has acknowledged him as its master? Utter silence loomed in the area. The celestial fire phoenix, Terrachilin, and Acheron Black Tortoise were all stunned silly. They remained rooted to the spot, and their minds seemed to have stalled. They knew just how obstinate the heavenwood green serpent could be, but with just a single consonant from the other party, it actually sprawled right to the ground with no regards for its dignity at all. To make matters worse, there was a look of desire in its eyes. What in the name of heavens had just happened? At the same time, Wu Chongping was on the verge of insanity as well. In order to tame the gold spirit cloud tiger, he had made many preparations. He had promised many treasures to convince the other 7 members of the group to assist him in his mission. On top of that, he had even expended a great sage artifact for this purpose. But in the end, he had failed to acquire anything and even been captured. On the other hand, this fellow had managed to tame the gold spirit cloud tiger within a few short minutes. With another word, he made the heavenwood green serpent grovel on the ground, not daring to appear disrespectful at all. This was ridiculous. Seal the contract, Zhang Xian instructed. Toward beasts who possessed the dragon bloodline, there was no weapon stronger than the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon. No matter how high-tiered the heavenwood green serpent was, it was unable to break free from the restraints of its bloodline. It was precisely due to his awareness of this that Zhang Xian intentionally made a wager with it. As expected, the others had swiftly been baited by his promise. It was not that they were fools, but it was simply unthinkable for a mere human to be able to speak the language of the pure-blooded dragons. No one would expect an Aureate body realm cultivator like him to have so many tricks up his sleeve, such that even sempiternal realm experts like them would end up being caught off guard time and time again. Even though the heavenwood green serpent was a little reluctant to relinquish its freedom, under the pressure of the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon, it had no choice but to offer its blood essence. After sealing the contract, Zhang Xian turned to the 3 remaining beasts and said, "It's your turn. Since I was able to make the heavenwood green serpent submit with a single word, it's my victory. Of course, it's just an ordinary wager. No vows were made, and there's nothing to bind you to your words. If you don't intend to follow the wager, ridiculous. The blood of the ancient divine beasts runs through our veins. How can we possibly renege on our promise? A loss is a loss. Since our boss has chosen to submit to you, I have no problem acknowledging you as my master. I just hope that you won't force us into doing anything that violates our principles. The Terrachilan, Celestial Fire Phoenix, and Acheron Black Tortoise were not too happy about the situation, but they were too proud to renege on their promise. They nodded and offered their blood essence to Zhang Xian. In any case, since the other party had been able to make their boss submit, it was not too embarrassing for them to acknowledge the other party as their master. It was at least something that they could live with. That saves me a lot of trouble. Seeing that the other three beasts had decided to abide by their promise, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The main reason Zhang Xian had made the wager was to make those three divine beasts submit to him as well. Of course, with the Heavenwood Green Serpent and Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger on his side, he would have been able to eventually beat them into submission. Nevertheless, this would spare him a great deal of trouble. Since you have chosen to submit to me as your master, I should at least reciprocate your loyalty. After taming all 5 divine beasts, Zhang Xian looked at every one of them before speaking again. Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger, as a metal attribute beast, you possess superior offensive capability, but your defense is considerably lacking. More importantly, despite the immense strength you wield, you lack precision and control. That left you with a lot of openings that I could exploit. I'll point out a couple of your major flaws now, and as long as you make corrections accordingly, you should be able to raise your fighting prowess significantly. He went on to elaborate on several flaws that the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger suffered from, as well as the ways to correct them. When he fought with the latter earlier, the Library of Heaven's Path had already uncovered the flaws that it was suffering from. Combining that with his knowledge as a beast tamer, it was extremely easy for him to find the solutions to those flaws. Cultivating in accordance to Zhang Xian's impartation, the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger did enjoy a significant rise in its fighting prowess. A brilliant gleam surfaced in its eyes as it kneeled onto the floor once more, this time out of earnest respect for Zhang Xian. If it had only submitted due to the threats and benefits that Zhang Xian had promised, this time around, it was out of earnest respect for him. Following which, he offered some pointers to the cultivation of the remaining divine beasts as well, inducing a significant leap in their fighting prowess. Excited over their newfound strength, they hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Zhang Xian. Having reached sempiternal realm consummation, they had thought that it would be difficult for them to advance their fighting prowess unless there was a major evolution in their bloodline. They had never thought that there was still room for them to improve further. If they continued cultivating in accordance to Zhang Xian's words, they might even be able to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage in the future. To them, this was much more attractive than being the monarchs of this forest and ruling over a bunch of beasts. Master, what do we do about these fellows? The Heavenwood Green Serpent pointed to Wu Changping and the others. Their actions lacked consideration, and they were disrespectful to the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. Nevertheless, their actions don't warrant the death sentence. Make them compensate for their actions and set them free, Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. To be honest, he was kind of glad that the group of 8 was in front of him. If he had charged right into the lair, he would have been the one who was encircled by the 5 divine beasts. Perhaps he might not have even gotten a chance to fight one-on-one, and things might not have ended as smoothly as they did. However, it was a fact that the group of 8 bore malicious intentions toward him, and they had made a move on the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. Considering how the latter was now his tamed beast, he could not let the group of 8 go without making them pay a hefty price. Yes, master. Seeing that his master was not the type of honest-to-a-fault human, the divine beasts heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like they would not be taken advantage of by others serving him. Under the menace of the 5 divine beasts, Wu Changping and the others had no choice but to submit. They obediently handed over the treasures that they had amassed over this period of time, along with grade 9 pills, artifacts, and the like before they were finally set free. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Take them. I'll leave it to you to decide how you want to split these items among yourselves. Also, I want to make it clear that your loyalty will not go unrewarded. If you perform well, I have no qualms granting you my great sage artifacts, Zhang Xian said. The artifacts that Wu Changping and the others had handed over could not even catch his eye, so he left it to the 5 divine beasts to deal with them internally. At the same time, He also dropped them expectations for the future. Managing one's tamed beast was actually not much different from managing one's subordinates. On top of the carrot and the stick, what was more important was to give them positive expectations for the foreseeable future, resolving the flaws in their cultivation and promises of invaluable treasures. With the offer of such alluring benefits, the 5 divine beasts would be more inclined to submit to him both physically and mentally. As expected, after hearing his words, looks of agitation appeared on the 5 divine beasts. From the looks of it, it seemed like Zhang Xian had won their loyalty for the time being. After Wu Changping and the others left, Zhang Xian finally posed the doubt lingering in his heart. Shouldn't you all be scattered around the area? Why are you gathered inside the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger's lair? Based on what he had heard from the Crimson Friend's White Tiger, the 5 monarchs each had their own territory in the forest and rarely interacted with one another. Why would they gather together in a lair? As soon as we noticed that the dimension has been opened and humans have made their way in, we immediately gathered together here. Firstly, we intended to come up with a countermeasure to curb the threat of the humans. Secondly, we also wanted to guard the exit and prevent anyone from passing through it. The Heavenwood Green Serpent explained. Exit? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing that word. Could it be that the exit to the Temple of Confucius lies within the cavern? Given that the 5 divine beasts had come out of the cavern, could it be that the supposed exit was located in there? That's right. The Heavenwood Green Serpent nodded. Back then, Kong Shi brought us here and delegated the responsibility of guarding the exit and preventing anyone from finding it to us. I suppose that's the trial he has entrusted to us. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian frowned in confusion. You said that Kong Shi captured you? In other words, you have met Kong Shi? It had been tens of thousands of years since Kong Shi had vanished from the master-teacher continent. While those of the beast tribe tended to enjoy greater longevity than human cultivators, none of them were able to live that long. Otherwise, just by accumulating a bunch of old monsters across many generations, they would be able to claim the master-teacher continent and take on a dominant position in the world. It was impossible for the 5 divine beasts to have lived for tens of thousands of years, so what could they mean by saying that Kong Shi had captured them? Chapter 1710 Desert Dimension. Of course, we've seen him before. It hasn't been too long since Kong Shi left this dimension after all. The Heavenwood Green Serpent nodded affirmatively, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. It hasn't been long since Kong Shi left this dimension? A deduction surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind, and he hurriedly asked, how long has it been since Kong Shi left this dimension? The Heavenwood Green Serpent pondered for a moment before replying, roughly 400 years, I suppose. Indeed. Zhang Xian's body shuddered at having his hypothesis verified. He had thought that it was odd when the Heavenwood Green Serpent said that Kong Shi had brought them here, but he did not think that they were lying to him. There was no reason for them to lie to him. Instead, he thought that this anomaly could be attributed to a difference in the flow of time instead. Most likely, the flow of time within the folded space was slower than the flow of time on the master-teacher continent, or else the divine beasts would have already been reduced to a pile of bones by now. The words that the Heavenwood Green Serpent had just said effectively verified his deduction. Doing a rough calculation, it had been around 40,000 years since Kong Shi left the master-teacher continent. Yet, in the eyes of the Heavenwood Green Serpent, it had only been 400 years since he had left. Did this not mean that the flow of time within the folded space was 1/100th of the world outside? In other words, the passing of a day in this folded space equated to the passing of 100 days in the master-teacher continent. If such time deceleration could be used on an ancient sage, the latter would be able to extend their lifespan significantly without resorting to hibernation. No, this doesn't work either. With my mastery of temporal arts, I should be able to notice it if there's any difference in the flow of time. Yet, why do I not sense anything at all? Zhang Xian wondered with a frown. Having comprehended the time quintessence, he was no longer as ignorant of time as he had been before. If there was a difference in the flow of time, he surely would have noticed it. Yet, that was not the case. Why was it so? Forget it. There's no point thinking about it now. I'll probably find my answer once I get to the Temple of Confucius. Unable to figure out the reason after some thought, Zhang Xian shook his head and tossed the matter to the back of his mind. He turned to the 5 divine beasts and said, "Bring me to the exit." The heavenwood green serpent led the way forward. The cavern was spacious, and there was a huge hole in the middle where a pool of lava flurried. It felt like anything in the world would melt within the pool of lava. "This is the exit?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. No matter how he looked at it, all he could see was the crater of a volcano. It was hard to imagine that the Temple of Confucius was located within the crater. I'm not too sure about the details either. Back then, Kong Shi instructed the 5 of us to guard this area, so we guessed that it's the passageway leading to the Temple of Confucius. The heavenwood green serpent explained. Kong Shi's wisdom was expansive and transcendental. It was not something that beasts like them could fathom. Perplexed, Zhang Xian activated the Eye of Insight and scanned his surroundings, but he was unable to find any indicative signs at all. In the end, he could only shake his head. "For the time being, you should enter my folded space. Whether the passageway lies within the crater or not, I'll just have to check to find out." Knowing that he would not find anything dawdling in the area, Zhang Xian stowed the beasts into the myriad ant hive nest with a wave of his hand. After that, he leaped right into the pool of lava. Given how even the Empyrean heavenly flame was unable to burn his physical body, there was no way that he would fear mere lava. As searing as it was, such heat could not bother him anymore. He continued to swim downward for a while longer. Soon, a spatial seal reminiscent of that in the subterranean gallery appeared before him. Without any hesitation, he dived through the spatial seal. Hula! The world warped around Zhang Xian, placing him in a short state of disorientation. By the time that he recovered from his lightheadedness, he was already standing in a completely different world. The area that the 5 divine beasts lorded over was a forest with lush greenery, but the land that he was currently standing on was a desert. Intolerable heat waves swept across the surface of the sand, and the entire world seemed to be covered with an endless shade of beige. There was no end in sight. "Is this the exit you spoke of?" Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. From the looks of it, it felt like he had leaped from one folded space to another. However, this folded space did not seem to have anything to do with the Temple of Confucius at all. Could he have gone the wrong way? The heavenwood green serpent was also baffled by the change in scenery. They did not think that such a world would exist behind the seal that they had guarded for 400 years. It was clear that they had never been there before. The heavenwood green serpent pondered for a moment before suggesting an idea. "Master, I have scouted the entire forest, and this is the only way out of it. Could this be another trial set up by Kong Shi? Perhaps you have to continue searching for the next exit in order to get to the Temple of Confucius. I guess that's the only possibility." Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. He could not think of another rational explanation other than this. Perhaps it might be more accurate to think of the entire folded space as a layered dungeon. Only by finding the exit would he be able to proceed to the next floor. He would have to overcome several floors before he would finally arrive at the Temple of Confucius. Of course, he had known from the very start that it would be no simple feat to get to the Temple of Confucius. He swiftly decided on another direction with a twist of the dragon-bone divine spear, and riding on the back of the heavenwood green serpent, he charged ahead. There was not a single person to be found within the arid desert. In less than 2 hours of flight, both Zhang Xian and the heavenwood green serpent were already feeling a little lightheaded. Their lips were starting to crack from dryness. Something is amiss here, Zhang Xian thought with a tight knit between his brows. Given their cultivation, putting aside a desert, their bodies would not have any abnormalities even if they were to sleep on top of lava. It was unthinkable for them to become dehydrated after a short 2-hour journey. Zhang Xian studied the folded space closely and swiftly noticed that it was constructed in a manner very different from other spaces. It was ingeniously designed to form a formation that would continuously sap one's water and stamina. He turned to the heavenwood green serpent and said, "It seems like this is really no ordinary desert. We have to quickly find the exit, or else we might lose our lives here." As he spoke, He took out the spirit essence that he had kept in his storage ring and drank it. It quenched his thirst and rejuvenated the sapped vitality in his body. He passed it over to the heavenwood green serpent to have a drink as well before proceeding ahead. After another hour of journeying, he suddenly noticed some footprints on the ground. It's the footprints of a human. Could it be that another human has entered this folded space through the exit? Zhang Xian frowned doubtfully. He had needed to deal with the 5 monarchs before he was able to find his way here. Furthermore, the location of the exit was extremely discreet, hidden in the midst of the lava. Typically speaking, it should have taken quite a bit of time for others to find this location. It was bizarre to find fresh footprints in the midst of the desert. Could it be that someone had entered the area ahead of him? Let's head over to take a look. Intrigued, he activated his Eye of Insight and followed the trail of footprints. Soon, he discovered a group of men ahead of him. There were powerful emanations of Zhanqi all around, which seemed to suggest that they were battling with some other entity. Taking a closer look, there were 18 men in total. They were all dressed in different clothes, and the strongest of them was at the intuitive impulse realm. Their faces were ghastly pale, and their lips were cracked. They looked like they were in a much more terrible state than he was. The entity that they were battling against was a giant made out of sand. It had no distinctive features, but the powerful aura that it released showed that it wielded strength comparable to a sempiternal realm primary stage cultivator. It was precisely due to this that, despite their numerical advantage, the group of 18 was still facing trouble taking it down. Break. Knowing that he could acquire important intelligence from the group ahead of him, he whipped out his Dragonbone Divine Spear and tossed it toward the sand giant. Voila! As if a javelin, the Dragonbone Divine Spear pierced right through the sand giant, and its aura immediately dissipated. Voila! It crumbled into a pile of yellow sand on the ground. Thank you for saving our lives. Seeing that Zhang Xian had defeated the sand giant that they had been struggling with, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief before bowing respectfully to Zhang Xian. Seeing their haggard faces before him, it was apparent that they had been in there for at least several hours. Perplexed, he asked, "How did you all get here?" "We passed out after the brilliant light emanated from the Temple of Confucius enveloped us, and when we woke up once more, we were already here." "Elder, why did you ask us that question?" An intuitive impulse realm cultivator in the group replied. He seemed to be a little surprised by Zhang Xian's bizarre question. Chapter 1711 Sand Giants. You were already here when you woke up? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had woken up in the forest ruled by the 5 monarchs, but these people actually woke up here. Could it be that the crowd was not just teleported to a random location, they were teleported to random folded spaces as well? It's no wonder I couldn't feel Luo Ruoxin or any familiar auras around. He had encountered quite a few cultivators in the forest earlier, but he did not find any familiar faces. He had not thought much of it back then, but at this moment, it was already more than apparent that something was wrong. It seemed like the Temple of Confucius was far more complex than he had predicted. What was the sand giant earlier? Since you have been here for several hours already, did you notice anything striking? Zhang Xian continued asking. The forest was filled with treasures and the teacher's milieu, which could raise a cultivator's soul depth. On the other hand, this desert seemed to be challenging a cultivator's limits. Parched and sweltering, they were completely 2 different worlds. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. But since everyone was teleported to a different folded space, there should be some kind of exit that would take him to another folded space. The sand giant is a life form that exists in this desert. We encountered it after traveling for roughly 4 hours, and it attacked us upon noticing our presence. If not for your help, we might have already succumbed by now. The intuitive impulse cultivator revealed without hiding anything from Zhang Xian. As for anything striking, I'm afraid I didn't see anything of that sort. However, we did encounter a few other groups during our journey, and they seem to be looking for an oasis. I'm not too sure whether they have managed to find it or not, but we didn't see anything of that sort on our journey. Oasis? Those words made Zhang Xian's eyes light up. Indeed, since there was a desert, there was bound to be an oasis somewhere. It was highly likely that the exit would be located in the oasis. Zhang Xian nodded in delight upon finding a clue as to what he should be looking for. After which, he turned his sight back to the intuitive impulse realm cultivator. How did you encounter the sand giant earlier? We were simply resting to alleviate our exhaustion and quench our thirst when that fellow suddenly appeared and attacked us. The intuitive impulse realm cultivator replied. You were trying to quench your thirst? Zhang Xian frowned. If that was the triggering factor, he did drink a bit of spirit essence earlier too, but the sand giant did not appear. That's right. However, it feels like there's something really weird about this place. No matter how much water we drink, it doesn't seem to quench our thirst. Instead, the more we drink, the feebler we become. The intuitive impulse realm cultivator said bitterly. Drinking water doesn't work? Bewildered, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out a gourd of water. With a sip, he realized that his mouth was getting more and more parched. It was as if he was pouring flames into his body, causing it to wither bit by bit. He threw the gourd back into his storage ring and took out the spirit essence that he had collected from the forest earlier. Taking a sip of it, he felt his acupoints loosening in relaxation. The parched sensation on his tongue alleviated, reinvigorating him. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. From the looks of it, it seemed like water was useless there. The only replenishment one could drink was spirit essence. Elder, you have spirit essence with you? Can you share some with us? While none of those in the group were as strong as Zhang Xian, they were still top-notch experts of the master-teacher continent. With their sharp eyes, they saw his lips cracking after drinking a sip of water, but drinking a sip of spirit essence brought him back to normal condition. It was apparent to them that only drinking spirit essence would alleviate their thirst and soothe their exhaustion. You want some spirit essence? I am. Since Zhang Xian had collected plenty of spirit essence earlier, he was very willing to give it out to the other members of the group. However, a thought came in his mind, and he asked, Give me a moment first. You mentioned earlier that the sand giant attacked you while you were drinking water, right? The crowd nodded. May I trouble you to copy what you did when you drank water earlier? Make sure not to leave out any details. If we could attract another sand giant, it could possibly provide us with the key to escaping from this desert. Zhang Xian instructed. He did not expect the sand giant to be so weak as to die with a single toss of his spear. Considering how large the desert was, it would be foolish to think that he would be able to find the oasis just by wandering around aimlessly. The wiser decision would be to rely on the native race living in this desert. However, the problem was that he would have to first attract a sand giant. The fact that he had wandered around for more than 2 hours, but encountered no sand giants likely meant that there was some kind of trigger to draw it in. No one in the crowd was a fool. Upon hearing his words, they widened their eyes in realization and nodded. Very well. Zhang Xian put his Dragonbone Divine Spear aside and reverted his aura back to normal, making it appear as if he was an ordinary Aureate Body Realm cultivator on the surface. Hula. After accomplishing all this, he turned his gaze to the crowd and gestured for them to do it. One of the cultivators swiftly flicked his wrist and took out a gourd. At their cultivation realm, there was no one who did not have a storage ring. They would usually keep a long-term supply of food and water in their storage ring in case of emergencies. The cultivator gulped down several mouthfuls of water, but the more he drank, the more withered he seemed to become. Frustrated, he tossed the gourd into the sand. Gulu gulu. When the water from the gourd flowed into the sand, it was as if water had been poured upon burning oil. A sizzling sound echoed across the desert as white smoke drifted into the air. Boom, boom, boom. As the white smoke drifted higher and higher, the crowd suddenly heard the sound of flurried footsteps sounding from afar. 2 massive sand giants were bolting in their direction. They are both at Sempiternal Realm primary stage. Elder, you must protect us. The faces of the crowd warped in horror. It was at the behest of this elder that they had lured the other party over. While they had the numerical advantage, they knew that they did not stand a chance against 2 sand giants given their current fighting prowess. Rest assured, Zhang Xian said confidently. Instead of whipping out his Dragonbone Divine Spear, he pushed his feet against the burning sand and dashed toward one of the sand giants. He opened his palm wide and pressed down heavily on it. Hula! A powerful rush of zhenqi swiftly enveloped the Saint Giant. Roar! It seemed like the Sand Giant also possessed sentience. It appeared to be aware of the disadvantageous position that it was in and raised its fist in a fluster to break open the zhenqi around it. A furious storm swept across the area, and clouds of sand rose into the air. Without a doubt, the Sand Giant was a powerful adversary. It was no wonder the group of 18 had their hands tied dealing with it. However, it was still insufficient as an opponent for Zhang Xian. The Sand Giant hurled punch after punch, but it was unable to breach the zhenqi barrier around it. On the other hand, the second Sand Giant seemed to have realized that Zhang Xian was a formidable foe as well, and it charged forward in a hurry to aid its companion. Don't worry, I don't plan on leaving you alone. Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he flicked his other palm at the second Sand Giant. Pada! The second Sand Giant was immediately forced to the ground, unable to move at all. Gazing coldly at the two helpless Sand Giants before him, Zhang Xian harumphed coldly. Submit to me, and I can spare you from death. Roar! It was hard to tell whether the two Sand Giants had truly understood his words, but they released ferocious howls and continued clawing at the zhenqi, pressing them down. It seems like you aren't going to submit to me until I show you a bit of force. Very well, I shall let you try my hand then. Seeing that he had been disregarded by the two Sand Giants, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes coldly. He flicked his finger and sent a surge of sword qi toward the two Sand Giants. Before taming a beast, one had to first exert one's dominance over the beast to show the beast that resistance was futile. Only a beast who had given up on resistance could be tamed. This was the method commonly used by most beast tamers, pummeling the beast first before dropping them incentives. While the Sand Giants did look a little silly, it was likely that they obeyed this convention as well. Wang! Zhang Xian was intending to use his sword qi to teach the Sand Giants a lesson, but as soon as the sword qi sliced through the two of them, they began crumbling apart. Voila! In the blink of an eye, they had been reduced to a pile of yellow sand. The hell? Zhang Xian's lips twitched. Chapter 17:12 The appearance of the oasis. Zhang Xian had been planning to emulate his success back at the forest, tame a sand giant, and have it lead him to the oasis. He did not think that the Sand Giant would be so brittle that even a casual shot of his sword qi would actually make it crumble into sand. Not even he had the ability to revert the sand back into sand giants. Isn't its spirit a little too weak? Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella speechlessly. He had thought that those two fellows would at least be as tough as normal sempiternal realm cultivators, but who could have known that they would fall so easily? In terms of spirit, they were really much feebler than the artifacts that he had enchanted. I'm sorry to bother you, but can you help me lure a few more sand giants over? Zhang Xian turned to look at the cultivators with an embarrassed look on his face. It had not been easy for them to lure two over, but he had ended up slaughtering them before acquiring any useful information. He really had to take note of this matter so as to not make the same mistake again. All right. The crowd nodded. Another cultivator from the crowd took out a gourd, but this time, he tossed it out without bothering to drink it. As water flowed into the desert, white smoke began drifted out from the sizzling sand. However, this time around, no sand giants appeared even after the crowd waited for quite a while. I think it would only work if you drink the water, Zhang Xian said. Shaking his head helplessly, the cultivator took out another gourd of water and sipped a few mouthfuls. He was still fine before he drank the water, but as soon as water entered his mouth, his face immediately turned so red that it seemed as if smoke would billow out of his face. Enduring the lightheadedness, he tossed the gourd out once more. Guguga. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Water flowed into the desert, and just like before, two sand giants were drawn over. These two sand giants were also at sempiternal realm primary stage, and they did not seem to possess too much intelligence. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian engaged the two sand giants once more. This time around, he did not dare to exert too much strength. He focused mainly on trapping the two of them on the spot. The two sand giants continued pummeling the seals, trapping them in place, but they were unable to break free. Soul Search. This time, instead of attempting to tame the sand giants, he chose to utilize his soul art. Having read all of the books in the Jiang clan and comprehended the soul quintessence, he had become highly skilled in the techniques of the soul oracles such as soul search. It was just that it disrupted the harmony of the world, so he avoided using the technique as much as he could. The sand giants before him did not seem to be natural life forms, so he did not have much hesitation using soul search on them. Hula. His consciousness dived within the body of sand, and the next moment, he found himself surrounded by darkness. Vaguely, he could see a seed of light shining in the very depths of the darkness. That is spirit enchantment art? Zhang Xian frowned. He had thought that the sand giants were a little too dull for sempiternal realm beings, but who could have known that they were the products of spirit enchantment? That explained their surprising weakness despite their cultivation. It was inevitable that the intelligence of enchanted beings would be lower compared to ordinary cultivators, so their fighting prowess would be highly lacking as well. During the confrontation with the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters in the Empire Alliance City, Wang Ying had enchanted all of the Master Teacher Pavilions, but the overall prowess of the army had still been severely limited. Wait a minute. These sand giants are made out of ordinary sand. To be able to grant ordinary sand prowess comparable to sempiternal realm primary stage cultivators, Zhang Xian suddenly froze in place. These sand giants might have been a little dull, but there was no questioning the strength that they wielded. Otherwise, the group of 18 would not have faced so much trouble dealing with one. He had slain 3 of them so far, and after their spirit disintegrated, they had immediately dissolved back into ordinary sand. In other words, there was something within this desert that could enchant ordinary sand and bestow its strength comparable to sempiternal realm cultivators. That was an extremely scary notion in itself. As one who had cultivated the Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art, Zhang Xian was confident that his enchantment abilities were unrivaled in the world, even when compared to Wang Ying, the head of the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters. But even so, he knew that the limits of his ability lay in bestowing spirit upon items that had form. Toward formless entities, his enchantment was unlikely to work at all, let alone bestowing them the strength of a great sage. Pung. Deep in thought, Zhang Xian lost control of his soul energy for a moment, and the flicker of life in the 2 sand giants immediately extinguished. Their bodies swiftly crumbled back into a pile of sand. Zhang Xian stepped forward to take a closer look at the heap of remaining sand. They were indeed only ordinary sand. There was nothing else mixed within it. Following which, he scanned his surroundings and narrowed his eyes. It was just as he had expected. If these sand giants were products of enchantment, it was likely that the Spirit Awakener who had enchanted them knew where the exit was. In other words, the key to escaping this folded space lay in whether he was able to find the Spirit Awakener or not. Just that, how was he supposed to find this Spirit Awakener? Zhang Xian fell into deep contemplation, and a moment later, realization dawned upon him. If I recall correctly, the sand giants seem to have emerged from that direction. It's likely that the Spirit Awakener is in that direction too. He had to be in direct contact with an item if he wanted to enchant it. While he did not know whether the Spirit Awakener in the desert was bound by the same restrictions as him, the direction that the sand giants had appeared from likely held a clue of some kind. Everyone, follow me. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian led them in the direction that the sand giants had appeared from. After traveling for roughly 10 minutes, he came to a halt. There was still no difference in his surroundings yet. All that was within sight was yellow sand. Zhang Xian looked around him, but he was unable to find a clue whatsoever. Thus, he turned to the group of 18 and instructed, I'll need you to attract a sand giant here once more. Upon hearing the request, bitter looks appeared on the faces all around. Not only are you depriving us of spirit essence, you are even forcing us to drink water to dehydrate ourselves. Do you know that we'll die of thirst at this rate? As stifled as the crowd was, they knew that the young man was their only hope of getting out of this darned place. Without any hesitation, another cultivator repeated the previous ritual. Not too long later, 2 sand giants raced over from another direction. These 2 sand giants were clearly much stronger than before. While their cultivation was still at sempiternal realm primary stage, their fighting prowess was significantly higher. At the same time, they seemed to possess greater intelligence. Knowing that it was impossible to tame the sand giants, Zhang Xian killed them without any hesitation. After which, he continued walking in the direction that the sand giants had appeared from. After traveling for another 10 minutes, he had the group of 18 repeat the ritual once more. 2 more sand giants appeared, but this time, the fighting prowess of the sand giants had risen to sempiternal realm intermediate stage. It seems like the fighting prowess of the sand giants increases the closer we get to the Spirit Awakener. Seeing that there were finally some changes in their circumstances, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. Just like that, they continued ahead. Whenever Zhang Xian felt uncertain of the direction, he would have the crowd conduct the ritual of drinking water and pouring it away. Repeating the process another 10 times, the fighting prowess of the sand giants had increased to sempiternal realm advanced stage. However, it seemed like the fighting prowess of the sand giants had reached a cap and was unable to grow any further. This was the strength of the sand giants 10 minutes ago, and the strength is still equal at the moment. If I form a straight line between the 2 points that we summoned the sand giants, it's likely that the Spirit Awakener is located on another perpendicular line along the very center of this straight line. Spirit Awakeners use their souls as a medium to control their enchanted artifacts, and the strength of their control would depend on the distance between the Spirit Awakener and the enchanted artifact. Considering that the 2 sand giants were of equal strength, it meant that the extent of the Spirit Awakener's control over his enchanted artifact was identical at both points. In other words, it was likely that the Spirit Awakener was equidistant from the 2 points. The possible regions that were equidistant to the 2 points where they had summoned the sand giants were along the perpendicular line formed at the center of the straight line connecting the 2 points. To put it in simpler terms, they only had to head to the center in between the 2 points where they had summoned the sand giants and travel either up or down, and they would be able to find the Spirit Awakener. Let's go. Having confirmed a direction, Zhang Xian headed to the center point and began heading upward. Sometime later, just as the crowd was swiftly approaching their limit, they heard an exclamation. "Look, there's an oasis just ahead." Zhang Xian quickly turned his gaze ahead. Just as the voice had said, there was a conspicuous hint of lush greenery amid the dull yellow sand of the vast desert right ahead of them. Chapter 17:13 The bizarre lakewater covering only several dozen mu. The oasis was not too big. There was a crystal-clear lake sitting quietly at the center of the greenery. Like a beautiful gemstone embedded at the tip of a tiara, it was extremely eye-catching. A massive tree towered by the side of the lake, and its lush leaves provided coolness for the cultivators standing beneath. There's indeed an oasis. Water. I want to drink water. Unable to take it any longer, the cultivator dashed forward in desperation. Upon seeing the oasis, Zhang Xian fell into a moment of contemplation. He quickly scanned his surroundings before his eyebrows shot up in horror. "Wait a moment. Don't drink the water," he shouted as he rushed forward to stop them. However, too overwhelmed by thirst, the reddened-eyed crowd had already charged straight toward the lake in desperation. In the time he had spent contemplating, some of them had already scooped up a handful of water and sipped on it. Noticing Zhang Xian's intense reaction, one of the calmer cultivators turned his gaze over and asked, "Elder, what's wrong?" Even though the young man had been depriving them of spirit essence in order to lure the sand giants, it was a fact that he had brought them to the oasis. On top of that, he had shown sharp judgment far surpassing any of them. Perhaps, he might have noticed something that led him to stop them. "There's something really weird about this situation," Zhang Xian remarked as he hurriedly held back the other cultivators who had not sipped on the water yet. "Given how long it has been since you teleported in here, some groups should have discovered the secret behind the desert and rushed over to the oasis. In fact, the footsteps around show that some people have definitely been here before us. Yet, where did those people go?" He had been delayed in the forest for several hours before coming to the desert. While the secret behind the desert was rather obscure, there were bound to be some who were able to find their way over. After all, most of those who had entered the Temple of Confucius could be considered as powerhouses of the master-teacher continent. Their intelligence and sharpness far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. However, Where did those people head to? You're right. There are indeed footsteps leading into the oasis. Taken aback, the intuitive impulse realm cultivator hurriedly looked around him and noticed some shallow footprints around the perimeter of the oasis. Unfortunately, they had become indistinct after being cloaked by a layer of sand. Amazing, this water really works. Finally, I won't have to suffer anymore. The few who had dashed into the oasis and tested the water cried in excitement. The water that they had brought could not quench their thirst at all. In fact, it only seemed to further dehydrate them. At this point, they felt like they were on the verge of bursting into flames. Let me give it a try too. Upon hearing those words, the other cultivators whom Zhang Xian had stopped immediately dashed forward, wanting to get a taste of the water as well. However, just as they were about to drink the water, the middle-aged man who had first drunk the water suddenly began convulsing wildly, and white smoke rose from his body. A hoarse cry of agony escaped from his throat. It was as if something was strangling his neck, causing him to roll frantically on the ground with his eyes bulging in desperation. But the more he rolled, the more smoke seemed to rise from his body. It felt as if he would combust into flames at any moment. The middle-aged man was not the only victim. Another 3 cultivators who had rushed ahead of the pack to drink the water had fallen to the ground as well. White smoke began drifting from their bodies, and it looked like they were being put through inhuman pain. This is really bad. Alarmed, Zhang Xian hurriedly flicked a surge of Heaven's Path Zhenqi toward the middle-aged man, intending to alleviate his conditions. However, before his Heaven's Path Zhenqi could reach him, the rolling figure suddenly cracked in the middle. Voila! He was reduced to a heap of yellow sand. Horrified by the sight before them, the crowd hurriedly backed away from the water with pale faces. If the cultivators before them had been burned into cinders or reduced into skeleton, they could still have accepted the conclusion. When they chose to enter the Temple of Confucius, they had already resolved themselves that they might not come back alive. However, these men had been reduced to yellow sand. What on earth was going on? To be reduced to sand upon death. It could not be that the vast desert around them was the remains of countless corpses, could it? Just the thought left goosebumps rising all over their bodies, and terror seeped into the very depths of their soul. Elder, save me. With the middle-aged man being reduced to a heap of yellow sand, the other 3 cultivators pleaded with horror imprinted in their eyes. They had entered the Temple of Confucius with the intention of overcoming their bottlenecks and progressing to higher ranks. Who could have known that it would actually bring them so close to the jaws of death? Zhang Xian was also startled by the happenings, but he knew that it was not the time for him to fall into a daze. He quickly rushed to the 3 of them and placed his fingers on them. His Heaven's Path Zhenqi swiftly surged into the bodies of the trio. Voila! As soon as his Zhenqi entered their bodies, he immediately sensed a bundle of flames devastating each of their bodies, threatening to burn them into cinders. Humph! With a harumph, Zhang Xian channeled his Heaven's Path Zhenqi to quell those bundles of flames. Tzz. As soon as his Heaven's Path Zhenqi collided with the bundles of flames, he immediately felt a powerful force corroding his Heaven's Path Zhenqi, seemingly attempting to combust his Zhenqi into flames. Break! Furiously infusing more and more Heaven's Path Zhenqi into the 3 of their bodies, Zhang Xian's body began to take on a golden sheen, as if turning into a moving golden sculpture. His Zhenqi, physical body, and primordial spirit were able to endure even the might of the Empyrean heavenly flame. While the bundles of flames in the trio's bodies were a little queer, they still were not sufficient to hurt him. Under the furious onslaught of his Zhenqi, the bundles of flames were finally quelled. Feeling that they were finally out of death's jaws, the pale-faced trio crumbled to the ground with a mixture of relief and trepidation. They quickly kneeled onto the ground and kowtowed to Zhang Xian. Elder, thank you for saving our lives. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. Turning to the crowd, he said, there's something really queer about this place, so let's not stay around the lake. For the time being, let's back out of the oasis. Even if Zhang Xian had not said such words, the crowd would have been too frightened to remain around the lake anymore. Death was not that frightening of a concept to them anymore, but to be burned down into yellow sand, such that every last trace of their existence would vanish. This was an extremely sinister way of dying that they could not even bear the thought of. Unlike the rest of the crowd, Zhang Xian did not back out of the oasis. Instead, he walked up to the heap of sand remaining of the middle-aged man and pinched a handful of it up. Leaning in, he examined it closely. The middle-aged man had been burned so cleanly that not even his clothes were left. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that a person could simply vanish just like that. Elder, what do we do now? An intuitive impulse realm cultivator stepped forward to examine the heap of sand as well, but he was unable to deduce anything from it. Thus, he could only turn his gaze to Zhang Xian. Take this spirit essence and let the crowd drink it. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and tossed several gourds over. This was the spirit essence that he had gathered from the forest, and it could alleviate the thirst of the crowd for the time being. It was not that he had intentionally kept it away from the crowd, but it appeared that one who had drunk the spirit essence would not be able to attract the sand giants anymore. As such, he had been left with no choice but to keep it away from them so that they could reach the oasis. However, since they had already reached their destination, there was no reason for him to keep it from them anymore. Thank you, Elder. Taking the spirit essence, the intuitive impulse realm cultivator hurriedly passed it around the crowd, and after gulping down large mouthfuls of it, their thirst was finally quenched. They could not help but turn to Zhang Xian with looks of gratitude. Paying no heed to the crowd, after Zhang Xian had finished examining the sand grains, he began walking around the perimeter of the lake. A cold air was emanating from the lake before him. Standing beside it, he could not feel the slightest hint of heat despite being in the midst of a sweltering desert. At the same time, the lake was also extraordinarily clear. It looked so innocent that it did not seem to have anything to do with the flames that had killed the middle-aged man earlier. Despite scanning the perimeter of the lake, Zhang Xian was unable to find anything peculiar about it. There were also no animals or the like within the oasis, so the matter could not really be attributed to anything else. Seeing that he had reached an impasse, Zhang Xian walked up to the lake and scooped up the water, just like what the middle-aged man and the trio had done earlier. Elder, be careful. Seeing that Zhang Xian had scooped up the water, everyone leaped in fright. It's fine. Zhang Xian reassured them with a smile. Even the Empyrean heavenly flame was unable to hurt his body in the least, so there was no way that bundle of flames could pose any threat to him. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Looking at the clear water that he had scooped up in his both hands, he scanned it using both his eye of insight and spiritual perception, but he was still unable to find anything wrong with it. Perplexed, he leaned in and sipped a mouthful of the water. Elder, be careful. The faces of the crowd turned pale in horror upon seeing the unbelievable sight before them. The middle-aged man had died shortly after drinking the water. What were they supposed to do if something happened to the elder before them as well? Chapter 1714 The Man-Murdering Tree. Swallowing the water did alleviate his thirst. Squatting quietly on the spot, Zhang Xian focused his attention intently on the internal state of his body. As soon as the slightest spark of flame appeared in his body, he would quell it right away. But even after waiting for a while, nothing happened at all. It was as if the water was completely ineffective on him. When he stood up once more, there was a deep frown on his forehead. If the flame had appeared in his body, he might have been able to trace down its origins. However, with nothing appearing at all, he had no idea how he should proceed on from here. Could this be something similar to the yellow water of the Netherworld, which he had encountered in ancient Sage Ranchio's ancient domain? Was the water poisonous to others but harmless to him? Elder, are you fine? The intuitive impulse realm cultivator asked carefully. Seeing there was no white smoke puffing out of the young man's head, and there was no cry of agony either, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. I'm fine, Zhang Xian replied with a nod. That's a relief. It was really a horrifying sight to see a living person being reduced to yellow sand. If not for the fact that I have traveled here together with him, I would have thought that he was a sand giant in disguise. The intuitive impulse realm cultivator remarked fearfully. Sand giant in disguise? Being reduced into yellow sand. A flash sparked through Zhang Xian's mind as a thought surfaced in his head. He quickly turned to the intuitive impulse realm cultivator and asked, "You said earlier that you only found a sand giant after traveling for 4 hours. In other words, you didn't encounter any sand giants in the first 4 hours at all, did you?" "Hmm? Yeah, that's right." The intuitive impulse cultivator was slightly taken aback by Zhang Xian's question, but he swiftly nodded affirmatively in response. From the moment they woke up after being teleported out of Tsiufu, they had been in the midst of this desert. There was no danger at all initially, but on the 4th hour, they suddenly encountered a sand giant. They had mentioned this right from the moment they met, so it was not a secret at all. To only meet a sand giant on the 4th hour, could it be that the sand giants are actually the remains of the dead cultivators? Zhang Xian murmured with a grim look in his eyes. It was weird that the sand giants only appeared 4 hours after the opening of the folded space. Could it be that the first batch of cultivators had only found the oasis 4 hours after the opening and became the first group of sand giants? Remains of dead cultivators? The crowd was stunned. Thinking about it, everything seemed to fit together. As horrifying as the idea was, it was actually plausible. The middle-aged man had been reduced to sand after his death, which was the very reason that they had thought about sand giants in the first place. "We'll know the truth with a quick test," Zhang Xian said with narrowed eyes. He walked back to the heap of sand that the middle-aged man turned into and placed his finger on it. In the next moment, his consciousness was plunged into a world of darkness. As expected, Zhang Xian frowned grimly. The fact that he was brought into this dark space while using his spirit enchantment art meant that it was possible to enchant life into the heap of sand. Focusing his attention, he enchanted a spark of flame into the heap of sand, breaking the darkness within this dark space. Voila! The heap of yellow sand slowly rose to its feet, becoming a massive sand giant. However, it only wielded the prowess of an aureate body realm cultivator. It's no wonder enchanted sand could wield the strength of sempiternal realm cultivators. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. Previously, he had been perplexed by how enchanted sand could wield such great fighting prowess. From the looks of it, it seemed like the sand that had made up the sand giants was not ordinary sand but the corpses of cultivators. In other words, the sand giants that they had been fighting with all that while were actually the experts who had been reduced to sand by the oasis. In other words, they had been fighting the dead. Wait a moment. If that's the case, where in the world is the Spirit Awakener? A doubt surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind as he quickly scanned his surroundings. If his deduction held through, the Spirit Awakener had to be in the oasis. However, other than the lake, a field of grass, and a towering tree, there was nothing in sight. Even I have to come into direct contact with the heap of sand in order to enchant it. There's no way the Spirit Awakener was able to enchant spirits into heaps of sand from a distance away. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in frustration. He felt like he had already gathered the clues required to solve the puzzle, but everything still remained an enigma to him. Somehow, he was unable to form a complete picture with the clue to see through the veil of mystery. And the very crux of that was the Spirit Awakener. Until he found the Spirit Awakener, this matter would remain a mystery to him, and he would not be able to find the exit out of this desert world. He had also observed the lake very closely earlier. Crystal clear, he was able to see to the very bottom of the lake with ease, but there was no exit in sight. As such, it was very likely that the exit was not located in the oasis. Earlier, the middle-aged man was reduced to yellow sand after drinking the water, but nothing happened to me when I consumed it. Also, it's only possible to enchant the corpses after they have been reduced to heaps of sand. If there's nothing wrong with the water, it has to be something above the water then. Zhang Xian frowned in bewilderment as he turned his gaze to the surface of the water once more. Only those who drank the water from the oasis would be reduced to sand and become enchanted into sand giants. He felt that as long as he could understand how those cultivators were turned into yellow sand, he would be able to find out where the Spirit Awakener was hiding. Thus, he scooped up another mouthful of water and examined it closely, but he still found nothing worth noting. It was just simple water with nothing inside. Just as he was about to give up, a slight breeze suddenly blew through the oasis. The tree towering by the lake swayed along with the breeze, its leaves rustling noisily. Who? The cotton blooming all over the towering tree fell into the lake with a light tug of the breeze, and they floated quietly on the surface of the water. A moment later, they dissolved apart and vanished in the water. Could that be the culprit? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. He hurriedly walked up to the towering tree and pinched a handful of cotton out. Tzzz. To his astonishment, it felt as if a bundle of flames was burning on his palm. This bundle of flames bore a striking similarity to the flames that he had found in the bodies of the trio. Just as I thought. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. It was no wonder those before them had ended up bursting into flames after drinking the water, whereas he remained completely fine. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. It seemed like the key lay in these cotton buds. Only when one drank water laced with cotton would they be reduced to yellow sand and transform into sand giants. When he checked the water, the cotton had already dissolved into the lake, so it was no wonder he had been unable to find anything at all. He had finally found the cause behind the mysterious flames. But where was the spirit awakener? Zhang Xian walked up to the tree and examined it closely. However, there was nothing peculiar in sight. He raised his hand and placed it lightly on the tree trunk. A moment later, a smile crept onto his lips. He leaned into the tree and whispered, "You are the culprit, aren't you?" Walala. Another breeze brushed across the oasis, gently shaking the tree. It was as if the tree was feigning ignorance to Zhang Xian's words. "You know, it doesn't really matter to me whether you feign ignorance or not," Zhang Xian remarked leisurely. With a flick of his wrist, the infernal black saber materialized in his grasp, and with flash of cold light, it slashed right for the massive tree. "Let's see how you are going to feign ignorance after I chop you down." Hula. But before the infernal black saber could come into contact with the tree, a hurried sharp gale of wind burst through the air. Glancing upward, Zhang Xian saw a tree branch darting right for his head like a piercing spear. The movement of the tree branch was extremely swift and forceful. In terms of prowess, it was actually on par with an attack from a sempiternal realm consummation expert. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian still dodged the attack easily with a sidestep. So. However, it did not seem like the tree was willing to let him get away scot-free. Dozens of other tree branches suddenly shot forward and pierced right in Zhang Xian's direction, as if the charge of innumerable ferocious dragons. The force of their movements left behind lingering black streaks in the air. Impressive. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes as the earlier smile vanished from his face. With a flick of his finger, he sealed the space around him to temporarily fend off the tree branches. Following which, he raised the infernal black saber and executed hundreds of slashes in the blink of an eye. It was apparent that the tree wielded strength on par with sempiternal realm consummation experts. He had to make sure to tread carefully, or else he might end up losing his life. Chapter 17:15 Submission of the Massive Tree. The sharpness of the infernal black saber was not to be underestimated. It easily tore through the assaulting branches, thus undoing their offense. However, the incredible force behind their movements still left Zhang Xian's arms feeling terribly numb, and he was forced to retreat a step due to the impact. The reason Zhang Xian was able to oppose sempiternal realm consummation experts despite the current limitations of his cultivation was mostly due to the powerful artifacts in his possession. In terms of sheer strength, he was still far beneath most experts. So. The severing of its branches did not seem to inflict the slightest pain or damage on the massive tree. Instead, it swiftly sent even more branches to assault Zhang Xian, each of them carrying strength rivaling Great Sage Fordan sempiternal realm consummation experts. With the tremendous pressure from the movements of the branches, even the surrounding space moaned under the strain, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. Elder. Not expecting the elder to actually start fighting with the tree in the midst of his observation, the crowd was alarmed. They swiftly realized that the tree was likely the culprit behind the death of the middle-aged man, and they quickly rushed in to offer their aid as well. Don't come over. However, Zhang Xian's voice halted them. Given how even he was having trouble dealing with the tree, they would only be courting death by joining the fray. Hula. But the next moment, countless roots suddenly rose from beneath the sand to assault the crowd. Roots? I get it now. You have spread your roots throughout the entire desert, and it's through your roots that you were able to enchant those sand giants, Zhang Xian remarked in realization. While the tree was considerably tall in comparison to humans, it could not be said to be towering compared to other trees in the Master-Teacher continent. Yet, it wielded strength comparable to great sage Fordan's sempiternal realm consummation cultivators. For it to gain such much power, its roots were bound to stretch far and wide. It was probably through its roots that it was able to enchant cultivators who had died dozens or even hundreds of li away. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. It went without saying that Zhang Xian did not believe that the tree would be capable of remote spirit enchantment when even he was incapable of it. You might have plenty of roots, but I do have ways to deal with you too. Having uncovered the trump card of the tree, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to waste his breath anymore. He flicked his wrist. Hula. The 5 monarchs immediately materialized right before him, exuding the powerful auras of superior beings. At Zhang Xian's command, they charged toward the massive tree simultaneously. That elder actually has so many beasts with him? Is it just me, or is every single one of them actually at sempiternal realm consummation? Any one of those beasts would be more than enough to wipe out our whole party. Seeing the young elder releasing so many powerful tamed beasts at once, the crowd watching the battle could not help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva as their lips trembled in fear. It already would be a huge blessing if an average great sage cultivator had successfully tamed a great sage beast, but this young man actually had so many tamed beasts, and every single one of them was incredibly powerful at that. They had thought that they already thought very highly of the young elder before them, but it seemed like they had been underestimating him. This visual shock left them stunned for a very long time. As soon as the 5 monarchs joined the battle, the massive tree immediately showed signs of being suppressed on all fronts. A short moment into the battle, the celestial fire phoenix declared confidently, "Master, don't worry. Allow me to deal with him." Hula. A blazing inferno poured forth from its mouth, dyeing half the sky scarlet. As soon as the massive tree encountered the flames, it immediately recoiled in fear. The imposing disposition that it had commanded a moment ago vanished altogether. While the massive tree was able to release cotton buds that would burn even great sage cultivators down into yellow sand, it was ultimately still a tree. It was inevitable that it was fearful of direct flames. Xiong xiong xiong. Fully aware of the massive tree's weakness, the celestial fire phoenix continued pouring flames down. Before long, the massive tree began to dry up, and its lush leaves withered yellow. Its strength was swiftly wilting away. I know that you are a sentient being capable of thought. Submit to me, and I can spare you from death. Otherwise, you will meet your end today. Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and remarked coldly, as if he had little regard for the tree's life. Having tamed the 5 monarchs, he was practically invincible against cultivators beneath ancient sage. Unless an ancient sage made an appearance, no one would be able to stop him anymore. Given that the tree had intentionally harmed so many cultivators and enchanted them into sand giants, it was apparent that it was an intelligent life form. Since that was the case, it would be best for him to collect it for his own use. After all, he could never have too many trump cards. Barely a moment after Zhang Xian said those words, a thought surfaced in his mind. You want me to submit to you? Dream on. Very well. I hope that you enjoy being burned into cinders like the cultivators you have harmed. Zhang Xian replied coolly with a grand wave of his hand. Xiong xiong. The celestial fire phoenix turned into the scarlet color of flames as it darted toward the massive tree while pouring flames down on it. The incredible outpour of flames caused the surroundings to turn incomparably scorching. The massive tree swiftly withered under the searing heat, and it did not take long for it to become charred dead. Seeing how the massive tree had refused to submit even when it was on the verge of death, Zhang Xian frowned. He glanced at the floor, and his lips crept up. Terrachilan, sweep up all of the roots underground for the celestial fire phoenix to burn. I don't believe that the tree will be able to survive this. Hearing Zhang Xian's command, the Terrachilan swiftly dived into the desert. A moment later, amid intense quakes, a massive web of roots was rooted out from the ground. Without any hesitation, the celestial fire phoenix burned the roots as well. The inferno swiftly spread to create a sea of flames. While the flames breathed out by the celestial fire phoenix could not compete with heavenly flames, its prowess was far superior to earth flames. If it ignited its bloodline to further enhance its flames, it might be able to melt down even great sage artifacts. There's no way I'll submit to mere humans. Give up on this futility. Despite having its roots burned to ashes, the massive tree still refused to give up. A weak will was transmitted over to Zhang Xian, carrying a persevering spirit. It still isn't going to submit to me even with this? Zhang Xian was taken aback. It was just a mere tree. Did it really need to have so much backbone? Even without the tree trunk, as long as the roots remained intact, the massive tree might still be able to resuscitate itself. However, if it lost its roots as well, the only fate that awaited it was death. No, that's not right. If it's able to remain unfazed even with this, it's likely that destroying the roots will not kill that tree. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. Unlike master teachers, most spirits were unbounded by principles and rules. When survival was at stake, there was no reason for them to clutch onto their dignity and refuse to submit. There was no reason for a mere tree to be so obstinate, refusing to submit even with its life on the line. This meant that it probably had something that would ensure its survival. At the very least, the massive tree was confident that burning its trunk and roots would not be enough to kill it. The lake. A spark flashed across Zhang Xian's mind as he lowered his gaze to the lake not too far away. He had not noticed it earlier, but despite the searing heat from the celestial fire phoenix's flames, it did not seem like the water in the lake had reduced at all. Acheron Black Tortoise, you possess the water attribute. I want you to sap away all of the water in this lake. I would like to see how long that tree can last. Zhang Xian instructed. Yes, master. The Acheron Black Tortoise slowly made its way over to the lake and opened its massive mouth. Hula. The water in the lake immediately began gushing into its mouth at a frightening speed. It was almost as if there was a vortex in its mouth. It did not take long for it to finish devouring all of the water in the lake. At the very bottom of the lake, there was a tiny, white root. It had a texture that reminded one of warm jade. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian tore the root out from the ground and held it in his palm. The next instant, the tree trunk and roots that the celestial fire phoenix was torching suddenly withered into yellow sand, as if they had lost the foundation supporting them. Indeed, this is the main body. Upon seeing such a sight, how could Zhang Xian still not understand what was going on? The massive tree and its roots were all just extensions of the main body, reminiscent of puppets that the root had taken under its control. It was no wonder the massive tree had refused to submit to them. As long as they failed to find its main body, there was no way they could have killed it. Celestial Fire Phoenix, burn this root for me. Golden Origin Cauldron, if we aren't able to burn it, I'll need you to help me sear it into cinders. Zhang Xian instructed as he tossed the root out. The next moment, the Golden Origin Cauldron, the Celestial Fire Phoenix, and the other beasts and artifacts swiftly converged on the tiny root. Peel, please don't kill me. Seeing so many experts eyeing it with hostility, the root trembled in fear. It cried out in despair. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to submit. If it had never been rooted out, as long as its main body remained, it could regrow the massive tree and its long web of roots anytime it wanted. However, given the current circumstances, it did not seem like it had any other way out of this than to submit. That's more like it. Seeing how the root had cast aside its bravado after being caught, Zhang Xian nodded in contentment. He quickly sealed a contract with the root. With this, The culprit who had left all of the cultivators in the desert trembling in fear had become his tamed beast. Chapter 1716, The Ice Dimension. In truth, it was not accurate to call the root his tamed beast. After taking in a sliver of the other party's soul, Zhang Xian swiftly realized that the root was indeed a tree and not a beast. It was a life form named Berserk Yellowsonwood, which Kong Shi had found. He took it and planted it in his folded space to serve as the guardian of this world. As long as one infused sufficient power into it, it would be able to reduce anything into sand and enchant it for its own use. This was not just limited to humans but weapons and saint beasts as well. It sounded like a formidable ability, but due to the limitations of its soul energy, it was only able to control a handful of sand giants simultaneously. With its current strength, controlling 2 sempiternal realm advanced stage sand giants simultaneously was already the limit of its ability. As the new master of the Berserk Yellowsonwood, Zhang Xian was able to tap into its abilities. Nevertheless, even he was only able to control 3 sempiternal realm advanced stage sand giants simultaneously. In other words, if he worked hand-in-hand with the Berserk Yellowsonwood, they would only be able to control 5 sempiternal realm advanced stage sand giants simultaneously. That was not enough to form an army. Nevertheless, as his cultivation rose, his ability to control sand giants would only grow stronger and stronger. It might become a powerful weapon to deal against the otherworldly demonic tribe in the future. As for the Berserk Yellowsonwood itself, it was no exaggeration to say that it could be more powerful than the 5 monarchs if he used it well. After all, its ability allowed it to turn anyone whose cultivation did not exceed it into yellow sand, as long as certain conditions were met. There was no doubt that this was an extremely frightening ability that would strike horror into the heart of any cultivator. At the same time, while the prowess of sand giants was severely discounted due to their low intelligence, they were unafraid of sustaining injuries or death. As long as one could keep it constantly enchanted, it would never die. It would definitely be a headache for anyone to deal with. I could give the Berserk Yellowsonwood to Wang Ying. He did not have much of a need for the artifact, especially since he already had plenty of trump cards in his possession. However, if he gave it to Wang Ying, the latter's fighting prowess would surely rise significantly. In fact, if she could use it well, she might even be able to overpower Zhang Yang. Thinking of it, it was likely that Zheng Yang and Wang Ying, as the respective heads of the Combat Master Hall and Spirit Awakener Guild, had entered the Temple of Confucius as well. It was just that he did not know which dimension they had been teleported to. Suppressing these miscellaneous thoughts in his mind, he glanced at the Berserk Yellowsonwood and asked, "There should be an exit out of this dimension. Where is it located?" Zhang Xian had only realized it after taming the Berserk Yellowsonwood, but the latter actually did not kill too many cultivators. In fact, most of the sand giants that went after them earlier were simply corpses that it had reanimated. If the Berserk Yellowsonwood had truly wanted to go on a massacre, many would have been dead by now. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Thinking about it, if the Berserk Yellowsonwood was truly an uncontrollable force that craved the lives of others, Kong Shi would not have allowed it to continue living on this world. The exit is located at the bottom of the massive tree. As it spoke, the Berserk Yellowsonwood moved a little. Hong Long. The earth quaked intensely as all of the sand suddenly seemed to fall back into the earth, as if devoured by some powerful force. Following which, where the massive tree had existed previously, a seal reminiscent of a door appeared. The entire desert was indeed under your control. It's no wonder your roots were able to reach everywhere in the desert, Zhang Xian remarked. He stowed his beasts and artifacts back into his storage ring before turning to face the crowd behind him. I'm intending to enter the next dimension. If you wish to follow me, come along with me. Otherwise, you can simply cultivate here. Without the yellow sand, you should be able to advance your cultivation much faster here than anywhere else. With the vanishing of the yellow sand, the environment was no longer as arid as before. Spiritual energy swiftly gushed into the dimension, reaching a level of concentration similar to the forest dimension before. At the same time, Teacher's milieu began suffusing the area as well. If the crowd was unwilling to brave any more danger, they would be able to make massive advancements in their cultivation just by cultivating there. Just from this alone, their expedition would not have been wasted. Elder, I wish to follow you. I think I'll stay behind here. It's simply too dangerous. Even with plenty of treasures lying around, I won't be able to enjoy them if I lose my life. It did not take long before the group of 18 was divided into two teams, the Remain and the Leave factions. I'll leave it to you to decide what you want to do. Think it through carefully. In any case, the exit is right here, and you can make your decision anytime you want. I'll be going on ahead. Without saying too much, Zhang Xian walked right into the spatial seal and vanished. These cultivators that he had just met could only be considered acquaintances. There was no reason for him to get too deeply involved with them. He might have saved them once, but he could not continue taking care of them along the way, and he did not have the ability to guarantee their safety. If they wanted to acquire as much as they could from this ancient domain, they could only depend on themselves. Besides, he had to look for Luo Ruoxin. Furthermore, he was certain that Zhaoya, Yuan Tao, and Wei Ruyan, who had been captured a while back, would definitely be here. As such, he did not have the time or inclination to be merrymaking with a group of adventurers and enjoy the expedition. A short moment after Zhang Xian's departure, an intuitive impulse realm cultivator suddenly shook his head and remarked, "If we were a bit more decisive in choosing to follow behind that elder, we might have been able to reap great gains. It's unfortunate, but it seems like the window of opportunity has already slipped by." The man earlier might have been young, but he was discerning and rational. Even with the great dangers that lay throughout the ancient domain, it felt like the young man would be able to overcome them with ease. If they could follow such a leader, it was likely that they would be able to meet with their own fortuitous encounter as well. Of course, the young man had no reason to share the treasures that he had collected with them, but even the scraps and morsels that he left behind would allow their cultivation to surge swiftly. At the very least, they would be faring way better than they were at the moment. However, they had already missed this opportunity. Oblivious to the regrets lingering in the group that he had just departed from, the space around Zhang Xian distorted once more. Before he knew it, he was standing on an icy plain. With 2 prior experiences, he did not panic in the least. Instead, he flew as high as he could to survey the surroundings. Just like in the forest, the higher he flew, the greater the pressure on him. With his current cultivation realm, 30 meters was already the limit. The environment here is even colder than the glacier plain court. The entire world seemed to be cloaked with a thick layer of snow, and the gale that blew through the snowfield from time to time brought bone-chilling shivers to anyone brave enough to stand in the open in such weather. Even Aureate body realm cultivators would feel an urge to cover themselves beneath multiple thick layers. It still isn't the Temple of Confucius yet. I guess I'll have to find another exit in this snowfield. Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. He had thought that he would be able to find the Temple of Confucius swiftly after the ancient domain opened, but it seemed like he had underestimated the trials that Kong Shi had put in place. This was already the 3rd dimension that he had entered, and who knew how many more awaited for him? There are the 5 monarchs in the forest, the berserk yellows and wood in the desert. There should be something that forms the crux of this snowfield too. As long as I can find out what it is, I should be able to find the exit easily. He spun the Dragonbone Divine Spear to decide on a direction before advancing forward. The first thing that he had to do was find other life forms, be it the indigenous beings that lived in the snowfield or the experts from the Master-Teacher continent who had entered this world. Through them, he would be able to acquire critical intelligence and successfully identify the location of the exit. After flying for an hour, Zhang Xian caught sight of a group of people trudging through the snow. Zhang Xian was just about to approach them to seek out more information when his eyes suddenly widened, and he halted his footsteps. Otherworldly demons. There were around 20 people in the group, but the person who led the group at the forefront and the other 2 who followed at the very back were extraordinarily tall. Coupled with the intense killing intent they were emanating, it was apparent that they were otherworldly demons. Judging from the intensity of their auras, it seemed like they had reached the sempiternal realm. Even though they were no Wu Shu or Bei Xin, they could certainly be considered experts among the cultivators who had entered the ancient domain. As for the remaining members of the group sandwiched between them, They were all humans. However, it seemed like they had been curbed by the otherworldly demons through certain means. With deadpan looks on their faces, they trudged through the snow lifelessly under the otherworldly demon's lead. "Hurry up!" The otherworldly demon at the forefront bellowed impatiently. "It seems like an artifact that controls their souls," Zhang Xian thought with a frown. Through his eye of insight, he could see that the captured humans were led by a very thin thread, and there was not the slightest hint of emotion on their faces. There was only one possibility for a situation like this. The souls of the humans were being controlled by the otherworldly demons through some means. Otherwise, there was no way that they would have followed them so obediently. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian took a closer look at the crowd, and he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Wait a moment. Hu Yao Yao. Chapter 1717, Encountering the Altar Again, of the 20 cultivators controlled by the otherworldly demons. There was a young lady who boasted a seductive figure. Even though she was in a slightly unkempt state, she still commanded a charm that made it difficult for one to tear away one's eyes from her. She was a student that Zhang Xian had taken in back at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the head of the bewitching devil faction, Hu Yao Yao. Back then, Hu Yao Yao had been taken to the headquarters of the Terpsichore Guild and inherited the highest heritage of the predecessors. Within a short span of a few months, she had astonishingly managed to raise her cultivation up to Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle, just a step away from reaching the introspective convalescence realm. Of course, part of it could be credited to Zhang Xian's guidance back then, but more than that, her diligence and talent had definitely played a huge role as well. At the same time, it seemed like the Terpsichore Guild headquarters had held back no resources at all in grooming her. Her current strength was already more than enough to make her an authoritative figure within a major power, but in this ancient domain, which was filled with the top-notch experts, her strength was rather lacking. As the cold wind blew from the horizon, she trembled under the frost. Her face had turned rather flushed under the effects of the coldness, but it seemed like she was still coping for the time being. There were no visible injuries on her, but her spirit seemed to be a little withered. The cultivation of those around her was not too high either. Over 10 of them were only at St. Nine Dan, and the rest were at the introspective convalescence realm. Given so, it was no wonder that they were helpless before the prowess of 3 sempiternal realm otherworldly demons. Even though Zhang Xian had seen a familiar face, he did not rush into making a move. Instead, he sealed the space around him and discreetly followed behind the group. 3 sempiternal realm primary stage otherworldly demons did not pose a threat to him at all. He could easily kill them whenever he wanted to. However, he felt that it was more important for him to uncover the intentions of the otherworldly demons. After traveling for around 10 minutes, a glistening frosted layer of ice came into sight. "Hurry up!" Following which, he saw several other groups of humans being led over as well. All in all, there were around 100 humans gathered in the area, and they were all from different occupations. At the very center of the ice field was a circular altar with all sorts of formation flags erected around it. An otherworldly demon dressed in black armor stood by the altar as he ordered 3 otherworldly demons to inscribe formation marks on the ground. "Bring the hostages here," he commanded with a grand wave of his hand. The otherworldly demons hurriedly positioned the human hostages in a circle around the altar. At the same time, Zhang Xian noticed a thin thread wrapped around the wrists of the human hostages, completely sealing their cultivation. Are they intending to tribute these human hostages to that god of theirs? Zhang Xian thought as his face darkened. He had seen this altar many times in the past. The kings of the Qingtian lineage had used it several times to offer tribute to the spirit god in exchange for power. However, treasures had been used as tributes back then. For them to kidnap these humans, were they planning to use these live humans as sacrifices? However, what did they hope to obtain by sacrificing these humans to that god of theirs? Were they intending to use these tributes to find the exit in this snow dimension? But if it's just to find the exit, there's no need for them to go to such lengths. Zhang Xian swiftly refuted that hypothesis with a deep frown. Having cleared the forest dimension and desert dimension, he already had some experience with looking for the exits. As long as one traveled to the crux of the dimension, It was not too difficult to find the exit. There was no reason for them to tribute the lives of so many people in order to find the exit. The main purpose of the otherworldly demons entering the ancient domain was to acquire the great codex of spring and autumn. Considering how they had not even confirmed the location of the Temple of Confucius yet, it did not seem wise for them to conduct such slaughter at this point in time. It could very well draw the hostility of all parties within the ancient domain onto them prematurely. No matter what the purpose of the otherworldly demons is, saving that group should be my first move. Since Zhang Xian had witnessed such a sight, he could not possibly allow them to die before his eyes. Furthermore, his student, Hu Yaoyao, was among the crowd. Scanning the fighting prowess of the otherworldly demonic tribe gathered in the area swiftly, there were 13 of them in the sempiternal realm, 20 at the intuitive impulse realm, and the rest were in the aureate body and introspective convalescence realms. All in all, they numbered less than 50 people. Such a force posed no threat to Zhang Xian at all. He could easily slaughter all of them with ease. Even the strongest individual among them, the black-armored otherworldly demon, was only at sempiternal realm advanced stage, a long way off from matching him. The thin thread that is used to seal the crowd's cultivation is likely a great sage artifact. If I launch an attack recklessly, the otherworldly demons might trigger the great sage artifact out of rage and kill Hu Yaoyao and the others on the spot. Zhang Xian thought, furrowing his brows. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Even without relying on the prowess of the 5 monarchs, he would still be able to defeat them with ease given his current fighting prowess. However, if he pushed the otherworldly demons too far, there was a chance that the otherworldly demons might choose to kill all of the hostages out of desperation. In order to prevent such a tragedy from happening, he had to first devise a flawless plan. Breaking the spatial barrier demands a heavy price, so we can't afford to make the slightest mistake. Ensure that every artifact is placed in their exact location. The black-armored otherworldly demon continued to issue commands. The otherworldly demons swiftly moved artifacts one after another onto the altar. Taking a swift look, there were rare spirit stones, the blood essence of great sage beasts, unique formation scripts, all sorts of miraculous medicine. In any case, the sheer number of treasures that were being heaped onto the altar was so great that it could nearly match a tenth of his entire wealth. Breaking the spatial barrier? Could it be that they are intending to teleport straight into the Temple of Confucius? The black-armored otherworldly demon had spoken in the native tongue of the otherworldly demonic tribe, but Zhang Xian was able to understand it. Even for the otherworldly demonic tribe, this pile of resources was not something that they could afford to squander away. Instead of finding the exit, they were setting up an altar. It was apparent that their motive was not as simple as just moving on to the next world. Regardless of what they are trying to do, I should focus on saving the hostages first. If he wanted to stop the otherworldly demons, a battle was inevitable. However, in order to do so, he had to ensure the safety of the hostages. After a moment of hesitation, he altered his appearance and headed behind a block of ice before undoing the spatial seal concealing his figure. With a flick of his wrist, he equipped himself with a Saint Pinnacle sword. If he dashed right in, there was no way that he would be able to save anyone. At the same time, he would not be able to uncover the secrets behind the altar and deduce the motives of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As such, the best move that he could make at the moment was actually to be captured like Hu Yaoyao and the others. He could make use of this opportunity to undo the seal placed upon the crowd. Once the safety of the hostages was confirmed, he would finally be able to let loose. Let's do it then. The black-armored otherworldly demon was facing away from Zhang Xian as he supervised the setting up of the altar. Knowing that this was an ideal moment for him to strike, he dashed forward furiously. Warping into a streak of lightning, he formed a straight line together with his sword as he pierced straight for the heart of the black-armored otherworldly demon. At the same time, he drove his prowess as an aureate body realm cultivator, invoking a golden sheen to envelop his body. At this moment, it felt as if he was the incarnation of a Buddha. This assault might have seemed flawless, but the truth was that Zhang Xian had suppressed his strength to the level of an ordinary aureate body realm cultivator. At the same time, He did not utilize his spatial quintessence and time quintessence. As a result, despite the swift speed that he was moving at, it was hardly enough to phase a sempiternal realm expert. It seems like a fish has escaped from our net. Aureate body realm consummation? No wonder. Sensing the assault of an enemy, the black-armored otherworldly demon harumphed coldly. Without turning around, he bent his finger backward and flicked it powerfully. Ding! A formidable aura collided with the tip of Zhang Xian's sword. Despite being enveloped in a thick layer of sword qi, his sword still produced a metallic clang upon contact with the aura. It was as if it had struck a thick metal wall. No matter how he pushed his sword forward, it simply would not move at all. Break! With a desperate look on his face, Zhang Xian released a deafening roar as he brought his sword upward and hacked it down. Tzzzzzz. Dozens of surges of sword qi converged together, forming a single line as it descended upon the aura barrier, impeding his advancement. Voila! The aura was swiftly sliced into two, and Zhang Xian continued his furious charge. It seems like you do have some ability. The black-armored otherworldly demon was slightly startled to see that the young man was actually able to overcome his casual finger flick. He turned around to face the young man, and with a swift maneuver, he grabbed the sword pointed right at him between his fingers. To be able to avoid our lines of sight and make a decent assassination attempt on me, I must admit that you are quite an outstanding individual. You would have grown into a formidable expert with sufficient time if you had chosen to escape. However, since you have chosen to make me your enemy, I'm afraid that you won't have a future. With a derisive chuckle, the black-armored, otherworldly demon crushed his palm down upon Zhang Xian. Hula! That palm felt as if it had come from the heavens themselves. Even the surrounding space trembled a little in the face of its might. Chapter 17-18 Zhang Xian has been captured. How can you be so powerful? Zhang Xian's face warped in horror as he cast aside his sword and retreated in a fluster. His current fighting prowess was only that of an aureate body realm consummation cultivator. As long as the enemy did not feel threatened by his existence, they would not make a move on the hostages. Seeing how the young man had decisively chosen to escape as soon as his assassination failed, the black-armored otherworldly demon harumphed coldly. Do you honestly think that you still stand a chance at escaping? The next moment, the force of his palm strike intensified. Immense pressure gushed over in waves, leaving Zhang Xian feeling as if he was standing before a giant. Break! Zhang Xian roared with a hint of panic in his voice. Hong Long, the Saint Pinnacle sword, which the black-armored otherworldly demon was still holding onto, shattered in the air, producing a shockwave comparable to the force of a Saint Nine Dan cultivator imploding their Dantian. The immense force caused the black-armored otherworldly demon's attack to waver, thus buying time for Zhang Xian to escape. Using this precious time that he had bought by sacrificing his beloved weapon, he immediately flitted away as quickly as he could. Hold it right there. Walala. Seeing that the assassin was going to get away, the surrounding otherworldly demons immediately drew their weapons as they prepared to make a move. Lay down your arms. That fellow interests me. Leave him to me. The black-armored otherworldly demon chuckled softly as he took a step forward and thrust his palm downward. The explosion of a Saint Pinnacle weapon was plenty formidable, but it was simply too weak to phase a sempiternal realm cultivator. Hula! Another massive palm appeared in the air above Zhang Xian. At the same time, the space around him seemed to have frozen, rendering him unable to move at all. Damn it! Zhang Xian cursed with a savage look on his face. The next moment, blood spurted from his mouth. As if he had ignited his bloodline ability, his aura suddenly surged by twofold. With his newfound strength, he attempted to break free of the frozen space around him. You are powerful for an aureate body realm cultivator, but the gap between the aureate body realm and sempiternal realm is not something that one can bridge with just talent and wits. Get down here. Voila! The black-armored, otherworldly demon placed his hands together, and sonic booms suddenly echoed relentlessly in the air. Zhang Xian was still unable to break free of the spatial restraints around him. As if a tightly bound crab, No matter how he struggled, he was unable to get away at all. Come here. The black-armored, otherworldly demon beckoned with his hand, and Zhang Xian floated helplessly toward him. At this moment, Zhang Xian's face was completely pale. It seemed as if he had been drained of all his strength due to the ignition of his bloodline. Knowing that his fate was sealed, Zhang Xian spat a mouthful of saliva at the black-armored, otherworldly demon as he bellowed furiously, "Kill me if you will, but I, Xian Zhang, will never submit to you." Kill you? Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I'll allow you to live a little longer. The more formidable a master teacher is, the purer their Jinqi would be. You are the perfect tribute to our god. I was still worried that we might not have enough tributes here, but now that you are here, my worries are allayed. With a light chuckle, the black-armored, otherworldly demon tossed Zhang Xian over to Hu Yao Yao and the others. Shackle him. He shall be used as one of our tributes. Yes, Commander. Two otherworldly demons rushed up to Zhang Xian, and with a light grasp of their hands, a narrow thread wrapped itself around his wrist, sealing his cultivation. In such a state, he would not be able to exert his Zhenqi at all. After that was done, the otherworldly demons swiftly returned to preparing the altar. With everything working out as he had planned, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was able to study the narrow thread wrapped around his pulse, he suddenly heard a sigh in his ears. You shouldn't have come here. You are sacrificing yourself for nothing. The one who had spoken was an introspective convalescence realm elder, not too far away from him. Elder, do you know why they have prepared this altar? Zhang Xian asked. He was slightly surprised to see that the other party was completely awake, unlike the lifeless looks on the other cultivators around him. However, he swiftly attributed the matter to the elder's higher cultivation. Perhaps the great sage artifact did not work as well on him. They are intending to tribute us to break open space to construct a bridge that leads straight into the temple of Confucius, the elder said with a suppressed voice. As his cultivation had been sealed, he was unable to use Zhenqi telepathy. Break open space? Construct a bridge that leads straight into the temple of Confucius? Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. Isn't there an exit in this snow dimension? As long as they find the exit, they should be able to reach the temple of Confucius. Is there a need for them to go through so much trouble for this? Exit? Hearing that, a bitter smile appeared on the elder's face. There's indeed an exit here, but it's impossible to enter the temple of Confucius through these exits. Impossible? Zhang Xian frowned doubtfully. Having traveled from one dimension to another, he had deduced that the ancient domain had a structure similar to a dungeon. As long as he went deep enough, he would eventually reach the temple of Confucius. The temple of Confucius has 6 subordinate halls and 1 prime hall. The subordinate halls should correspond to each of the dimensions. The exits and entrances of these dimensions are connected to one another, so if we progressed from one exit to the other, we would only be traveling among the 6 dimensions. It's impossible to reach the temple of Confucius in such a manner, the elder said. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Take this snow dimension for example. If we continued moving from one exit to another, after passing through 5 dimensions, we would only return here. Is that the case? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had thought that as long as he traveled through all of the dimensions, he would eventually arrive at the temple of Confucius. Who could have thought that the dimensions actually formed a closed loop? Did that not mean that he was traveling in circles? But this is a secret that even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters isn't aware of. How do you know about it? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Despite all of the positions that he had, he was unaware of such critical intelligence. If Pavilion Master Run of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters knew of this matter, he would have told him. It did not make sense for the elder before him to know of this matter. I happen to be fairly proficient in the tongue of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and I heard them discussing the matter earlier. It seems like the only way to enter the Temple of Confucius is to break open the space of one of the dimensions and enter its corresponding subordinate hall. The elder said, Enter the corresponding subordinate hall? If I'm not mistaken, Only those who possess the celestial amulet of legacy are able to enter the subordinate halls, right? If everyone could enter the subordinate halls just by breaking open the space in the ancient domain, what would be the point of distributing the celestial amulets of legacy in the first place? Similarly, there would be no need for the world to vie over them. It's indeed impossible to enter the subordinate hall without the celestial amulet of legacy, but they will still be able to reach the exterior of the subordinate hall. That's the true outer perimeter of the Temple of Confucius, and the spiritual energy is much more concentrated there. Those who cultivate there will be able to raise their cultivation swiftly. Furthermore, even if one is unable to enter the subordinate hall, one will still be able to camp at the exterior and snatch the loot of those who manage to get in. As such, most experts have chosen to camp at the exteriors, and it's said that there are ancient sages among them. The elder explained. Ancient sages? They are camping at the exteriors too? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in horror. Indeed, due to the restrictions placed on the Temple of Confucius, they won't be able to enter the subordinate halls or the prime hall. Nevertheless, they will still be able to camp in the area and snatch the possessions of those leaving the area. After all, those who enter the Temple of Confucius will eventually have to leave the area. In fact, that's probably where the true danger lies. Ordinary cultivators like us can only be content with roaming around the dimensions. If we really reach the exterior, we will probably lose our lives before we know it. The elder said bitterly, "Forget it, there's no point talking about it now. We'll become tributes very soon anyway, so it's not as if those things have anything to do with us." "I guess so," Zhang Xian replied perfunctorily, while he processed the massive load of information that he had just received. He had thought that ancient sages would not be able to enter even the dimensions that they were in, but they were actually able to reach the very exterior of the Temple of Confucius. A thought emerged in Zhang Xian's mind. If the otherworldly demons are aware of such information, does it mean that they have already finished scouting all 6 dimensions? Or could it be that one of their experts have already reached the exterior of a subordinate hall? He had already traveled through 3 dimensions so far, but Zhaoya, Wei Ruyan, and the others were nowhere to be seen. At the same time, he did not see the 100 schools of philosophers, and even Luo Ruoxin and the others were nowhere to be found. Was there a chance that they had already reached the exteriors of the subordinate halls? Chapter 1719, Activating the Altar. From the looks of it, it seems like I'm lagging behind the others. I'll have to hurry up. He had already wasted almost 10 hours traveling through the 3 worlds. If someone managed to make their way into the subordinate hall during this period of time, the treasures inside would likely have been emptied out already. He really had to make haste. He could not continue wasting time on searching for exits. Turning his gaze to the otherworldly demons, he noted that they were almost done arranging their artifacts on the altar in a specific manner. Knowing that there was no time to be wasted, he placed his finger on the thread sealing his pulse. Wong. With a jolt, a book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. Placing his finger on it, the content within the book swiftly flowed into his head. Soul Theft Shackle, a great sage artifact capable of sealing an individual's soul and zhenqi. It's forged out of the tendons of the sempiternal realm consummation beast, Primorigin Acheron fish. Even sempiternal realm consummation cultivators have trouble escaping from it. Flaws. Reading through the content, Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Just as he had guessed, the artifact that had trapped the crowd was a great sage artifact. If he had chosen to really assassinate the black-armored, otherworldly demon instead of letting himself be captured, Hu Yaoyao and the others would have been killed with just a thought from the latter. I have to deal with this thing first? Zhang Xian took a deep breath before activating his Eye of Insight. Knowing the flaws of the thread, he swiftly devised a feasible way to discreetly snap the thread. Voila! With a thought, his primordial spirit flicked the thread lightly. His zhenqi immediately broke free of the great sage artifact and flowed smoothly through his body once more. However, he did not let it show. Instead, he turned to the elder and sent him a telepathic message. "Elder, do you want to kill these otherworldly demons?" The elder was taken aback. The fact that the other party was able to send a telepathic message to him meant that his cultivation had not been sealed. Fearing that the elder would speak and alert the otherworldly demons, Zhang Xian hurriedly continued. Don't talk and just follow my orders. I have a surge of zhenqi here. I want you to follow my orders and channel it toward the thread wrapped around your wrist. Knowing that it was of paramount importance not to alarm the otherworldly demons, the elder nodded discreetly. In order to break free of the thread binding us, we'll need 10 people to cooperate with us. So, I need you to help pass the zhenqi on over to the next person, Zhang Xian added, and he infused several surges of zhenqi into the elder's body. The best way to deal with this great sage artifact was for him to tame it and use it for himself. The way to tame it was to strike 10 of its flaws simultaneously. However, the crowd was trapped at the moment, and he did not dare to move too much for fear of alarming the otherworldly demons. Thus, he could only borrow their hands to exert his own zhenqi. The elder nodded silently as he mouthed, "All right." Using his body as a bridge, he passed the zhenqi onto the person ahead of him. The person who had received the zhenqi was first stunned for a moment, but he swiftly received Zhang Xian's telepathic message. The cycle continued on and on. Knowing that this was their only shot at survival, all of them followed the instructions strictly without saying a word. The surge of zhenqi swiftly went half a circle before reaching Hu Yaoyao. "It's you." Upon hearing the zhenqi telepathy and sensing the zhenqi flowing into her body, the image of a certain young man immediately surfaced in Hu Yaoyao's mind. Her body jolted, and she quickly turned her gaze over. Xianzhang, Zhang Xian. It's indeed that fellow. She could not help but smile a little when she heard the name reported by the other party. If that fellow was truly there, they were in safe hands. Even though she had gone to the Terpsichore Guild headquarters shortly after leaving the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, news about him had continued echoing in her ears. In just a few short months, he had gained great prestige and standing on the Master Teacher continent. With him making a move, there was no way that anything would happen to them. Oblivious to the fact that someone had already seen through his disguise, Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message to everyone. "All right, let's make a move on my command. Make sure to exert the zhenqi at the coordinates that I have given you. There mustn't be any mistake." The next moment, all of those who had received his zhenqi placed their fingers on the thread wrapped around their wrists. "Begin." Wang. The thread shuddered a little, following which, Zhang Xian felt a consciousness seeping into his mind. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. The great sage artifact had submitted to him. Protect the crowd. If any of the otherworldly demons intend them harm, stop them at any cost. Zhang Xian relayed his orders to the thread before turning his gaze toward the otherworldly demons once more. They continued setting up the altar, and roughly 10 minutes later, they finally came to a halt. Even though they looked extremely exhausted, there was an excited gleam that could be seen in their eyes. One of the otherworldly demons clasped his fist and reported, "Commander, we have finished setting up the altar. It's ready to be activated at any moment." "Very well. Tell the men to prepare themselves." The black-armored, otherworldly demon nodded in approval. Flicking his wrist, an icy cold crystal surfaced in his grasp. He placed it at the very center of the altar. Wang. A faint light slowly enveloped the entire altar, and an imposing surge of energy seemed to slowly diffuse into the surroundings. "Is that crystal the core artifact that guards the snow dimension?" Zhang Xian wondered. The guardian of the forest dimension was the 5 monarchs, and for the desert dimension, it was the berserk yellows and wood. The icy cold crystal was in perfect harmony with the snowy environment, such that it seemed as if it would be able to tap into the power of the dimension itself. From that alone, it was likely a similar existence to the 5 monarchs or the berserk yellows and wood. Since it was possible for the guardian to be beasts or a plant, there was no reason that it could not be an ore. Wang Wang Wang. As the altar activated, the energy from the icy cold seemed to grow stronger and stronger. A brilliant pillar of light burst into the sky, threatening to tear a dimension rift in the space above. It seemed like the dimensions had a spatial seal limiting the movements of those within it to 30 meters and below. As a result, the pillar of light halted upon reaching 30 meters. It struggled frantically, but it was unable to overcome this limitation at all. Ignite. With a grim look on his face, the black-armored, otherworldly demon tapped the altar, and the altar began to revolve. As if ice cubes placed in a burning cauldron, the artifacts placed on the altar began to melt, bestowing the pillar of light with greater power. Under the augmentation from the ignition of the artifacts, the pillar of light finally broke through the restriction, and with a deafening roar, it surged up into the sky. With the assault of the pillar of light, countless glaring dark lacerations appeared in the space around. The snow dimension trembled non-stop, as if someone was trying to tear it apart. Are they trying to forcefully destroy a spatial law of this dimension? Zhang Xian jolted in astonishment. He had been thinking about how one could break open the space in the dimension to reach the Temple of Confucius. He never would have thought that the trick was actually this. It turned out that the greater stabilization of space in the ancient domain was actually the result of a higher-order spatial law at work. As long as one ripped apart this higher-order spatial law, it would be possible to rip open a dimension rift and arrive at the Temple of Confucius. Voila! As more artifacts on the altar were consumed, the pillar of light rose higher and higher. Soon, it had already reached over 50 meters high, 60 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters, 99 meters. It seemed like this was the very limit of the sky. As the pillar of light struck this point, a faint seal came into sight. Ripples diffused on it with a brilliant shimmer of light. No matter how the pillar of light knocked on the seal, it was unable to break through it. A massive temple could vaguely be seen beyond. It seemed to be hiding on the other side of the seal. "It's the Temple of Confucius," Zhang Xian exclaimed as he turned his gaze back to the altar. At this moment, all of the artifacts had already been depleted. The might of the pillar of light was starting to diminish. As if having expected such a situation to arise, the black-armored, otherworldly demon harumphed coldly. "Prepare yourselves. We'll be releasing the zhenqi of those tributes to pay respects to the spirit god." Walala! A tall, otherworldly demon walked to the back of the crowd before and whipped out a bizarre artifact, which floated quietly in the air. Chapter 1720 The Reappearance of the Spirit God. This artifact resembled a jade compass, yet it could have been a jade tortoiseshell. As soon as it came into contact with the narrow thread that connected everyone, the crowd felt a numbing sensation coursing through their body. The next moment, their zhenqi began gushing out through the thread uncontrollably. They don't intend to kill the hostages? Zhang Xian's initial intention was to use the soul theft shackle to counterattack and kill the otherworldly demons. Contrary to his expectations, however, instead of killing the 100 human hostages that they had to tribute them to their god, the otherworldly demon had only sapped their zhenqi. Since that was the case, he did not think that he needed to make a move right now. To be honest, he wanted to see what the otherworldly demons had to do in order to get into the Temple of Confucius. Given that there was no danger for the time being, he acted as if he had been controlled as well and allowed his zhenqi to flow through the soul theft shackle as well, just like the other human hostages. Soon, the flow of their zhenqi formed a circular loop. Wong. A striking light shone from the soul theft shackle and harmonized with the inscriptions on the ground. Hong Long. The pillar of light above the altar immediately expanded several-fold. Augmented by the energy of the crowd, it gushed toward the heavens with far greater might than before. Walala! Under the intense assault of the pillar of light, the sound of flowing water echoed from the seal above. However, it still refused to break open. Seeing such a sight, the black-armored, otherworldly demon narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a saber and slit his palm softly. Fresh blood gushed out from his hand and dribbled onto the altar. In an instant, the pillar of light grew even brighter than before. This descendant of the spirit tribe, Bei Hong, offers his blood as a tribute to the spirit god. I humbly beseech the spirit god to bestow upon us the strength to break the spatial seal. The black-armored, otherworldly demon spoke in a tribal voice reminiscent of a curse. The light above the altar grew even more blinding, following which, a massive door appeared before everyone's sight. This door emanated an astoundingly oppressive aura. It felt as if even someone of Zhang Xian's ability was nothing more than an ant before this aura. He's summoning the spirit god? Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed. The Skyleaf King had used this ability before. His cultivation had still been low back then, but he did not think that he would still be utterly helpless even against the will that lay on the other side of the door in his current state. Who? The door slowly appeared, and a vague silhouette came into sight. Along with the presence of the silhouette came a crushing pressure on his soul. Even with his soul depth of 29.9, he could not help but feel his state of mind falling into an unstable state. Given how even its silhouette was powerful enough to cause such a sensation within him, if the figure turned around, it was likely that everyone's will would collapse and die on the spot before any tribute could be offered. Formidable. Zhang Xian's body stiffened as his face paled. He had encountered an ancient sage in the past, but it was apparent that the spirit god was way stronger than the ancient sages. In fact, it was doubtful whether Vicious would have been able to compete with her at his peak. In fact, it felt like if the spirit god simply walked through the door, the entire master-teacher continent would disintegrate under the sheer pressure that she exerted upon the world. But why does the spirit god's silhouette look a little familiar to me? While being astonished by the might wielded by the spirit god, a sensation similar to what he had felt previously struck him. Back when he was still in the Qiuwu Palace, when he caught sight of the spirit god summoned by the Skyleaf King, he had also felt this sensation of familiarity as well. If he had to describe this feeling, it would be something akin to déjà vu, as if he had seen the other party somewhere before. At this moment, such a feeling arose in his heart as well. Not only was he unable to shake off such a feeling, it also seemed to be growing stronger by the moment. Yet, when he attempted to grasp at the feeling, he found his memories blurring and his consciousness blanking out, preventing his thoughts from running. It was as if some compelling force was intentionally keeping him from thinking deeper into this matter. If it was something that was beyond what Zhang Xian could do at the moment, he would not waste his time on it. Thus, he shook off the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind and focused his attention on the silhouette above. With the appearance of the spirit god, the depletion of Zhenqi grew even faster. In just a short instant, everyone's face had already turned pale. I beseech the spirit god to bestow upon us a passageway into the temple of Confucius. The black-armored, otherworldly demon named Bei Hong uttered with a deep voice as he allowed his blood to continue flowing into the altar. Due to the profuse loss of blood, his body had already begun trembling uncontrollably. It seemed as if he would reach his limit very soon. Hula! Shortly after those words were spoken, a ray of light burst through the door, and the spatial seal that the altar was unable to destroy began to slowly melt like the winter frost encountering the spring sun. Soon enough, a passageway appeared above. The spirit god had answered Bei Hong's prayers and made a move. "Thank you, spirit god." Bei Hong kneeled onto the ground and bowed earnestly. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Who? Following which, the silhouette vanished and the door slowly dissipated. Bei Hong struggled to his feet and turned to the otherworldly demons around him, saying, "This passageway will only last 30 breaths. Hurry up and make a move." "Commander, these humans have seen us paying tribute to the spirit god. Should we?" One of the otherworldly demons gestured to kill the human hostages. "Sovereign Qin Yong has ordered us not to harm the master teachers for the time being. Their Zhenqi has been depleted, so they won't be able to pull off anything anyway. Let's not cause any unnecessary complications and quickly leave the area." Bei Hong harumphed as he darted toward the open spatial seal. "Where do you think you are going?" Seeing that Bei Hong was going to leave the area, how could Zhang Xian allow him to do as he pleased? Without hiding his cultivation any longer, he reached out, grabbed Bei Hong, and pulled him down. Voila! The two of them were nearly 100 meters apart, but Zhang Xian's movement was not bound by the limitations of space. His fingers wrapped themselves around Bei Hong's ankles, and the latter's movement swiftly slowed to a halt. "You hid your true cultivation?" Bei Hong widened his eyes in horror as he felt his body plummeting to the ground. The strength that was being exerted through the hand wrapped around his ankle was actually even stronger than his. Alarmed, he quickly whipped out his saber to sever the hand on his ankle. Hula. Despite Bei Hong's aggression, he did not utilize his full strength as he expected the young man to retract his hand. Contrary to his expectations, the young man's hand continued to grip his leg firmly. A grim look appeared on his face as he drove his strength further. Ding! The saber struck the young man's sword, causing sparks to fly around the place. Yet, the saber failed to leave even the slightest print on the young man's hand. How is this possible? Bei Hong narrowed his eyes in disbelief. His saber was a half-great sage artifact. Putting aside Aureate Body Realm cultivators, a slash from his blade would lop off even the heads of the sempiternal realm cultivators. But such a saber actually failed to leave any mark on the young man at all. Just how powerful was the young man? Kill him. In that instant, Bei Hong realized that he was severely overpowered. He knew that it would be impossible for him to defeat the young man with his saber, so he immediately turned his gaze to the soul theft shackle instead. He had not tamed the soul theft shackle yet, but he was still able to command it to do his bidding. With this artifact in his possession, he would not fear the young man no matter how powerful the other party's defense was. He commanded the soul theft shackle through his mind, but even after waiting for a while, there was still no response. He hurriedly turned his gaze to the soul theft shackle, only to see that it was swaying leisurely in the young man's hand. You tamed my artifact? At that instant, Bei Hong felt as if his head was exploding apart. In order to enter the Temple of Confucius, Sovereign Chen Yong had lent him this artifact to use. Even he had been unable to tame the soul theft shackle, so why would it end up submitting to the young man all of a sudden? Heh. With a cold sneer, the young man tapped on the soul theft shackle lightly. Hula. The soul theft shackle immediately darted upward and bound Bei Hong as if he was a rice dumpling. Given how the young man had even successfully tamed the soul theft shackle, Bei Hong immediately realized that there was no way that they would stand a chance against the young man even if they put their might together. Thus, he quickly turned to his subordinates and bellowed anxiously, "Everyone, run away!" But barely after the shout escaped from his mouth, he realized that 5 powerful sempiternal realm consummation beasts had appeared on the ice field and slaughtered all of his tribesmen. There was not a single survivor. Pooh. There was no doubt that this was the doing of the young man. Unable to take it any longer, Bei Hong spurted a mouthful of blood. Seal. Knowing that he would still be able to wangle more information from Bei Hong, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and threw the latter into the myriad ant hive nest. After this was done, he swiftly stowed the altar and the icy crystal on top of it into his storage ring. Following that, he turned to the crowd and said, "The exterior around the Temple of Confucius is too dangerous. It'll be much safer for you to remain here." After saying those words, he leaped up and headed right into the spatial passageway. Chapter 1721 Xianer. Hurry over, wait for me. Before Zhang Xian could reach the passageway, he suddenly heard a shout below, following which, a figure darted in his direction and grabbed onto his robe. Hu Yao Yao. Zhang Xian wondered speechlessly. The person who had grabbed him was none other than the familiar face among the crowd, Hu Yao Yao. This friend over here, it's extremely dangerous to proceed any further than this. It would be best for you to remain behind, Zhang Xian said as he raised his palm, intending to send the young lady back to the ground. Through his communication with the elder earlier, he had heard that there were not just sempiternal realm otherworldly demons in the exteriors of the Temple of Confucius. It was very likely that there were ancient sages as well. It was an extremely treacherous place where he could not even guarantee his own safety. Considering how Hu Yao Yao was only a Saint Nine Dan cultivator at the moment, it was practically suicide for her to enter as well. In any case, he had disguised himself as someone else, so it was not as if Hu Yao Yao knew that it was him. Just as Zhang Xian was about to make the move, he heard a voice speaking telepathically in his mind. "Zhang Xian, if you dare throw me down, I'll run straight to your Zhang clan and claim that you molested me and demand that you take responsibility for me." Pooh! Zhang Xian nearly fainted upon hearing those words. "How did you know it's me?" He dared not claim that his disguise was flawless, but he was confident that even ancient sages would have difficulties trying to see through his disguise. Considering how Hu Yaoyao was only at St. Nindan Pinnacle, how did she recognize him? More importantly, she even threatened to wreak havoc at the Zhang clan. A similar conflict had happened back when they were still at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, just that he was the one who claimed that he had been violated back then. This last sure was vindictive, even remembering this matter after so long. But considering Hu Yaoyao's personality, she was really capable of something like that. Of course, it was not as if anyone would believe it, but just thinking of how embarrassing it would be for the head of the 3 premier clans and the Sanctum of Sages, as well as a 9-star master teacher, to have a young lady running to his home and claiming that he had molested her. Even if no one would take it for real, his dignified reputation would be ripped apart. More importantly, what if Luo Ruoxin heard of the matter? Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian shook his head and replied telepathically, "It's dangerous on the other side. Think it over carefully. I want to go." Hu Yaoyao insisted resolutely. Very well then. Seeing that Hu Yaoyao was adamant, Zhang Xian knew that he would not be able to shake her off. Thus, he grabbed her and dashed into the spatial passageway. Voila! The two of them warped into 2 streaks of light as they dashed right through the spatial passageway. Barely an instant after they disappeared from sight, the spatial passageway dissipated, and the spatial restriction swiftly reformed itself. Watching as everything reverted back to normal, the crowd of ex-captives stood back up. They had thought that they were doomed, but before they knew it, the otherworldly demons had already been killed, and their benefactor had left through the spatial passageway, leaving them dazed on the spot. "Elder, what should we do?" The crowd turned to the elder whom Zhang Xian had communicated with earlier. He was the strongest cultivator among them, so it was inevitable that the crowd would think highly of his input. The elder pondered for a moment before replying. "Since the otherworldly demons have been killed, we should be out of danger for the time being. Why don't we focus our attention on cultivating? Once the Temple of Confucius closes, we won't have such a chance anymore." To be honest, even if someone inflated his guts tenfold, he would not dare to head to the exteriors of the Temple of Confucius. He valued his life far too much to put himself at such risk. Since that was the case, he might as well cultivate where he was and try to push for a breakthrough as soon as possible. "You're right." The crowd nodded in agreement. Having just come to close to death's jaws, their appetite for risk was at an all-time low. Knowing that being too ambitious would only come back to bite them, they did not think that it was wise to test the limits of their capabilities. "Xianzhong." Looking at the sky where the duo had vanished into, the elder remarked deeply, "Who could have thought that there would be such a formidable young man in the master-teacher continent? His capabilities can be said to nearly be on par with the great Zhang Xian." However, before he could finish his words, his body suddenly froze on the spot. Xianzhong, Zhang Xian, could it be? As such a realization struck him, a bitter smile surfaced on his lips. It seemed like it was true that real experts paid no heed to petty details. Could he have been any more perfunctory with the name that he made up for himself? Anyone would have been able to connect the dots, once they had some time to think over it after the matter. "Are you sure you are trying to hide your identity from the world and not proclaiming yourself to everyone you come by? Well, I guess this means that I'm indebted to him. I'll have to make sure to repay this debt to the Zhang clan in the future." A debt of a life was not something that he could shrug off. Since he knew the other party's identity, he would have to find some way to return the favor to the Zhang clan in the future. Who? Traveling across the spatial seal, Zhang Xian and Hu Yaoyao fell to the ground at the same time. In the foreground, one could vaguely see a massive structure floating in the air. "Have we arrived?" Hu Yaoyao shook her head in an attempt to expel the dizziness as she got to her feet. "It seems so," Zhang Xian replied. The spatial laws in the dimension that he had just entered were far stricter than the forest dimension, the desert dimension, and the snow dimension. Even with his prowess, he could not even fly at all. In the previous locations, he could at least still fly at a low altitude. In this dimension, he could only obediently travel on foot, just like an ordinary mortal. Hu Yaoyao pointed at the massive structure in the distance and asked as she tidied her clothes, "Is that the Temple of Confucius?" Zhang Xian nodded in response. It seemed like the elder was right. Traveling through the spatial seal would bring him to the exterior of the Temple of Confucius. However, it might not be a good decision to rush right over. Considering the dangers that could be lurking around the area, it was best for him to clarify the situation before heading over. This was even more so given that it was a passageway opened by the otherworldly demonic tribe. If there was an otherworldly demon ancient sage lying ahead, they would really die indignantly. Hula. With a flick of his wrist, the bound Bei Hong appeared before him. Soul search. Knowing that Bei Hong would not speak no matter how he interrogated him, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to waste his effort questioning to the other party. Without any hesitation, he executed soul search on the other party right away. Who? Information swiftly surged into Zhang Xian's head. Just as he had heard from the elder earlier, the outer perimeter of the Temple of Confucius was made up of 6 dimensions. The exits and entrances were linked to one another, so if one traveled from one exit to another, one would only be moving around in circles. This was intelligence that Bei Hong had received from Sovereign Chen Yong. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. As for how Bei Hong was able to receive the information from Sovereign Chen Yong when he was unable to use his communication jade token, the secret lay in the altar. The spirit god that the otherworldly demon tribe revered was simply so powerful that even though the Temple of Confucius was created by Kong Shi himself, it did not wield sufficient strength to stop that powerful figure beyond those doors. If Sovereign Chen Yong was able to send information in here, it's likely that he has entered the Temple of Confucius as well. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in worry. Previously, he had heard that the most powerful otherworldly demon emperor had discreetly entered the master-teacher continent. From the looks of it, it was likely that the person was Sovereign Chen Yong. No one in the master-teacher pavilion had met Sovereign Chen Yong before, but it was definite that he was an ancient sage expert. It left Zhang Xian feeling a little unnerved to know that there was such a powerful expert lying around him. However, why would Sovereign Chen Yong command Bei Hong not to kill master teachers? There was another peculiar command that Bei Hong had received that left Zhang Xian feeling a little perplexed. During the trip that he had made to the subterranean gallery, he had learned that the otherworldly demonic tribe was divided into 3 factions. Based on the information that he had gathered so far, Sovereign Chen Yong was a conservative leader who opposed a full-blown war against the humans. On the other hand, Sovereign Chen Ling was more belligerent, supporting aggression against mankind in order to bring as many benefits to the otherworldly demonic tribe as possible. As for Sovereign Chen Xing, he seemed to be sitting on the fence. There was a period of time when he had allied himself with Sovereign Chen Yong, but currently, it seemed like he had switched sides to support Sovereign Chen Ling instead. Since Sovereign Chen Yong was a conservative leader, he probably had his concerns for passing a non-aggression order against the master teachers. Perhaps, he was unwilling to further sour the relations with mankind. Very soon, Zhang Xian finished browsing through all of the useful information that he had acquired from Bei Hong. All in all, Bei Hong had only received orders to lead the otherworldly demons to open up a passageway using the altar to enter the Temple of Confucius. There were no other orders aside from that. As for further intelligence regarding the Temple of Confucius, it was hard to tell whether Sovereign Chen Yong was withholding information from his subordinate, or that he had not scouted that far yet, but there was nothing at all. After conducting the soul search, Zhang Xian placed his palm lightly on Bei Hong's head and killed him. In the end, he still could not bring himself to believe in the otherworldly demonic tribe. Whether Sovereign Chen Yong was expressing goodwill to them or not, it was too much of a luxury for mankind to simply believe in the goodwill of the otherworldly demonic tribe. That would be no different from betting the fate of mankind on the enemy's kindness, and that was utter foolishness. Furthermore, it was just a few days ago that the otherworldly demonic tribe had attempted to launch a major invasion on mankind. In the end, it was still better to be safe than sorry. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian raised his head to scan his surroundings for danger when his eyebrows suddenly shot up. He flicked his wrist, and a jade token appeared on his palm. A line of words surfaced on it. Shinner, when you see this message, hurry over to where we are. We have just caught sight of Zhao Ye. Chapter 1722 Hu Yaoyao's advancement. They have caught sight of Zhaoya? The one who had sent him the message was none other than his father, Sword Saint Xing. Did they manage to get here as well? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. From his experience in the previous 3 dimensions, he had found that he was unable to send messages to everyone else. Could the reason that his communication jade token had suddenly begun trembling be due to the fact that his parents, the Xingming Sword Saints, were in the same dimension as him? Or was the restriction to send messages lifted in this dimension? Zhang Xian tapped his finger on the communication jade token and swiftly crafted a message before sending it over. Where are you all? A moment later, the communication jade token lit up, and a line of words appeared. Hall of Great Accomplishment, Pavilion of Warm Spring. Pavilion of Warm Spring? Zhang Xian frowned. Putting aside whatever pavilion his parents were in, he did not even know where the Hall of Great Accomplishment was. Let's take a look around. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. In any case, the Temple of Confucius was right ahead of him. Since his father was able to send him the exact name of their location, he should be able to find it with some looking around. Hu Yaoyao looked at Zhang Xian intently and asked, "Are we heading over as well?" Given that we are already approaching the vicinity of the Temple of Confucius, it's likely that we'll encounter many powerful experts. If we encounter any danger later on, I want you to turn around and flee right away. There's no need to worry about me, understand? Zhang Xian instructed sternly. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Humph. You're thinking that I'm a burden, aren't you? While my cultivation hasn't reached great sage yet, my fighting prowess is still decent. The reason I was captured back at the snow dimension is because they caught me by surprise with a soul attack. Hu Yaoyao knew that Zhang Xian was worried about her, but she still could not help but retort in displeasure. Half a year ago, this fellow had still been a junior whom she could bully as she liked, but at that moment, she found that she could not keep up with him no matter how far she pushed herself, and this realization filled her with frustration. Of course not. There's no way I would think of you as a burden. As long as you can flee quick enough in the face of trouble, there's no way you would be a burden to me. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. It was such a nostalgic feeling to Hu Yaoyao, being stifled by that fellow's words to the point that she felt like spurting blood. The reason that she had said that her fighting prowess was decent was to tell him that she would be able to lend her a hand in times of danger. There was no way she was going to pull him back. Yet, all he could think of was having her escape so that she would not drag him down in battle. Am I that useless in your eyes? Hu Yaoyao gritted her teeth in fury. The next moment, however, she suddenly put on a provocative smile as she strutted toward Zhang Xian in a manner that showed off her curvaceous body. With a seductive voice that would make any man's heart pound, she purred, "Are you doubting my abilities? Shall we make a bet then?" "A bet? That's right. I'll perform a dance, and if your state of mind is affected by my dance, I want you to apologize to me. You'll never say words like asking me to run whenever we encounter danger again. On the other hand, if you can remain unfazed by my dance, I'll do whatever you tell me to do from now onward. I'll not cause any trouble for you." Hu Yaoyao eyed Zhang Xian intently with her crescent eyes. "Fine by me." Seeing that Hu Yaoyao was insistent on the matter, Zhang Xian nodded. In truth, he was also interested to see what a pinnacle terpsichore was capable of. While Hu Yaoyao's cultivation was lacking, she did inherit the highest heritage of the Terpsichore Guild headquarters, so it would indeed be foolish to simply disregard her capabilities. "I'll be starting then." With a simple step forward, Hu Yaoyao began her dance. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to have transformed into a lithe fairy from the heavens. Her graceful movements and ethereal disposition harmonized with one another to produce a charm that seemed to draw one's soul in. One look was all it took for a man to fall under her spell, captured by her charisma. Zhang Xian had to admit that Hu Yaoyao's figure was truly perfect, even among all the ladies that he had met so far. It was a balance so perfect that even the slightest bit more meat would make her appear plump, and the slightest bit less meat would make her appear thin. This was a symmetry that seemed to have come from the hands of the heavens themselves. While she could not switch into more beautiful clothes due to the environment, Her slightest movement and subtle gestures seemed to electrify one's soul over and over again. Not bad. Zhang Xian nodded in approval. Hu Yaoyao's confidence in her fighting prowess was not unfounded. Even though her cultivation was only at St. Nine Dan pinnacle, her dance could easily cause even great Sage 2 Dan Oriate Body Realm cultivators to lose control of themselves. While it did work for cultivators of both genders, it was particularly effective on male cultivators. Even sempiternal realm male cultivators might fall for her terpsichorean art if they were caught off guard. As the saying went, even the mightiest of heroes would find it hard to resist the charms of a beauty. In the very first place, Hu Yaoyao was an incredibly beautiful and charismatic individual as she was. Without resorting to terpsichorean arts, her disposition and demeanor carried the ability to draw others to her. Coupled with her dance, even with the limitations of her cultivation, she was still able to exude a charm that others would find hard to resist. Of course, there was still a distinction between making her opponents succumb to her terpsichorean art and killing them. Due to the limitations of her cultivation, she would have difficulties trying to leave even a mark on the body of Oriate Body Realm cultivators, even with a weapon in hand. You are unaffected by my dance? As the dance came to an end, Hu Yaoyao's movements slowly trailed to a beautiful stop. Looking at the clear, innocent eyes of the young man standing opposite of her, her posture could not help but slump in disappointment. Due to her God-sent appearance and figure, she had swiftly been chosen as an inceptive sage candidate shortly after entering the Terpsichore Guild headquarters. The reason that she had been given permission to enter the Temple of Confucius was because she had already mastered the highest heritage of the Terpsichore Guild headquarters, which granted her the ability to protect herself even when faced with great sage cultivators. Given the abilities that she wielded, when she met Zhang Xian once more, the thought of competing with him to determine who was superior immediately surfaced in her mind. Back when she was still at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, she could not even begin to count how many men had fallen before her skirt. There were no male master teachers who would not view her in deference, fearing to cross her path. The fellow standing before her, Zhang Xian, was the only thick-headed oaf who was blind to her charms, viewing her as no different from anyone else. She had thought that she would finally be able to phase this thick-headed oaf after inheriting the highest heritage of the Terpsichore Guild headquarters, but to her astonishment, the eyes of the thick-headed oaf were actually clearer than she remembered them being. "Bro, are you sure that your eyes are fine?" At that instant, Hu Yaoyao felt an urge to find a physician to check on his eyes. Right when she was feeling utterly defeated, Zhang Xian suddenly spoke. "Well, I have to admit that I was a little affected by it." "Really?" Hu Yaoyao's eyes lit up, but the next moment, as if suspecting that Zhang Xian was just trying to console her, she eyed him in skepticism. "I don't see any traces of you being affected by my dance, though. Your aerial dance of Ling Long was well performed. You managed to capture the demeanor of a fairy, soaring into the heavens perfectly, leaving the spectators with the feeling that they were in a dream. However, the flaws in your dance are very apparent as well. Firstly, your movements were too intentional. The charm of a fairy is accentuated not by flaunting her figure, but through the transcendental air in her gestures and movements. What you should be focusing on is the ethereal and not the worldly. Secondly, the intent of your dance is too blatant. This causes cultivators to put up their defenses, making it harder than ever to breach their mental resilience." Without stopping to catch his breath, Zhang Xian pointed out 17 flaws. After which, he paused for a moment before carrying on. "How should I put this? The dance that you have performed earlier has simply too many flaws, such that I can't watch on anymore. It leaves me feeling a little nauseated. Well, you also know that I'm a perfectionist, so—" "You." Once again, Hu Yaoyao found herself on the verge of spurting blood. "Perfectionist? Perfectionist, your damned head. It's one thing for you not to be mesmerized by my alluring dance, but you actually felt nauseated watching it." Hu Yaoyao felt tears brimming in her eyes. All of a sudden, all she could see was hopeless despair ahead of her career as a terpsichore. "While others pleasure themselves by watching my dance, all you can see in my performance are flaws. If you continue being like this, I don't think that we can hang out anymore. There's no need to be disheartened. Zhang Xian said with a face so earnest that no one could fault him on his words. These are the corrections I have made for the dance that you have just performed. As long as you study it, you should be able to further your terpsichorean art. This way, I guess your dance won't be as nauseating to me anymore. Hu Yaoyao rubbed her glabella in distress. Why do I suddenly feel so tired? It's fortunate that I'm only friends with him. Honestly, I don't think I could stand having a person with emotional intelligence as low as him as my significant other. Otherwise, with all the traumas and frustration that I would receive from interacting with him, it would just be a matter of time before I resorted to self-harm. As stifled as Hu Yaoyao was feeling, she still quickly memorized the flaws and corrections that Zhang Xian had stated, following which, she began to study his words closely. The more she pondered over his words, the more convinced she felt that he was right. His words were deep, but at the same time, they were simple and direct. Her body began to move along with his words, and once again, she performed the aerial dance of Ling Long. Her movements became faster and faster, and her gestures became more and more ethereal. Hong Long. Sometime later, a rush of zhenqi surged into her body. To her surprise, her Saint Nine Dan bottleneck suddenly loosened at this moment, allowing her cultivation to surge right up to the introspective convalescence realm. I actually made a breakthrough? Hu Yaoyao's body froze in astonishment. Her eyes instinctively turned toward the young man with conflicting emotions rippling within them. The young man was able to see through the flaws in her dance so easily, and just by following his directions, she could correct those flaws and advance her cultivation and terpsichorean art. From the looks of it, it seemed like being useless to him. Did not sound that bad anymore. At the very least, she was able to receive his guidance. Whatever. If he thinks I'm useless, so be it. I'll just follow him and fish for a couple of pointers here and there. I'll be spared from so much hard work just by leeching off him. Just like that, Hu Yaoyao's fighting spirit was ignited once more. Chapter 1723 The Encounters of the Xingming Sword Saints. Alright, let's hurry up and head over. Hu Yaoyao's breakthrough was completely within Zhang Xian's expectations. As long as the other party was able to receive his guidance humbly, he would be able to make the other party achieve a breakthrough so easily that the other party would begin doubting themselves. This was the ability that he wielded, humble and low profile, just like him. Knowing that Zhang Xian had urgent matters to attend to, Hu Yaoyao did not dare to delay him any longer. She followed quietly behind him while reinforcing her cultivation. They began making their way toward the Temple of Confucius that they saw in the distance. The magnificent structure floated in the distant sky, appearing vaguely in sight. With incredible speed, the duo flitted over. Zhang Xian had expected the journey to be fraught with dangers, but it turned to be so peaceful that it scared him. Putting aside otherworldly demons, he did not even see a single beast along the way. 10 minutes later, they were finally standing before the magnificent structure. There was a plaque hanging at the entrance with 4 majestic words calligraphed on them. Hall of Great Accomplishment. This must be one of the 6 subordinate halls of the Temple of Confucius. He had learned from Luo Ruoxin that there were 6 subordinate halls to the Temple of Confucius, and each of them corresponded to a celestial amulet of legacy. Without a doubt, the Hall of Great Accomplishment should be one of the 6 subordinate halls. Mist drifted across the entrance of the Hall of Great Accomplishment, obscuring it from view. Nevertheless, from the tightly shut gates, it seemed like no one had entered yet. Looking around, Zhang Xian found 4 mini pavilions in the area, named Warm Spring, Irate Summer, Cooling Autumn, and Frozen Winter. Is that the pavilion of Warm Spring? Zhang Xian thought as he made his way over to the pavilion marked with the words Warm Spring together with Hu Yaoyao. This pavilion was not too big. As soon as he entered the area, he saw a huge number of people standing in the vicinity. Some of them were dressed in master-teacher robes, whereas others wore the robes of their clan or casual wear. All in all, there were roughly 30 people. Even the weakest of them was at Saint Nine Dan. Clan head. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, a couple of figures walked forward to greet him. Zhang Xian also recognized them. They were the grand elders of the Zhang clan. They had been in seclusion all this while, and they had only arrived in Cifu 2 days prior. The current Zhang Xian had already stripped off his disguise and reverted to his original appearance. "Xin'er, you are here." Zhang Xian was just about to ask where his parents were when he heard a voice coming from the distance. Following which, the Xingming sword saints walked over with hastened footsteps. Upon seeing that they were not injured, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he could not help but notice something that stunned them. "How did you raise your cultivation so quickly?" Prior to entering the Temple of Confucius, they had only been at sempiternal realm primary stage. However, in just a few short hours, they had actually managed to advance their cultivation to sempiternal realm consummation, thus putting them at the very pinnacle of the master-teacher continent. "We stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter," following which, Sword Saint Xing began explaining with a smile. Upon hearing his explanation, Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. His parents were far more fortunate than him. Instead of the 6 dimensions, they were teleported straight to the exterior of the Temple of Confucius. The spiritual energy and teacher's milieu in there were much more concentrated than the 6 dimensions. Furthermore, it was filled with treasures when they had just arrived. With the aid of those treasures and their soul depth of 29.9, it was inevitable that their cultivation would surge by leaps and bounds. Seeing the incredulous look on his son's face, Sword Saint Ming added with a smile, "Furthermore, we haven't been cultivating for just a couple of hours. Rather, we have already been here for 3 months." 3 months? Zhang Xian was taken aback. It had only been 12 hours since the Temple of Confucius opened, so how in the world could they have cultivated there for 3 months? "Your father and I happened to stumble upon a blessed land where the flow of time is accelerated. As such, even though a couple of hours have only passed for the rest of you, we have already cultivated for a very long time here," Sword Saint Ming explained. This, Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. Their luck was too overpowered. It was one thing for them to be teleported right to the exterior of the Temple of Confucius, but they had actually stumbled upon a blessed land with accelerated time on top of that. He could not help but think of the suffering that he had gone through moving from one world to another, battling enemies one after another. "Do you know where the blessed land is? Could you find it again?" Zhang Xian asked. If they could find it, he would head in there and cultivate for a while to raise his fighting prowess before moving on to do anything else. "I don't think we'll be able to find it anymore. The blessed land activated when we came into contact with its mechanism, and when we were finally done cultivating, it vanished on its own. We tried looking for it afterward, but it was nowhere to be seen. Actually, even without relying on the blessed land, your cultivation speed is already fast enough as it is," Sword Saint Ming consoled. "All right then." Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Even though he was gladdened by the advancement in his parents' cultivation, he could not help feeling a little frustrated as well. He had always taken pride in the speed of his cultivation, but after such a long period of time, he was still stuck at Aureate Body Realm consummation, yet to take a single step forward at all. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian looked at his parents and asked, "How did you all get straight to the exterior of the Temple of Confucius?" "I was teleported to the dimensions outside instead. Furthermore, how did the 2 of you remain together?" He had been teleported to the forest dimension outside, and he had been unable to find any familiar faces at all. On the other hand, not only did his parents teleport straight to the exterior, from what he had heard from them, it seemed like they had never separated from one another at all. This probably has something to do with the celestial amulet of legacy, Sword Saint Xing replied. "When the Temple of Confucius first opened, your mother, I, and a few other grand elders were in the midst of studying the celestial amulet of legacy. Before we knew it, we had already been teleported here. Furthermore, I can vaguely feel an inseverable relationship between the celestial amulet of legacy and the hall of great accomplishment before us." The celestial amulet of legacy? Zhang Xian lowered his head to look at the glowing amulet that Sword Saint Xing was holding onto. It was emanating an aura that seemed to meld perfectly with the aura of the hall of great accomplishment. It felt like they were actually a single entity that had been split in two, and there was a unique resonance between the two of them. If that celestial amulet of legacy teleported my parents to the Hall of Great Accomplishment, why didn't the one in my hand do anything of that sort? Zhang Xian wondered in bewilderment. The celestial amulet of legacy in his grasp was the prime amulet, so going by normal circumstances, should he not have teleported straight to the prime hall? So far, he had not even seen the shadow of the prime hall. Instead, he was forced to travel through the forest dimension, desert dimension, and snow dimension. He knew that he would face many dangers in the Temple of Confucius, but the least little amulet could do was point out a direction for him. Had he known that little amulet was actually so useless, he would have thrown it away back then. Since your celestial amulet of legacy resonates with the Hall of Great Accomplishment, why didn't you all enter the subordinate hall? Zhang Xian asked. Since they had already reached the destination and had the required celestial amulet of legacy as well, why were they still idling outside the premises? We tried, but we were unable to open its massive doors. It's likely that the time hasn't come for it to be opened yet, Sword Saint Xing replied. However, based on my observation, it will likely open within 4 hours or so. Through the windows, Zhang Xian gazed at the nearby Hall of Great Accomplishment and noticed that the massive doors at its entrance were firmly shut, emanating a forbidding air. Despite the resonance between the celestial amulet of legacy with the Hall of Great Accomplishment, it seemed like they had not fully harmonized with one another yet. In the Jade Communication Token, you mentioned that you spotted Zhao Ye's trail. Where is she? Zhang Xian asked. He had been worrying about his students ever since they were kidnapped. While he had reassured himself time and time again that they would be fine, he still could not help but worry about their plight. Sword Saint Xing was just about to answer the question when a resounding explosion sounded in the air, following which, the pavilion that they were in suddenly began quaking non-stop. They are here again. Sword Saint Xing stood up and narrowed his eyes. Who's here? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Otherworldly demons. They know that your father has a celestial amulet of legacy, so they come over every now and then to challenge us. Sword Saint Ming explained. Lowering his gaze, Zhang Xian saw an otherworldly demon standing right in front of the pavilion. The otherworldly demon was gripping onto a sword in his hand, and he emanated an air of concentrated killing intent. Sword Saint Xing, I am Bei Yuan. Do you dare face me in a duel? The otherworldly demon bellowed with a voice reminiscent of a deafening bell. Chapter 1724, Zhang Xian accepts the battle. Battle? Zhang Xian frowned in incomprehension. The otherworldly demons actually dared to appear in the open. Not to mention, they are even adhering to the rules? Based on what he knew, etiquette and such meant nothing to the otherworldly demons. Driven by their bloodlust, they were mostly interested only in slaughter. Thus, it was extremely bizarre for an otherworldly demon to actually issue a formal challenge. More importantly, there were many powerful master teachers in the Pavilion of Warm Spring. Given that the deep-seated conflict between the master teachers and the otherworldly demons had gone on for tens of thousands of years, it was inevitable that both sides would have some loved ones who had been killed by the other party. Was the otherworldly demon not afraid of being killed running over here like that? It's not that they want to adhere to the rules. They have no choice but to do so. Sword Saint Xing explained with a bitter smile. They have no choice but to do so? Zhang Xian was perplexed by those words. A moment later, he widened his eyes in realization. Could it be that there are ancient sages here? It was only in the presence of the ancient sages would even sempiternal realm consummation experts be forced to obediently abide by the rules. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Indeed, there are ancient sages around the area. The ancient sage of our Zhang clan is here too. As the ancient sages of both sides are a little apprehensive about facing the other, they have come to an agreement to resolve any conflict by a fair duel. Willful murder is prohibited. Otherwise, there's no way that it would have been so peaceful around here. Sword Saint Xing explained. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. It was no wonder he did not encounter any danger along the way. It must have been due to the pact between the two factions. Otherwise, it was likely that a war would have broken out before the subordinate hall even opened. Perhaps, they might even have ended up whittling each other down, only to have the treasures end up in the hands of another. To use an analogy from his previous life, the ancient sages on both sides were like nuclear weapons keeping each other in check. The reason that neither side was willing to mobilize their ancient sages was because they knew that the scales would immediately tilt if they lost their ancient sages. Considering how they had not even seen the great codex of spring and autumn yet, there was no reason for them to go all out and take on such a risk. The reason they are challenging me is because they wish to acquire the celestial amulet of legacy in my hands, or possibly enter the temple of Confucius right behind us. Sword Saint Xing whipped out his sword and sneered coldly. However, how could I allow them to do as they please? Father, please wait a moment. Seeing that Sword Saint Xing was about to head down, Zhang Xian stood up and halted him. Allow me to face him instead. You. Sword Saint Xing was taken aback. Indeed, while my cultivation is only at the Orit body realm, I do have the strength to fend off sempiternal realm cultivators. Furthermore, I did stumble upon some minor fortuitous encounters on my way here, and I think this would be a good opportunity for me to test myself, Zhang Xian replied confidently. While Sword Saint Xing had already reached sempiternal realm consummation, the enemy was no weakling. It was not that he did not have any confidence in Sword Saint Xing's fighting prowess, but he was simply unwilling to see any harm coming to the other party. Sword Saint Xing assessed Zhang Xian deeply for a moment before nodding. All right then, take care. If you find yourself forced into a corner, run right back here. His son might only have been in his early 20s, but he possessed many means that made even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters apprehensive of him. To be honest, he was not confident of defeating Bei Yuan by himself, but his son very likely had the capability to pull it off. I will. Zhang Xian nodded. After that, he leaped out of the pavilion and appeared right before the otherworldly demon. I am Zhang Xian. If you wish to challenge my father, you'll have to bypass me first. Are you able to make decisions here? It seemed like Bei Yuan did not recognize Zhang Xian. Seeing how young the fellow standing before him was, Bei Yuan eyed him skeptically. If you lose, I expect you to hand over the celestial amulet of legacy. Of course I can. Zhang Xian chuckled softly in response. If I lose, we'll hand the celestial amulet of legacy to you. However, what if I win? Bei Yuan flicked his wrist and took out a metallic armor that boasted astonishing flexibility. Patting the metallic armor forcefully, Bei Yuan harumphed. If you win, I'll give this great sage armor to you as compensation. You are intending to trade the celestial amulet of legacy with just a great sage artifact? Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in disdain. Even the 100 schools of philosophers offered an ancient sage artifact to match the celestial amulet of legacy. To offer a mere great sage artifact for the wager, the other party was really taking him too lightly. What do you want then? Bei Yuan frowned. They had also conducted similar duels earlier, and even though their tribesmen had lost, Sword Saint Xing did not raise any requests. Why would this wager suddenly become unfair when it came to this young man? 3 great sage artifacts. Zhang Xian demanded firmly. 3 great sage artifacts? Bei Yuan narrowed his eyes upon hearing the other party's demand. You're dreaming. So be it then. I can't be wasting my time on you either. You should know that the celestial amulet of legacy is necessary to enter the temple of Confucius. While it's only the subordinate hall, so the great codex of spring and autumn wouldn't be there. Regardless, the heritage of Kong Shi is bound to be extraordinary. You'd better think it through. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance when that time comes. If you aren't going to accept the deal, you should hurry up and say so. I am exhausted from exploring the area, and I want to take a rest. Zhang Xian stretched his back lazily as he walked back to the pavilion of warm spring. Bei Yuan fell silent. 3 great sage artifacts was a hefty price to pay, but it came nowhere close in comparison to an opportunity to enter the temple of Confucius and obtain Kong Shi's heritage. Give me a moment. I'll return and discuss the matter with the others. Leaving these words behind, Bei Yuan turned around and headed to a pavilion not too far away with the words, "Irate Summer," written on it. Not too long later, he returned and said, "I'll agree to your request." After saying those words, he flicked his wrist, and 3 great sage artifacts materialized before him. In reciprocation, Sword Saint Xing stepped forward and placed the celestial amulet of legacy floating in the air as well. Let's begin. I don't believe that a young brat in his 20s could possibly be a match for me. Bei Yuan spat. With both sides offering up their stakes, Bei Yuan wasted no time in drawing his sword, prepared to leap right into the duel. Hold it a moment. Before we begin, I believe that there's a need for us to clarify the rules. Zhang Xian raised his hand. Rules? Indeed. The battle between us should be regarded as a fair duel, right? Of course. Bei Yuan nodded in agreement. Since it's a fair duel, I should be able to make use of any skills at my disposal, right? To put it in more straightforward terms, a formation master would be able to make use of his formations, and a beast tamer would be able to bring his tamed beasts into the battle. Does that sound fair to you? Zhang Xian asked. Of course. Whatever occupation you have, feel free to use those techniques in the battle. Bei Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. A formation master's strength indubitably lay in setting in formations, and a beast tamer's strength included his tamed beasts. They had devoted their time to furthering those arts in order to be able to use them in battle, so there was no denying that it was part of their capabilities as well. I see. That makes things really easy then. Hearing Bei Yuan's agreement, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and commanded, "Tamed beasts, give that fellow a beating of his life." Voila! As soon as those words sounded, the 5 monarchs immediately materialized before Zhang Xian and surrounded Bei Yuan. The sheer intensity of their auras combined seemed almost strong enough to tear space apart. These are your tamed beasts? Bei Yuan staggered in utter shock upon seeing those 5 tamed beasts. At the same time, the Xingming Sword Saints and the many master teachers in the Pavilion of Warm Spring also widened their eyes to the brim, rendered speechless by the sight before them. Those are 5 sempiternal realm consummation tamed beasts. Are these the minor fortuitous encounters that you mentioned earlier? If these are considered as minor fortuitous encounters, is there anything in the world that could be considered as a major fortuitous encounter? Indeed, Zhang Xian said. I am a beast tamer, and we agreed that it's fair for me to use my tamed beasts in battle earlier, right? Hurry up and make your move then. Bei Yuan spurted blood. Fair your head. How am I supposed to fight against 5 sempiternal realm consummation beasts simultaneously? If you aren't going to take the first move, I'll be going first, Zhang Xian remarked impatiently. Raising his hand, he passed down the order to attack. Get him! Roar! 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 The 5 sempiternal realm consummation beasts charged at Bei Yuan. Putting aside their cultivation realm, each of them carried the bloodline of the ancient divine beasts, and as the 5 monarchs of the forest dimension, they had survived many battles. Even though Bei Yuan was not weak, he would not be a match for even a single one of them, let alone 5 of them at once. All it took was a few breaths for his body to be bruised, fractured, and bleeding all over. Knowing that he would die if he obstinately held on, Bei Yuan desperately screamed, I'll admit defeat. Heh, that's more like it. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction as he stowed the 3 great sage artifacts into his storage ring. Glancing at the pavilion of irate summer, he said, Is there anyone who wants to challenge me? I, Zhang Xian, am more than willing to play along. Otherwise, I'll challenge all of the otherworldly demons in the pavilion of irate summer. Is there anyone who dares to take up my challenge? Chapter 1725 The Prowess of the Rue, Audacious. Yet another conceited fool who overestimates himself just because he has accomplished something. Naive. Do you think that you are invincible just because you have tamed a couple of beasts? While Zhang Xian was dueling Bei Yuan, quite a number of otherworldly demons had already headed out of the pavilion of irate summer. Upon hearing the arrogant words spouting from Zhang Xian's mouth, their faces turned livid with anger, and infuriated bellows escaped their lips. There were around 30 otherworldly demons in sight at the moment, and over 6 of them possessed similar strength to Bei Yuan. Even though Zhang Xian had tamed 5 sempiternal realm consummation beasts, he still would not stand a chance against all of them combined. What's the use of arguing over there? If you have the guts to accept my challenge, take out your treasures and stake them as wagers, Zhang Xian replied boredly. Similarly, I'll also put the celestial amulet of legacy on the line. Those who possess true strength speak through actions, not through words. The faces of the otherworldly demons turned livid in fury. The young man was right. Nothing that they said would be meaningful. Strength was something that had to be displayed. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. I'll take a short nap for the time being. If you wish to take me up on my challenge, I don't mind playing with you all. Zhang Xian tossed those words to the otherworldly demon before returning to the pavilion of warm spring while lazily stretching his back. Our clan head sure is formidable. He's actually able to render so many otherworldly demons speechless at once. This is the kind of imposing air that a true powerhouse should have. The cultivators in the pavilion of spring-autumn nodded in respect. It was true that neither side dared go too far due to the involvement of the ancient sages, but the otherworldly demons were clearly in a more advantageous position than the humans due to their superior strength. As a result, it had been the humans who were in a passive position so far. They did not think that the head of the Zhang clan would actually be able to turn the tables on the otherworldly demons as soon as he appeared. You're Zhang Xian, aren't you? I am Beifeng, and I'm willing to accept your challenge. Before Zhang Xian could return to the pavilion of warm spring, a towering otherworldly demon suddenly walked out from the crowd. He was one of the remaining 6 sempiternal realm consummation cultivators. Seeing that someone had taken the bait, Zhang Xian asked with a smile, "What's your wager?" "I only have a great sage artifact. I can give it to you if I lose the duel. In exchange, I won't ask for you to give me the celestial amulet of legacy if I win. All I want is to claim 3 slots to enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment." Beifeng said. 3 slots? Zhang Xian frowned in bewilderment. Based on the inscriptions that we have found in the area, it seems that our celestial amulet of legacy allows us to bring 10 people into the Hall of Great Accomplishment, Sword Saint Xing said. I see. Zhang Xian nodded contemplatively. Sure, I have no problem with that. I'll accept your wager. Even if Beifeng won the duel and obtained 3 slots to enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment, it would still be a highly disadvantageous situation for them. In a battle of 7 against 3, the Zhang clan should be able to easily overpower and kill those 3 unfortunate, otherworldly demons tagging along with them. In any case, ancient sages were not able to enter the Temple of Confucius, and they did not have the power to interfere with the happenings inside. I know that those 5 beasts are your tamed beasts, but they aren't a clear indication of your individual prowess. The one I am challenging is you, not your beasts. As a master teacher, won't you cast aside your beasts and face me in a proper duel? Beifeng asked. In other words, you don't want to use my tamed beasts? Zhang Xian asked as an unreadable smile crept onto his lips. That's right. I admit that your 5 beasts are formidable, but do you dare pit your true ability against me and fight me with your own strength? Don't you think that it's dishonorable for a master teacher like you to be so reliant on your tamed beasts? Beifeng taunted. I can face you without my tamed beasts, but since it's a handicap on my side, I want you to wager another great sage artifact. Zhang Xian said. You want me to wager another great sage artifact? Beifeng frowned as he lowered his gaze in hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he flicked his wrist, and a crimson spirit stone materialized on his palm. I don't have any more great sage artifacts, but this sacred blood crystal is fueled using the blood essence of sempiternal realm consummation beasts. It harnesses the full energy of an expert of that caliber. It'll be a convenient source of spiritual energy for your cultivation. While it can't compete with a true great sage artifact, its value should almost be on par with one. Will you take this as a replacement? Zhang Xian took a look at the crimson spirit stone, and he immediately sensed the concentrated spiritual energy that was emanating from the rock. It was so concentrated that it almost felt tangible. If he cultivated using it, he would indeed be able to advance his cultivation swiftly. Without a doubt, It was something that would be useful to him. Very well. I'll accept your deal. Zhang Xin nodded in agreement. To be honest, he felt like he was hoarding a little too many great sage artifacts at this point. He did not need any more of them. In terms of utility, the sacred blood crystal was definitely far more useful to him. Perhaps still a little worried about the matter, Bei Feng declared loudly, "The ancient sage of you humans and the ancient sage of my tribe will bear witness that the use of tamed beasts is forbidden in this duel." Zhang Xian did not know where the ancient sages were hidden, but this declaration effectively meant that the rule had been officialized. Anyone who dared turn their back on this rule would be severely punished. This was because the ceasefire was of the utmost importance for both sides to preserve their fighting prowess for the fight over the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn later on. While it was true that every single sempiternal realm consummation cultivator was an invaluable addition to the team, the ancient sages would not compromise the bigger picture just to protect a single one of them. Rest assured, since I have already agreed to your terms, you can expect me to honor my promise. Zhang Xian replied confidently as he moved his tamed beasts into his myriad ant-hive nest. I'll believe in your honor as a master teacher. Bei Feng nodded. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward and whipped out his weapon. It was a great sage tier moon glaive. This was also the artifact that he was wagering on the duel. Clanhead, be careful, one of the Grand Elders exclaimed worriedly. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Without his tamed beasts, their clan head would only be an Aureate body realm cultivator. It did not seem impossible for him to match an enemy 2 realms stronger than him. Was it really possible for one to breach such a huge disparity in strength? Heh. Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he stepped forward. With a flick of his wrist, a jade-like root appeared on his palm. I did say that I wouldn't use a tamed beast, and I'll honor the end of my promise. However, I don't have any formidable great sage artifacts, and this root is something that I have acquired out of coincidence. It's still decently resilient and hard to be used as a weapon. You shouldn't have any qualms with me using it in battle, right? A root? Bei Feng took a look at the item that the young man was holding in his hand, and only after confirming that it was indeed a root did he finally nod in agreement. Feel free to use it as your weapon. As long as the young man did not use his tamed beasts, it would not matter much to him whether the young man used a great sage artifact or not. Besides, he had taken a closer look at the root and had not noticed anything peculiar about it. That's good. Little root, I'll leave the rest to you. Zhang Xian nodded as he lazily tossed the root up into the air. Leave it to me. The root replied through the diffusion of its thoughts. After that, it flew into the aerial space right above Bei Feng. Mere cheap street tricks. Bei Feng spat coldly as he flung the moon glaive in his grasp toward the root. Selah. The space tremored under Bei Feng's movements. A sempiternal realm consummation cultivator paired with a great sage artifact produced a might that would leave anyone trembling in fear. But before the moon glaive could strike the root, the space around them suddenly jolted. The next instant, Bei Feng found himself standing in the midst of a desert. A towering tree stood quietly in front of him. With a tug of a light breeze, buds of cotton slowly descended upon the ground as if snow. Alarmed by the changes around him, Bei Feng narrowed his eyes and shouted, "What's this?" Unbeknownst to him, wisps of nearly indiscernible cotton had fallen into his mouth as he spoke. What's going on? What kind of artifact is that? Not expecting a mere root to produce such a massive desert, everyone was stunned. For a moment, they were not able to react at all. Bei Feng, it's just an illusion. You just have to find a way to break it. One of the experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe shouted in agitation. All right, Bei Feng said. However, before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly started convulsing wildly. Walala. The next instant, Bei Feng was reduced to a pile of yellow sand. Not a trace of him remained. Silence immediately devoured the entire area. Chapter 1726 The Appearance of the Ancient Sage who, with a light sway of the towering tree, the desert suddenly vanished from sight. Everything reverted to normal, as if what they had witnessed earlier was nothing more than a figment of their imagination. The only difference was that the otherworldly demon known as Bei Feng had vanished completely from the face of the world. Bei Feng has died? His soul aura has completely vanished without a trace. Has his body really been reduced to yellow sand? How is this possible? What just happened? The otherworldly demons were utterly horrified by what they had just witnessed. It was so inconceivable that they could not help but doubt the integrity of their eyes. In terms of fighting prowess, Bei Feng could be said to have been the strongest among them all. Yet, despite his strength, he had been reduced to yellow sand barely after the duel started. Just what in the world was that root? How could it wield such frightening prowess? The otherworldly demons were not the only ones who were appalled by this turn of events. The Xingming Sword Saints and the other master teachers watching the duel were dumbstruck as well. They had thought that Zhang Xian would have a tough battle against Bei Feng, especially since he had been forbidden from using his tamed beasts. Who could have thought that he would end the battle with even greater ease than before? To end the battle in less than 2 breaths. Furthermore, it was not a simple death. Every single trace of Bei Feng's existence had been completely erased. Shinner, this? Sword Saint Meng murmured worriedly. Don't worry, it's nothing much. It's one of the minor fortuitous encounters that I told you about earlier. I happened to tame this root by chance, Zhang Xian replied with a reassuring smile. As fearsome as the root appeared to be, it was actually extremely easy to defend against it. As long as one sealed one's acupoints and prevent its cotton from getting into one's body, the root would be rendered completely helpless against one. In terms of true fighting prowess, it was actually nowhere near the level of the 5 monarchs. Sword Saint Ming felt an ache in her chest. Minor fortuitous encounter? 5 sempiternal realm consummation beasts and a seedling that could easily eradicate a sempiternal realm consummation expert from the face of the world. If they are considered as minor fortuitous encounters, what do we count as then? Aren't we nothing at all? Return. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian placed the root back into the myriad ant hive nest, following which he beckoned with his hand, and the sacred blood crystal and the moon glaive flew right into his grasp. Since I have won the duel, I won't stand on ceremony, Zhang Xian remarked. Without paying any heed to the response from the otherworldly demons, he threw those 2 artifacts right into his storage ring. Hong Long Long. Barely after he collected those items, a fearsome aura suddenly crept across the land as if a tornado had descended upon the world. Cracks appeared all over the floor, and the spring, summer, autumn, and winter pavilions began trembling non-stop. It felt as if they would succumb to the immense pressure at any moment. This is the strength of an ancient sage? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes as he hurriedly raised his head to take a look. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. However, the pressure seemed to be omnipresent, so he was unable to discern where it was coming from. While that root isn't a beast, it does have its own life and consciousness. That should be enough for it to be deemed as a tamed beast. Yet, you speak of a fair duel? The domineering voice reverberated across the land, following which, Zhang Xian felt his body tensing on the spot. It felt like some formidable force had locked onto him, and it was threatening to crush him to death. Jia, Jia. His bones creaked resoundingly as cold sweat poured down his head. It was apparent that the otherworldly demon ancient sage had deemed his actions to be an infringement of the rules and had decided to make a move. Old geezer, didn't you hear my descendant asking if he could use the root earlier? Your subordinate clearly agreed to his terms. Are you intending to cause trouble just because your subordinate lost the duel? If a fight is what you want, a fight is what you'll get. Just as Zhang Xian was about to reach his limits, a voice suddenly reverberated in the air as well, following which an energy reminiscent of a warm breeze in spring embraced his body, causing the pressure crushing him to vanish. It was just a simple clash between the 2 ancient sage experts, but the shockwave produced a crisp sound reminiscent of a river battering a boulder. It felt as if even the reinforced space in the Temple of Confucius would shatter from their strength. The ancient sage of the Zhang clan? Knowing that the newly arrived ancient sage was on his side, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, the old ancestor of the Zhang clan had decided to make a move as well. Your descendant mentioned that the root is hard and resilient, but he never revealed that it possesses such an enigmatic ability. The voice of the person named Old Geezer Yu echoed in the air. Since it's a duel, your subordinate should have known that there was a possibility that he would be killed. How naive must your subordinate have been to expect his enemy to come clean about his trump card? The old ancestor of the Zhang clan harumphed coldly. Besides, while the root does possess enigmatic abilities, the same could be said about your subordinate's moon glaive. A loss is a loss. If you don't have the courage to face a loss, you should have stopped your subordinate from accepting the duel in the place. If you really want to exact vengeance for your subordinate, why don't you stop hiding like a darn tortoise and come out to face me? Even if I suffer some injuries while doing so, I swear that I'll bust your nuts. You. Old Geezer Yu was so furious that his voice was quivering with rage. However, it seemed like he did fear the old ancestor of the Zhang clan quite a bit. Instead of fussing over that matter, he harumphed. Humph. I'll overlook your provocations for today, but I don't believe that you'll be able to constantly guard this fellow. His name is Zhang Xian, isn't it? I'll remember it. I'll have plenty of opportunities to end his life once we're out of the Temple of Confucius. You useless bunch of fools, stop staring with your mouths wide open. Return to the pavilion of irate summer and wait patiently for the Hall of Great Accomplishment to open. Yes. Hearing the order from their old ancestor, the otherworldly demons hurriedly turned around and returned to the pavilion. Hold it a moment. Barely after the otherworldly demons started retreating toward the pavilion of irate summer, they suddenly heard a loud bellow. It was from Zhang Xian. Seeing that Zhang Xian was not willing to let this matter rest, the faces of the otherworldly demons turned livid. Do you still intend to duel with us? That's right. I still want to continue challenging you all. Rest assured, I won't use my tamed beasts or the root now. Is there still anyone brave enough to face me in a battle? Zhang Xian had never been so good-tempered as to let someone who exerted pressure and threatened him get away without paying a hefty price. It was not as if he had never killed an ancient sage before. You want to kill me? Very well. Watch helplessly as I do your subordinates in. If you dare make an appearance, I'll throw the Book of Heaven's path right at you and make my second ancient sage kill. An otherworldly demon could not help but ask skeptically, Are you certain? If none of you have the guts to accept my duel even after I have given you so many concessions, I suggest you return to the otherworldly battlefield and never appear on the Master-Teacher continent ever again. With how cowardly you lot are, there's no way you can ever become a threat to mankind. Zhang Xian harumphed arrogantly. You. The otherworldly demons clenched their fists tightly together upon hearing those words. Are you really not going to use your tamed beasts and root? Old Geezer Yu's voice echoed in the air. I'll swear in my capacity as a master teacher that I'll rely only on my own strength and my weapon. Surely you won't be so frightened as to deprive a mere aureate body realm cultivator of his weapon, right? Zhang Xian raised his head proudly, devoid of the slightest fear toward Old Geezer Yu. If you aren't going to allow me to use my weapon, just treat it as if I did not say anything. Humph. Use your weapon then. Old Geezer Yu harumphed coldly. His subordinate had also used his weapon earlier. Even if Zhang Xian had a truly powerful weapon in his grasp, due to the limitations of his cultivation, there was only so much that he would be able to do. Is there anyone who dares fight me? Zhang Xian pointed his finger forward and challenged imposingly. If your subordinates are frightened, I don't mind having all of them coming at me. In other words, they can fight me one after another or fight me all at once. If I, Zhang Xian, show even the slightest frown in response, I'll renounce myself as an offspring of the Zhang clan. Well said. You are indeed a man of our Zhang clan. The old ancestor of the Zhang clan complimented with a heartened tone. Following that, he harumphed coldly at the otherworldly demons. Old Geezer Yu, my descendant has already made so many compromises. Surely you can't still be scared of him, can you? You. Not expecting to be humiliated by a mere aureate body realm cultivator, Old Geezer Yu was on the verge of exploding from rage. Very well, I'll give you what you want. However, it won't just be a simple duel but a life and death duel. In other words, the duel won't end until either this young brat dies or my subordinates die. Do you still dare accept the challenge? He had really lost his temper. Ever since he became an ancient sage, no one had dared talk down to him in such a manner. Yet, a young brat actually dared to taunt him again and again. This was not something that his pride would allow. That young brat had powerful tamed beasts and a formidable root, but his cultivation was sorely lacking. The young brat might possess methods to deal with sempiternal realm cultivators, considering how he dared to make such a challenge in the first place. However, old geezer Yu refused to believe that none of his subordinates would be able to stop the young brat. Knowing that the other party was determined to use this opportunity to kill this descendant of his, the old ancestor of the Zhang clan harumphed coldly. Old geezer you sure have the cheek to talk. Just as he was about to reject the request, another voice interrupted him. Fine, I'll accept your challenge. Chapter 1727 I'll humbly accept them. Seeing how rashly Zhang Xian had agreed to old geezer Yu's challenge, the old ancestor of the Zhang clan was horrified. Have you thought this matter through? He asked Zhang Xian worriedly. You won't be allowed to use your tamed beasts or the seedling. You'll only be able to use your own weapon. It's not too late to back down now. I don't intend to back down, and I hope that the other party won't back down either. Zhang Xian replied with an indomitable air. With a straightened back, he said, suppressing the otherworldly demons is part of my responsibility as a master teacher. Even if I'm no match for them, and all of this is nothing more than a futile sacrifice, I won't back down. Well said. The old ancestor of the Zhang clan roared with a hearty laughter. Put your mind at ease and focus your attention on eradicating those otherworldly demons. Since we have already agreed on the rules, that old geezer you wouldn't dare to renege on his promise and interfere in the duel. If he were to so make a move, he can be certain that he will have to face the rage of my sword. I'll be glad as long as you don't renege on your promise. Old geezer you sneered eerily in response. As you have all heard, that young brat wants to challenge all of you. And you have the option of swarming him together if you want to. We of the spirit tribe have inherited the bloodline of the gods. We are unparalleled, and we can't allow ourselves to be defeated by mere humans. If you lose in this battle, I don't think that there's any need for you to exist in this world anymore. On the other hand, if you successfully defeat him, I'll bestow upon each of you a droplet of my blood. A droplet of our Lord's blood? Lord, please rest assured. We won't let you down. Upon hearing the reward, the faces of the otherworldly demons flushed in agitation as a brilliant light shone from their eyes. Let's begin then. Hula. Shortly after those words were said, dozens of otherworldly demons immediately encircled Zhang Xian, sealing all of his escape routes. Not expecting the otherworldly demons to be so shameless as to really gang up on Zhang Xian, the faces of the master teachers in the Pavilion of Warm Spring turned livid in fury. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. It's fine. I can handle them. There's no need to breach the rules over something as minor as this. Seeing that the master teachers were intending to head forward to aid him, Zhang Xian waved his hand and chuckled softly. After which, he turned to the otherworldly demons and asked coldly, We agreed earlier that I'm allowed to use my weapons, right? Of course. Old geezer Yu's voice echoed loudly in the air. Very well then. Allow me to draw my weapon first before proceeding with the duel. Zhang Xian nodded. He flicked his wrist, and the Dragonbone Divine Spear immediately materialized in his grasp. With a simple swing, it warped into a massive ancient dragon that soared across the air. This is Ancient Sage Ranchio's Dragonbone Divine Spear, a real ancient sage artifact? No, that's not it. Its powers have been sealed, so it can only exert the strength of a great sage artifact at the moment. This won't be sufficient to pose a threat to them. Seeing the weapon that Zhang Xian had taken out, old geezer Yu widened his eyes in astonishment before falling into deep contemplation. There was no doubt that the Dragonbone Divine Spear had been a formidable weapon at its peak, and even he would have had to run as far as possible if he encountered it. However, it was a different matter now that its power had been sealed. Most of his subordinates had reached the sempiternal realm, and nearly all of them had a great sage artifact in their possession. They should at least be a match against the severely weakened Dragonbone Divine Spear. Old Geezer Yu was confident that his subordinates would be able to stand their ground, but the next moment, the young man flicked his wrist and took out a gigantic slab of metal. It was also a great sage artifact. A great sage brick artifact? Furthermore, it seems to be forged out of golden origin spirit stone. Who in the world is so extravagant as to use the golden origin spirit stone in such a wasteful manner? Old Geezer Yu frowned. However, that was not the end of it yet. Hoo. In the blink of an eye, more weapons materialized in the surroundings, forming a defensive circle around Zhang Xian. The infernal black saber, Bei Xian's spear, the soul theft shackle, ancient sage Zirong's inkstone. These 6 artifacts emanated a fearsome pressure reminiscent of 6 separate sempiternal realm consummation experts. How do you possess so many powerful artifacts? Everyone had thought that the young man would only bring out a single great sage artifact to aid him in his battle. After all, each great sage artifact was an invaluable treasure. Yet, who could have known that he would bring out so many of them in the blink of an eye? Such extravagance had stunned everyone watching the scene. Putting aside the rarity and value of great sage artifacts, just taming a single great sage artifact could easily take several decades or even centuries of one's life. Yet, a 20-year-old man had actually managed to tame so many of them. This was too unbelievable. Attack. Seeing as the number of great sage artifacts was growing by the second, the otherworldly demons realized that they could really lose against the young man at this rate. Thus, one of them immediately shouted the order for the group to launch their attack. Hold it a moment. I haven't taken out all of my artifacts yet. Zhang Xian grumbled as he continued flicking his wrist. Hoo. Another 4 great sage artifacts appeared. It was the moon glaive and the other artifacts that he had won in the 2 earlier duels. As soon as those 4 artifacts earlier, Zhang Xian's fingers danced agilely among them, tapping them accurately on certain points. Wong. The 4 great sage artifacts echoed in unison, indicating their submission to Zhang Xian. They had all acknowledged him as their master. Voila! Following that, the 4 great sage artifacts rose into the air as well, directing their edges toward the otherworldly demons. 10 great sage artifacts? How is this a fair duel? Is this what he means by, even if I'm no match for them and all of this is a futile sacrifice, I won't back down? Seeing the legion of great sage artifacts floating around Zhang Xian, the otherworldly demons felt goosebumps rising on their skin, and they nearly spurted blood in frustration. They could overlook a single artifact, but 10 of them? That was equivalent to facing 10 sempiternal realm cultivators at once. Did they even stand a chance against such a powerful force? Thinking about the impassioned words of the young man earlier, as if a lone hero fighting off hordes of enemies, they felt their hearts stifling up. No match your head. Futile sacrifice my ass. The one who is in a disadvantageous position is clearly us. What are you all waiting for? Are you waiting for your deaths? Old Geezer Yu roared in frenzy. As an ancient sage, he had lived for many years. Yet, he had never seen something as eerie as this. Why, yes. The longer they waited to strike, the more time Zhang Xian would have to coordinate his artifacts together. If those artifacts were really able to coordinate with one another impeccably, they would stand no chance. Thus, he charged forward furiously. The otherworldly demon who had roared the command to attack earlier was the first one to charge forward and reach Zhang Xian. The weapon that he wielded was a great sage crescent blade. He was one of the initial 6 sempiternal realm consummation experts, and in terms of strength, he was nearly on par with Bei Yuan. The tremendous strength that he boasted was brought out perfectly through his forceful weapon. With a simple hack, a deafening sonic boom echoed in the air, and even the surrounding space distorted slightly as a result of the force exerted. Hula! Zhang Xian felt a tremendous might descending right upon his head. Just when it seemed like he would be split in half, his time suddenly accelerated. He easily turned around to face the crescent blade before adeptly tapping his fingers on it. Wong. An excited buzz sounded from the crescent blade, following which its massive body jolted ferociously, and it escaped from the otherworldly demon's grip. It turned its blade against the otherworldly demon and swung itself down furiously. The heck? The eyes of the otherworldly demon widened in horror at this abrupt change. The next moment, his head plopped to the ground. Even before he died, he still had no idea what was going on. Did he just tame that crescent blade? The master teachers were dumbstruck by what they were seeing. An old geezer, you looked utterly frenzied as well. To be able to tame their weapons and turn them against their masters in the midst of battle. How were they supposed to face an enemy like this? Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the young man had already charged into the crowd. Every weapon that came into contact with his finger would immediately turn on its master. At the same time, the brick, dragonbone divine spear, and the other weapons were also collaborating closely with one another to destroy the otherworldly demons. Initially, I thought that the otherworldly demons were going too far by ganging up on Zhang Shi, but why does it seem as if it's Zhang Shi who is the one bullying them? To actually snatch the enemy's weapons and turn them against their masters, I wonder how traumatized these otherworldly demons are. There's no need to wonder about it. It's definitely worse than what you can ever imagine. It's no wonder Zhang Shi dared challenge all of them at once. It seems like he was prepared for this. Right from the start, he was already planning to slaughter all of the otherworldly demons. Amid the discussions, Zhang Xian had quietly backed out from the crowd. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely watched the massive battle between the otherworldly demons and the weapons. He could not help but remark, "I am deeply grateful for the gifts that you have offered me. I'll humbly accept them." Chapter 1728 The Blood of an Ancient Sage. Pooh. Humbly accept your head. The otherworldly demons who found themselves coming under the furious offense of their ex-weapons were utterly frenzied. The pitiful plight that they were in made tears stream down their faces. You know full well that we never intended to give our weapons away to you. What you are doing isn't humbly accepting our weapons but stealing them, all right? Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. A fair duel should mean all of us using Zhenqi to fight with one another. But look at what you are doing. Fair your head. At this rate, it would almost be better if you had brought your tamed beasts out to bite us to death. At the very least, we wouldn't have to face such humiliation. Under the onslaught of weapons under Zhang Xian's control, the otherworldly demons fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, over 30 of them had already been slain. Witnessing such a sight before him, the ancient sage named Old Geezer Yu finally came to the limits of his tolerance. You're courting death. His motive for having his subordinates challenge the human cultivators was to obtain the opportunity to enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment. However, with nearly all of his subordinates dead, what use did he have for the slots? It was not as if he could enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment himself. Hong Long, a massive hand suddenly materialized in the air, sealing the space surrounding the Hall of Great Accomplishment. An astounding might that seemed as if it could seal even the heavens rushed down from the sky, threatening to crush Zhang Xian into minced meat. Powerful. Realizing the danger heading his way, Zhang Xian drove his Shinqi desperately, hoping to flee as far as he could. However, he found his body completely bound in place. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to get away. Ancient sages were the most powerful existences on the master-teacher continent. Even the most resilient material in the world would be crushed under their imposing might. Given Zhang Xian's cultivation, he stood no chance against such a force. Hula. Just as Zhang Xian was nearing his limits, the cold glint of a sword suddenly flashed through the air. However, this sword glint was not aimed at the palm descending from the sky, and it did nothing to alleviate the tremendous pressure that Zhang Xian was under. Instead, it was aimed at a void in space. Puha! The sound of a sword plunging right into flesh ripped through the air, following which, fresh blood dripped from the void in space. It seemed like the old ancestor of the Zhang clan had been biding his time to determine old Geezer Yu's location before making his move. You! Old Geezer Yu shrieked in anger. At the same time, the palm in the sky flickered a little before vanishing into thin air. Pooh! Ripples diffused from a void in space. Old Geezer Yu knew that he was in a disadvantageous position at the moment, so he fled without any hesitation. Haha! This sure is exhilarating. The old ancestor of the Zhang clan roared in hearty laughter. It was extremely difficult to kill a cultivator who had already reached ancient sage. In truth, the two of them had fought with one another for many years, but there had been no conclusion to their battle. This time around, the old ancestor had managed to land a direct strike on old Geezer Yu's vitals. While it was insufficient to take down old Geezer Yu once and for all, the latter would have to recuperate for quite a period of time. The reason that he was able to do it was because his descendant had managed to provoke old Geezer Yu into losing his temper, thus leading him into making a reckless move. Lowering his head to look at the battlefield once more, he saw that all 30 of the powerful otherworldly demons had already collapsed to the ground as corpses. A huge array of weapons had fallen into Zhang Xian's possession. They danced joyfully around him, as if concubines seeking imperial favor. You might be young, but your capabilities and wisdom are remarkable. Not bad. The old ancestor of the Zhang clan complimented, following which a force slowly swept across the battlefield, gathering the blood droplets scattered over the ground. These crimson droplets converged together in the sky before being filled into a jade bottle. It's due to you that I had the opportunity to severely wound old Geezer Yu. As a senior of the Zhang clan, I can't allow your contributions to go unnoticed. I'll bestow these 5 droplets of ancient sage blood to you. Thank you, old ancestor. Zhang Xian accepted the jade bottle respectfully. To be honest, he had no idea what the blood of an ancient sage could be used for. However, the fact that it could drive the otherworldly demons into a frenzy, going to the extent of accepting his challenge despite the risks that they would face, there was no doubt that it was an invaluable treasure. The blood of otherworldly demon ancient sages harnesses concentrated killing intent, so it might not be as useful to your cultivation. Besides, this is only your spoils of war and not my reward. As a senior, I can't be too stingy with my reward. So, I'll bestow this jade bottle to you as well. It contains 5 droplets of my blood. Use it well, and strive to advance your cultivation to higher realms as soon as possible. I believe that you'll be able to bring the Zhang clan to greater heights. The old ancestor of the Zhang clan said. Hula. Right after those words were spoken, a jade bottle materialized in the air. Even before it approached Zhang Xian, he could already feel tremendous power pulsating within the blood droplets within the jade bottle, as if they would combust into flames at any moment. Even though Zhang Xian's bloodline had already been stripped from him, considering that it was the blood of an ancient sage from the same clan within the jade bottle, it was likely to be of far greater use to him than the blood of an otherworldly demon ancient sage. Shinner, hurry up and thank our old ancestor. Sword Saint Xing reminded Zhang Xian anxiously through telepathy. Thank you, old ancestor. Zhang Xian bowed deeply. There's no need to stand on ceremony. This is what you deserve. The old ancestor of the Zhang clan said. As the voice trailed to a halt, the imposing aura lingering in the air disappeared, as if it had never been there in the first place. Knowing that the old ancestor had returned to hiding, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. There was no doubt that many ancient sages would have made their way into the temple of Confucius in hopes of acquiring Kong Shi's ultimate treasure. Given so, it would be best not to parade their strength around. After all, it was always the tree that stood out from the others that would fall in the face of a furious gale. If they unintentionally drew the ire of the other ancient sages, and the other ancient sages chose to gang up on them, they would be dead before they knew it. Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message over to Sword Saint Xing. What is the use of the blood of an ancient sage? Every droplet of ancient sage blood possesses an incredible amount of energy, Sword Saint Xing explained with an excited gleam in his eyes. Furthermore, it contains their comprehension of cultivation as an ancient sage as well. As such, if one could assimilate the blood of an ancient sage into one's body, one's cultivation will be able to improve by leaps and bounds, possibly reaching an unthinkable level. Assimilate. That's right. For example, if a mortal came into contact with a droplet of ancient sage blood and successfully assimilated it without exploding from all the power raging within his body, they would be able to advance from fighter all the way to great sage at once. Sword Saint Xing explained. This, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in shock. It had taken him so much time, effort, and resources in order to advance from fighter to great sage. And yet, a mere droplet of ancient sage blood was more than enough to do the same. This was way too fearsome. Of course, he also understood that it was just an example. Putting aside the fact that it was impossible for a mortal to assimilate the overwhelming power harnessed within the blood of an ancient sage, even if they somehow found a way to pull it off, their zhenqi would be extremely bloated from achieving breakthroughs in such a forceful manner. As a result of that, their fighting prowess would be beneath that of an ordinary great sage, and it would be hard for them to push their cultivation further, considering their weak foundation. However, the true appeal of ancient sage blood lies not in the tremendous energy nor the comprehension of cultivation infused in it. What truly drives others frenzied over it is the power of the ancient sage's blood reincarnation that the blood harnesses. If a cultivator sustains severe damage, as long as their soul didn't dissipate on the spot, a single droplet of ancient sage blood will allow them to make a complete recovery. Its effects are so powerful that even a head lopped off could be reattached once more as long as the cultivator hasn't breathed their last breath yet. Sword Saint Xing explained. This, Zhang Xian's body froze on the spot. He could not even begin to describe his shock anymore. Due to his Heaven's Path Shenqi, he possessed miraculous recovery abilities that allowed him to swiftly heal from most injuries. Nevertheless, if someone lopped his head off, there was no way that he would have been able to recover from that kind of severe injury. Yet, the blood of an ancient sage was able to heal such severe, near-death injuries. To put it in other words, every droplet of ancient sage blood was no different from an additional life. It was no wonder the otherworldly demons had gotten so agitated over it. It was truly a priceless treasure. Father, Mother, I'll give you one droplet each. It's unlikely that I will use all 5 droplets here. Recovering from his shock, Zhang Xian uncorked the cap of the jade bottle and flicked his finger. 2 droplets of blood pulsating richly with power flew toward the Xingming Sword Saints. It would be much better for him to give a droplet to each of his parents so that they would at least be able to protect themselves from harm. In any case, it was unlikely that he would use all 5 blood droplets there, so there was no harm in doing so. There were unpredictable dangers lurking in the Temple of Confucius, and it would set his mind at ease if his parents had such a life-preserving treasure with them. This, not expecting their son to give them such an invaluable treasure without any hesitation, the Xingming Sword Saints exchanged glances with one another before clenching their fists tightly in agitation. With such a son, what more could they wish for in the world? Chapter 1729. Where is Zhaoya? Knowing that it was a show of filial piety from their son, the Xingming Sword Saints did not reject Zhang Xian's gift and accepted the blood droplets from him. Despite the miniature sizes of the blood droplets, when they fell into the hands of the Xingming Sword Saints, they nearly dragged the duo down into the ground. This weight was not unique to just the blood of ancient sages. Even a single strand of those who had reached ancient sage was as heavy as a mountain. If not for the Xingming Sword Saints' recent advancement in cultivation to sempiternal realm consummation, they might not even have been able to lift it up. You should hurry up and assimilate it into your bodies, Zhang Xian said with a smile. Without any hesitation, the duo sat down, and they each absorbed a blood droplet into their body, following which they slowly channeled it toward their dantian. A short moment later, they abruptly opened their eyes. Have you succeeded? Zhang Xian asked with a doubtful frown. How can it be that easy to assimilate the blood of an ancient sage? We have only stored it in our dantian separately, so that we can constantly wash our zhenqi through it constantly. Over time, our zhenqi will be suffused with the aura of an ancient sage, and this will be highly beneficial to our cultivation. Sword Saint Xing said with a smile. If it was that easy to absorb ancient sage blood, it would truly be unworthy of its reputation as the ultimate treasure that countless cultivators sought. It was something that would require at least several years or decades of hard work. As such, they had chosen to store the blood droplet in their dantian for the time being. By washing their zhenqi through it, they would be able to slowly assimilate it into their bodies. With sufficient time, the blood droplet would be completely suffused throughout their body, granting them the ability of blood reincarnation. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. I'll give it a try as well. After saying those words, he sat down on the floor. With a light tap of his finger, he absorbed a droplet of the ancient sage blood in the jade bottle into his body. Hula! As soon as the blood droplet entered his body, it fused right into his body. Not only was there a complete lack of resistance, he even felt the blood droplet pulsating joyfully through his body. It was almost as if it had finally returned to its place of origin. Zhang Xian was utterly confused by the situation occurring in his body. How have I assimilated the blood droplet just like that? They said that it would be a difficult process that required much time and effort, did they not? Why was it so easy for him then? You have already assimilated it? Hearing that his son had successfully assimilated the blood droplet into his body, Sword Saint Xing raised his head and directed a doubtful gaze over. Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded as he swiftly elaborated on the happenings after the blood droplet entered his body. I think I understand, Sword Saint Xing said. 20 years ago, when our old ancestor incurred severe injuries, he needed the blood of a Zhang clan offspring in order to sustain his life. Back then, the only person in the Zhang clan whose bloodline purity met the mark was you. In other words, a portion of your blood flows through his body. My blood flows in his body? Zhang Xian's face twitched upon hearing those words. Somehow, he could not help but find something really weird with those words. It was almost as if he had been reunited with his long-lost son. The primary reason that we infused your blood into the old ancestor's body was to sustain his life, but the sheer purity of your bloodline induced an evolution in the old ancestor's constitution, thus further enhancing his fighting prowess. As such, when you tried to absorb the blood of the old ancestor, it was as if that blood droplet was returning to its source. Naturally, it goes without saying that it would be much easier for you to assimilate the blood droplets than us, Sword Saint Xing explained with a smile. I see. Zhang Xian nodded as he decided not to think any deeper into the matter. He focused his attention on perceiving the ancient sage blood that he had assimilated into his body, and he found that it had fused impeccably with his own blood. Not only so, he found overflowing vitality sprouting in the depths of his body. It was truly a mysterious feeling. It was as if life itself was coursing through his body. If he had to put this feeling into words, it would be that even if someone snapped off his arm, he would be able to grow a new one the next instant. There was no need for him to worry about getting hurt anymore. However, he could sense that while there was an immense volume of vitality in his body, it was not infinite. It would deplete and run dry eventually. There was a pill known as the Grand Intermittent Pill that could allow a person's severed limbs to regrow, but its effects were far inferior to those of the ancient sage blood. Firstly, the Grand Intermittent Pill had minimal effectiveness on great sage cultivators due to the limited energy harnessed within it. Secondly, ancient sage blood was capable of reviving a person no matter how tattered their body was, even if their head was lopped off. On the other hand, the Grand Intermittent Pill would only regrow a cultivator's severed limbs. If a cultivator's head was lopped off, no number of Grand Intermittent Pills would be able to heal them. I should give a droplet to Ruoxin as well, Zhang Xian thought with a smile, as he placed the remaining 2 blood droplets into his storage ring. It was not easy to acquire such treasures, and he had no intention of keeping them to himself. He also had people whom he held dear and wanted to protect. As for the blood of the otherworldly demon ancient sage, I should find some time to see what I can do with it. Considering how his Heaven's Path Shenqi was able to emulate the zhenqi of otherworldly demons, he might be able to use these blood droplets of the otherworldly demon ancient sage. But with so many master teachers around, this was definitely not the time or place to be experimenting with the blood droplets. He would just have to leave it for later on. Oh right. You have acquired news on Zhaoya. Where is Zhaoya? Zhang Xian stood up and looked at his parents. He was going to ask them about the matter concerning Zhaoya when the otherworldly demons suddenly came to challenge Sword Saint Xing, so there had been no time to inquire. Since the otherworldly demons had already been dealt with, it was time to get back to that. There are 4 pavilions here. We are residing in the pavilion of warm spring, and the otherworldly demons have dominated the pavilion of irate summer. Beasts have swarmed the pavilion of cooling autumn, and the pavilion of frozen winter is being taken up by an unknown group of people. Prior to your arrival, I sensed a hint of cold aura coming from their group, so I took a closer look. For a split moment, I seemed to see your student. Sword Saint Ming said. Sword Saint Ming was hot-tempered at times, but she was extremely meticulous when it came to details. Considering that this was a matter that concerned her son, she had been keeping a close eye on it. Even though the cold aura was indistinct, it had still caught her attention. So, there's a good chance that Zhaoya is in the pavilion of frozen winter? Zhang Xian asked in agitation. He hurriedly rose to feet and walked to the windows to take a look. Of the 4 pavilions, spring corresponded to autumn, and summer corresponded to winter. From the pavilion of warm spring, the pavilion of frozen winter happened to be hidden by the other 2 pavilions, not allowing him to peer into the situation there. However, I only took a quick glance before the other party disappeared back into the group. I thought that she resembled your student, but I was unable to confirm whether it's really her or not. Sword Saint Ming said. We'll know once we head there to take a look. Zhang Xian said imposingly. So long as there was a chance that Zhaoya could be in the pavilion of frozen winter, it was his responsibility as her teacher to check the area out. Seeing that Zhang Xian intending to head over, Sword Saint Xing hurriedly added, I'll follow you. I should at least be able to lend you a hand. It's fine. I can handle this on my own. Zhang Xian shook his head and turned down Sword Saint Xing's offer to help. In no way could the Xingming Sword Saints be considered weak, but the very fact that the other party had been able to kidnap Zhaoya and Wei Rian discreetly likely meant that the other party was a formidable foe. Furthermore, he had not ascertained whether the kidnappers were truly an enemy or not. It would be much safer for him to head there alone. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Knowing that his son possessed means far beyond him, Sword Saint Xing could only shake his head helplessly and instruct, be careful. Zhang Xian replied before swiftly making his way over to the pavilion of frozen winter. Intruder, please halt. Before Zhang Xian could even approach the pavilion of frozen winter, he had already heard a voice in the air, following which an overpowering pressure crushed down from the sky. An ancient sage? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in shock. He had experienced such formidable might just a moment ago. It was a force that could only have been exerted by an ancient sage. It was unlikely that an ancient sage would easily make a move on him. More likely than not, the pressure served as a warning to remind him that the pavilion of frozen winter was under the protection of an ancient sage as well. Of course, that was only to be expected. If those in the pavilion of frozen winter did not possess such strength, they would have been eliminated by the others already. There was no way that they would have been able to safely occupy a pavilion by themselves. Elder, I don't harbor any malicious intentions. I have a junior who is very likely within the pavilion of frozen winter, and I wish to enter to take a look. Zhang Xian clasped his fist politely. Even though the old ancestor of the Zhang clan was likely in the vicinity as well, he did not dare push his luck. I know you. Zhang Xian, 20 years old, the head of the 3 premier clans and the Sanctum of Sages. You single-handedly destroyed an army of 110,000 otherworldly demons strong in the subterranean gallery, sparing mankind from a catastrophe. Impressive, the ancient sage said. Zhang Xian was surprised by how the anonymous ancient sage was aware of his affairs. He clasped his fist and bowed. I'm unworthy of your praise. Given your contributions to mankind, I would have welcomed your visit with the warmest hospitality from my side if it had been on any other occasion. However, I'm afraid that I cannot permit you to enter the pavilion of frozen winter at the moment, and I beg your pardon for that, the ancient sage said. Why? Zhang Xian frowned. As he pondered over the other party's words, a thought surfaced in his mind, and he asked, "Elder, are you a master teacher?" Chapter 17 10 breaths is all it takes. The other party did not show the slightest hostility to him despite knowing of his deeds in the subterranean gallery. Instead, the other party even labeled his deeds as contributions to mankind. Those were words that would only typically be spoken by master teachers. Could the other party be one of the ancient sages of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters? But if the other party was a master teacher as well, why was the other party stopping him from entering the Pavilion of Frozen Winter? "I am not from the Master Teacher Pavilion, but—" the ancient sage began explaining. But before he could finish his words, a crisp echo suddenly sounded from the Pavilion of Frozen Winter, as if some kind of seal had just been broken. Concentrated cold energy burst out from the broken seal into the surroundings, cloaking the Pavilion of Frozen Winter with a layer of frost in the blink of an eye. "Xiaoyu is indeed in there." Zhang Xian's face darkened. It was the exact same cold energy that Xiaoyu had emanated after he successfully altered her meridians. There was no mistake. Hula. Paying no heed to the ancient sage, Zhang Xian dived right into the Pavilion of Frozen Winter. It was apparent to him now that the other party was simply stalling for time to achieve their goals. So what if the enemy that he had to face was an ancient sage? If worst came to worst, he would just have to use his golden page and toss the Book of Heaven's path at the other party. For his student's safety, this was a price that he was willing to pay. Hula. Light flooded out from the Pavilion of Frozen Winter and formed a thin barrier around the building. Zhang Xian rammed right into the barrier, but he found that he was unable to breach it with his current strength. "You can't enter now," the imposing voice of the ancient sage exclaimed. "Scram!" Zhang Xian roared as he whipped out the Dragonbone Divine Spear and pierced it toward the light barrier. Wong. The attack of the Dragonbone Divine Spear caused the light barrier to waver a little, but the light barrier swiftly stabilized without the slightest scratch on it. Break. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Xian infused all of his strength into the Dragonbone Divine Spear and thrust it toward the light barrier once more. This time around, however, bundles of black flames began emerging from the surface of the spear. Having undergone the trial of the Empyrean Heavenly Flame thrice, his body was already able to harness this devastating force of nature. Focusing all of the Empyrean Heavenly Flame that he had absorbed into the tip of the Dragonbone Divine Spear, it did not take long for the light barrier to be set alight. Empyrean Heavenly Flame? The ancient sage hidden by the side was astonished. He was just about to raise his hand to extinguish the flame when the sound of a millstone scraping against the ground reverberated loudly in the air, following which, the four pavilions began trembling simultaneously. What's going on? Knowing that something major had just happened, Zhang Xian could only abandon his attempt to breach the light barrier in order to scan his surroundings. A loud explosion sounded from the towering hall of great accomplishment, and a crack opened between the tightly shut entrance gates. An aura of history poured forth from the depths of the hall of great accomplishment, suffusing the pavilions of warm spring, irate summer, cooling autumn, and frozen winter. In an instant, the crowd could vaguely see the passing of the seasons unfolding swiftly before their eyes. As the celestial amulet of legacy in Sword Saint Xing's hands came into contact with the aura of history, a warm glow burst forth from it, forming a light sphere that covered a diameter of 10 meters. Tzzzzzzzz. Tugged by a compelling force, the Xingming Sword Saints and the others found their bodies being pulled uncontrollably toward the depths of the Hall of Great Accomplishment. The Hall of Great Accomplishment has opened. "Shinner, let's go," Sword Saint Xing shouted anxiously. "I have to save Xiaoyu first," Zhang Xian exclaimed anxiously as he turned his sights back to the Pavilion of Frozen Winter once more. Since he had finally found Xiaoyu as her teacher, he was obliged to bring her back unharmed. Kacha, launching a barrage of stabs with the Dragonbone Divine Spear, it did not take long for the light barrier to be pushed to its limits and shatter under the pressure. Zhang Xian immediately made use of this opportunity to dash into the pavilion. However, Just as he was making his way in, a light sphere formed of cold energy bolted out from the pavilion of frozen winter. It followed closely behind the Xingming Sword Saints and the others, heading into the Hall of Great Accomplishment. Within the light barrier, Zhang Xian noticed a slender figure shrouded in an icy aura. Who else could it be other than Zhaoya? The light sphere seemed to have been formed using her powers. The Xingming Sword Saints and the others were able to enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment successfully due to the celestial amulet of legacy in their possession. However, the group that was in the light sphere constructed by Zhao Yu was able to pass through the cracks in the entrance of the Hall of Great Accomplishment without any problem as well. Zhao Yu. Seeing that Zhao Yu had entered the Hall of Great Accomplishment, Zhang Xian widened his eyes in panic. Hoo. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Following that, 20 beasts charged out of the pavilion of cooling autumn and dashed straight toward the entrance of the Hall of Great Accomplishment. It seemed like they intended to sneak into the subordinate hall in the midst of the chaos. However, just inches away from the Hall of Great Accomplishment, they found themselves being halted by an invisible barrier. No matter how they tried to push forward, they were not able to advance a single step forward. Most of these beasts were at Great Sage 3 Dan and 4 Dan, but it was apparent that their strength was nothing in comparison to the barrier. It was almost as if they were termites trying to bring down a towering tree. Even if they pushed with all their might, the barrier would not waver in the least. Those scoundrels have entered the Hall of Great Accomplishment by making use of Zhao Yu's unique constitution. Zhang Xian nearly exploded from fury as realization struck him. How could he get so careless at a time like this? He should have known that the other party would make use of Zhao Yu to enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment. Blinded by his anxiety to save Zhao Yu, he had ended up missing the opportunity to enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment together with his parents. Now that they had all entered the subordinate hall, he was the only one left outside. What the heck was that? This won't do. I must enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment as well. Zhang Xian muttered anxiously as he charged furiously toward the entrance of the subordinate hall. It had not been easy for him to find his student once more. He would never forgive himself if he lost this chance to save her because of a careless mistake on his part. If worst came to worst, he would just have to make use of the Library of Heaven's Path to find the flaws in the barrier. Even if he had to tear the entire place down, he was determined to get in. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xian reached the invisible barrier. He had thought that he would be kept out just like the other beasts clawing desperately ahead of them, but contrary to his expectations, a warm glow suddenly embraced his body. Before he knew it, he was already on the other side of the barrier. Zhang Xian was startled for a moment before realization struck him. How I could have forgotten about that. I have the prime amulet in my hands. Previously, Luo Ruoxin had told him that the celestial amulets of legacy only worked against the subordinate halls that they corresponded to, whereas the prime amulet granted entry to all of the subordinate halls and the prime hall. It was due to how useless little amulet had been in the outer dimensions that he had ended up forgetting about its existence. After all the disappointments that it had brought him, it was finally proving its value at a crucial time like this. Elder, please bring us along with you. Before Zhang Xian could charge all the way into the Hall of Great Accomplishment, he suddenly heard desperate voices behind him, so he turned around to take a look. They were from the beasts who were clawing frantically at the invisible barrier, but to no avail. Zhang Xian gazed deeply at them for a moment before saying nonchalantly, "Become my tamed beast and I'll bring you in." Hearing those words, the beasts were stunned for a moment before a huge commotion broke out. You want us to become your tamed beasts? You're dreaming. The reason we of the beast tribe cultivate is so that we can live freely without deferring to anyone. You might be powerful, but there's no way you are going to make us submit to you. At the very most, we'll just give up on the opportunity to enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment. We'll still be able to improve quickly by cultivating around the exterior of the Temple of Confucius anyway. Even if I die here, I, the verdant cloud beast, will never submit to anyone. The main reason that they had entered the Temple of Confucius was to find their own fortuitous encounter and advance their cultivation. However, If they had to submit to a human and lose their free will over it, they would rather give up on this rare opportunity. Heh. Hearing the words from the beasts, Zhang Xian chuckled softly. With a flick of his spear, he crossed the invisible barrier once more, dashing right into the horde of beasts. Peepa, Palipala. 10 breaths later, he flicked his spear behind his back as he gazed quietly at the subdued beasts before him. Are you ready to submit now? Paying respects to Master. Walala. The beasts swiftly got to their knees and bowed down to Zhang Xian. The arrogant verdant cloud beast even took the lead in offering its blood essence to Zhang Xian to seal a contract with him. The other beasts anxiously followed suit as well. It was as if they were afraid that their new master would not recognize them if they were too late in professing their submission. The old ancestor of the Zhang clan. The anonymous ancient sage. When did those of the beast tribe become so subservient? Even they, as ancient sages, would not be able to force those of the beast tribe to do anything against their will. Otherwise, any ancient sage would have been able to easily form an army of great sage beasts. Yet, this young man actually managed to do it within seconds. In an instant, all the experts who were unable to enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment found themselves dumbstruck. Chapter 1731 Hall of Great Accomplishment. Let's enter. With all of the beasts pledging their loyalty to him, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. He moved all of the beasts into the myriad ant hive nest before making his way through the invisible barrier once more. But things did not go as he had expected this time around. He found himself colliding with the invisible barrier that had halted the footsteps of the beasts. Unlike before, he was not able to pass through it. What's going on? Zhang Xian's lips twitched at this unexpected situation. Could it be that he had waited for too long and was no longer able to enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment? If that was really the case, he might burst into tears on the spot. Master, you are bringing too many beasts in with you. Just as Zhang Xian was trying to make sense of the bizarre situation before him, little Amulet's voice sounded in his head. Normal celestial amulets of legacy can bring 10 people in. As the prime amulet, I can bring 15 people in. However, you tamed over 20 beasts earlier. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not that he could not enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment anymore, but that he had exceeded the load capacity. He sent a telepathic message back to Little Amulet and asked, "Won't it work if I place them in a folded space?" It won't work. Otherwise, your parents would have been able to bring everyone into the subordinate hall. Little Amulet explained. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in comprehension. There was no way that Kong Shi would have allowed the rules that he had imposed on the subordinate halls to be circumvented that easily. Otherwise, there would be no point in setting those restrictions in the first place. Thus, Zhang Xian released the beasts whose cultivation were lower till there were only 14 of them left. He tried walking through the invisible barrier once more, and this time, he was able to pass through it without any issues. Shortly after passing through the light barrier, Zhang Xian suddenly said, "Wait a moment, that isn't right. The heavenwood green serpent is in my folded space as well. If we factor them in as well, doesn't it mean that the number of people I have with me has already exceeded 15? The 14 beasts only included those which he had just tamed a moment ago. Other than them, he also had the heavenwood green serpent, gold spirit cloud tiger, crimson friends white tiger, and so in the myriad ant hive nest. Thus, the total number of beasts he had with him was, in fact, more than 20. They are considered native life forms to the Temple of Confucius, so they are allowed to pass freely through the barriers in the Temple of Confucius. As such, they aren't counted in the quota. Little Amulet explained, "There's such a thing as well?" Zhang Xian asked in astonishment, not expecting there to be such an exception to the beasts in the Temple of Confucius. Shaking his head, he hastened his footsteps and swiftly advanced into the Hall of Great Accomplishment. It had been over a minute since the others had entered the area, so he would have to up his speed in order to catch up with them. Passing through the massive gates, he found himself standing in the midst of a humongous hallway. Sculptures of many different demeanors and postures were placed neatly on both sides. Some were deep in thought, some were looking into the distance, Some were reading a book, some were in the midst of their cultivation. They were sculptured so lifelike that it seemed almost as if they would come to life at any moment. Are these the 72 sages? It did not take long for Zhang Xian to recognize the models behind those sculptures. They were none other than the 72 sages under Kong Shi's lineage. Kong Shi was known to have had over 3,000 students and 72 direct disciples. His 72 direct disciples were known as the 72 sages, and the strongest 10 of them, which included ancient sage Ran Qiu and ancient sage Bo Shang, were respectfully referred to as the 10 apostles. Each of the 72 sages had their fair share of legendary exploits, achieving astounding accomplishments in their lifetime. Their deeds had been recorded by the Master Teacher Pavilion in the form of literature and artwork, so as to remind the world of their greatness and the sacrifices that they have made for mankind. Zhang Xian had once seen some of their artwork, so it was not too difficult for him to recognize the sculptures. Ancient Sage Zi Yuan, Ancient Sage Zi Qian, Ancient Sage Zi Lu, Ancient Sage Ran Geng. Familiar names surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind as they overlapped together with the sculptures before him. Looking at those ancient figures, he could almost see the devastating battles against the otherworldly demons back in their era. Without their support, there was no way that Kong Shi could have quelled the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribes single-handedly back then. They were the cornerstone to mankind's swift development across the years. In that era of despair, their existences were symbols of hope to mankind. Even after the passing of tens of thousands of years, their names still remained unforgotten by the world. Zhang Xian solemnly bowed to them to express his deepest respect to these great men before moving on. The sculptures of the 72 sages emanated slight pressure on those walking past them, tempering one's state of mind and soul. Without a doubt, this was extremely beneficial for the advancement of one's soul depth. After taking a few more steps, Zhang Xian saw a few master teachers sitting cross-legged on the floor, unable to advance any further. They were the grand elders of the Zhang clan. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Due to the limitations of their soul depth, it was likely that they would incur severe injuries if they forced themselves to advance ahead. Since that was the case, it would be wiser for them to make use of the pressure to swiftly raise their soul depth. Seeing that they were deep in concentration, Zhang Xian chose to pass them by without disturbing them. Until that moment, he still was not too sure who the culprits who kidnapped Zhao Ye and the others were. However, the fact that they were able to pass through the hallway consisting of the sculptures of the 72 sages meant that their soul depth did not pale in comparison to his. With such high soul depth, it was likely that their cultivation had reached sempiternal realm consummation. If that was the case, they would pose a major threat to his parents and the other members of the Zhang clan. Coming to the end of the hallway, Zhang Xian found himself arriving before a grand hall. His parents and the other grand elders of the Zhang clan were standing in the middle of the hall, and opposite to them were 8 youths who emanated imposing auras. Just as he had guessed, all of those 8 youths were sempiternal realm consummation experts. Seeing that his parents were fine, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief, after which he turned his gaze to the 8 youths. A young lady stood at the center of the crowd. Her eyes were tightly shut, and surges of cold energy were flowing out from her body. It seemed like she was trying to activate some seal on a wall in the hall. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up, and he exclaimed anxiously, "Zhao Ye." He hurriedly rushed over toward her. "Xianer, it doesn't seem like she's able to hear our voices." Before he could reach Zhao Ye, the Xingming Sword Saints quickly sent a telepathic message to inform him. "She can't hear our voices?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. We tried calling for her earlier, but there was no response from her. She didn't even turn her head around, as if she couldn't hear us at all," Sword Saint Xing replied. "She must be too engrossed in deciphering the painting on the wall. We can't really tell what her purpose for doing so is," Sword Saint Ming said as she secretly pointed to the wall. "Painting?" Tracing Sword Saint Ming's finger, Zhang Xian finally noticed the massive painting on the wall. The painting was of remarkable verisimilitude, as if an entire world was sealed within it. Zhao Ye was continuously channeling her cold energy into the painting, seemingly trying to undo the seal cast on it. Normally, Zhao should have noticed his presence as soon as he stepped into the hall, not to mention that he had even called for her. The fact that she was not reacting at all likely meant that she was in a trance. Seeing that Zhao was unharmed, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and his unnerved heart finally settled down for the time being. He turned his attention to the 8 youths standing opposite to them and narrowed his eyes. Who are they? I asked them earlier, and they said that they are the offspring of the 100 schools of philosophers. Sword Saint Xing said. 100 schools of philosophers? Zhang Xian frowned. They are the descendants of the 72 sages, right? Why did they kidnap Zhao, and what is the painting on the wall? All along, he had thought that it was the otherworldly demonic tribe who had captured Zhao, Wei Ruyan, and Yuan Tao. Considering the callous nature of the otherworldly demons, it was completely within their nature to pull off something like this. Yet, who would have thought that the culprits were really from the 100 schools of philosophers? While he had stumbled upon some clues that pointed to the 100 schools of philosophers, he had still held some reservations toward suspecting them. After all, their lineage originated from Kong Shi, who had held principles and propriety in high regards. It was hard to believe that they would commit something as impetuous as kidnapping a person to achieve their own goals. This did not fit with the common perception of the 100 schools of philosophers. Not only so, what was even more bizarre was that these offspring of the 100 schools of philosophers were actually more interested in a painting than the sculptures of their ancestors outside. Could it be that some kind of incredible secret was hidden within the painting? Harboring such thoughts in his mind, Zhang Xian could not help but take a closer look at the painting before him. The first thing that he noticed was the antiquated aura emanated by the painting. It felt like an artifact that had survived through history. He activated his Eye of Insight in an attempt to take a closer look at it, but he found that the painting seemed to have fused perfectly together with the time and space of the hall, thus obscuring it from his view. This was probably the seal that Zhao was trying to break. Nevertheless, he could still feel an air of grandeur coming from the painting. It seemed as if one's consciousness would be absorbed into the painting with just a single look. Is it possible for this to be the great codex of spring and autumn? Sword Saint Xing's voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Xian's ears. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.